The basketball.
Oh, yes, they are. I mean, it'll be a battle down low. Boxing out is vital, and second chance points may just decide this game.
And the starting group for Chicago. We've got ball. Josh Giddey out there with Buzelis. Then it's Smith, and it's White in at the point. And you look at Derek White, Richard. The energy he plays with, it is remarkable.
That's his greatest attribute, his activity on both ends of the floor. Having a high motor is a skill. He keeps coming and tries to wear you down.
To the paint. Oh, it's blocked by Porzingis.
Got to be careful shooting around Porzingis. His length is so capable of erasing shots.
Chicago shooting their initial free throws of the game here. And he knocks down the first one. Grant, how about Kobe White? Going from a bench player to one of the league leaders in minutes.
Yeah, Kobe played more than 35 minutes per game last season. Top 10 in the league. We saw White hit another level, so he has an exciting future in front of him.
Now here's Brown. Holiday finds Porzingis. Not sure why he committed the intentional foul. No purpose.
I think everyone's a little confused, but weird plays happen. You don't want to stop the clock right there. I'm not quite sure what he was thinking.
White against ball. White, the pass to Holiday. Goes back up. And that's good for two.
Yeah, well, Holiday has plenty of shots up his sleeve, and that includes the mid-range jumper.
Pass to Buzelis. The kick out to White. Giddey with a screen on Holiday. White drives in. Giddey. Here's Smith. There's the three. Nice start for him. Sinking his first shot.
And that's what they want to do. Get him open looks early.
Back to White. Launches it from deep. And it's Chicago with a board. And stolen by Porzingis. And it's Giddey with a rebound. The Bulls have gone 1 for 3 so far. Going inside. Count that one.
Just taking it right to the rim, and no one was there to greet him.
Easy possessions like that literally are just a gift. You just dream of them. He'll gladly take those.
Now here's White. Brown passes to White. Fires the three. And there's Brown. That one's good. On the assist by White.
You know this is coming with Brown. He is a ruthless sniper outside.
Smith finds White. Back to Smith. And here's Giddey. Smith with a screen on Brown. Here's Giddey. He's looking good. 2 buckets in 3 attempts.
In the NBA, you let anyone shoot inside 5 feet, you're putting yourself at a disadvantage.
Holiday passes to Brown. And the jam by Brown.
Great screen by Brown, rolling right to his sweet spot.
The Bulls have gone 3 of 5 here in the opening quarter. Well, the last time the Bulls won a playoff series was back in 2015, Grant.
That was back when Butler and Rose were their leading scorers. And that just shows you just how long it's been. But they've been stuck in mediocrity ever since. And right now, they are desperate for a breakthrough season.
And that one good. Giddey's got 6 points. Already 5 lead changes here.
Speaks to how evenly matched these teams have been thus far.
Tatum passes to White. The kick to Tatum. Brown with a screen. And finished off by Tatum.
Tatum just has too much bounce right there. Better be careful. You're trying to stop that.
White against Holiday. Smith outside. Here's Buzelis. Hasn't gotten one to fall yet. Down to 5 on the shot clock. Over Holiday. Again, the Bulls score.
Well, we're still getting to know Buzelis a bit, but his game, I'll tell you this, he's got a sweet shot.
Outside Tatum. Oh, Tatum slams it home.
While he's a bit undersized for a 4, he more than makes up for it with his bounce.
Pass to Buzelis. A minute 4 left to play in the first. And it's Giddey missing.
Give the defender credit. Willing to challenge the shot. Lots of other guys just let them score there.
Brown with it. Guarded now by Ball. The kick to Tatum. There's the triple. Smith with the rebound. Chicago trailing here. Here's Buzelis. Rejected by Brown.
Terrific anticipation by Brown, managing to see the shot coming and get ahead of it.
And that one's good. Porzingis.
God, it's just ridiculous. He is just an absolute surgeon when he has the ball. This man is surgical. There is no way to slow him down when he wants to score.
That one rocked this arena.
That's the kind of dunk right there that makes you think he's going to rip down the rim. And there's the call on Lonzo Ball. That's foul number 2 for him.
Second personal foul. Third team foul.
15 seconds left in the first. Brown passes to Tatum. With the drive. And finished off by Tatum.
Did you guys see that? What an insane slam.
Man, you got to have some hang time to pull that off. White finds Smith. Sinks the tray. Smith's got 6.
They keep trading punches. Both teams in a groove early.
You have to think at this point the winner will be the one to settle in on defense.
And that concludes a back and forth. Some good action already in this one, but a fairly even matchup after this first quarter of play. And some stats here, guys. The scoring breakdown for Boston.
So far, they haven't had to force anything. They're swinging the ball around and turning good passing into points.
And the other thing you notice is how determined they've been to get into the paint and get buckets around the rim.
On the court right now, second quarter for the Bulls. We've got Kevin Huerter, Smith out there with Buzelis. Then it's Ball, and it's White in at the point guard position. And keeping us updated from the sidelines, Allie LaForce.
Well, after some down years in Dallas, Kristaps Porzingis said, I really checked myself. From that point on, I started building my game back up. Sometimes when you're younger, your physical abilities might already be there, but your mental is not. Once that all clicks, that's when you've got something.
Well, it's a good way to think of it. Thanks, Allie. And you look at Matas Buzelis. Size, touch, feel for the game, too. Ooh, some swagger from Tatum.
One of the craziest dunks we've seen. Tatum with the bounce.
Pass to Buzelis. Back to Huerter. They set a pick. The 3. And again, it's Chicago with a 3.
And what kind of defense was that? You can't give up wide open threes like that. What are you doing?
Tatum finds Porzingis. Holiday against White. And there's the foul. It's on Kobe White. That's foul number 2 for him.
First team foul.
And just about a minute and a half has passed here in the second quarter. Porzingis for 3. And the Celtics another 3.
Trading the lead back and forth, neither side is willing to back down.
I've been on the edge of my seat courtside. Man, this has been a barn burner.
White against Ball to the left wing. And here's White. This one for 3. Knocks down the triple.
Man, this is just fun. These teams are trading threes back and forth.
This is today's NBA. Hey, we see this kind of exchange more often than not.
And there's the call on Lonzo Ball. That's his 3rd foul so far. Ball against White. Pass to Porzingis. Back to White. The kick to Tatum. Clock at 6. And a miss there on the triple. The Bulls have gotten 3 of 4 field goals in the second quarter. White can't hit.
Had enough room to finish, and that's one he'll usually make.
Porzingis finds White. Porzingis with a screen on White. The floater. White coming through. Richard, you played for great teams and rebuilding teams. How different is the atmosphere between those types of organizations?
The expectation to win from everyone, top to bottom, that's what stands out to me. Everyone takes their role seriously and professionally.
First trip to the free throw line for him in this one. Free throw good. Huerter. And so he makes both from the line. Boston's gone 4 of 8 from 3, a nice percentage. White against ball. White, the pass to Brown. Brown, whoa! Jaylen Brown, do it! And here comes the coach's challenge. He disagrees with the foul. He does not hesitate to ask for a second look. It's a pretty heated game. Every call matters.
Personal foul. Third team foul.
People were worried that this was
Jaylen Brown at the line, shooting one.
smart to adopt this challenge policy in 2019.
You know, one thing this does for a coach is let his players know he's got their back. If they're adamant that the call was wrong, he'll back them up and make the refs take another look. So they see clear evidence of a bad call, and they're going to overturn it. Probably the right decision.
And give credit to the officials for recognizing the mistake and correcting it. Nobody likes to say they got it wrong, but they fixed it in a hurry. And plays like that one can make the difference in a close game.
And it definitely got the bench on their feet, too.
And you can feel the jolt of energy that he sent through his team. That is a huge boost in a tight game like this.
Chalk up two there.
Okay, let's throw out the analytics for a moment. When he's taking the mid-range, it's a winning shot.
White with a screen on White. Ball passes to Smith. Outside White. That's his third basket in 5 shots. Solid work.
Breakdown for the defenders, and you can't ask for an easier bucket than that.
And Joe Mazzulla calls timeout here. Coach wants to speak to his guys, maybe alter some of the game plan. And some changes here for the Celtics. Horford, he's checked in for Porzingis. Craig comes in for Jaylen Brown. And Pritchard is subbed in for White. Williams is checked in for Chicago. Giddey comes in for White. Here's Craig. Tipped. Outside Giddey. Oh, and he brings it down with a two-handed jam.
What a finish. I mean, he just took over himself.
What a show of power right there from the point guard. Man, sweet.
A point guard getting up like that? Boy, that is special.
Chicago has gone 3 of 4 from outside so far in the second quarter. Pass to Ball. Puts up a 3. Rebound Boston. Tatum feeling it out a bit. And finished by Tatum. Wow!
Oh, you gotta prevent Tatum from getting into the lane. Because once he's in there, you're done.
From the arc. Chicago with a rebound. Giddey's got 4 rebounds in the game. 2 seconds separating the shot clock and the game clock. Williams passes to Giddey. That's basket number 6 in 8 tries.
And once more this half, they find a way to get great position inside.
Outside Holiday. It's deflected. And we'll have a timeout called by Billy Donovan. He wants to give him a breather and talk things over. And timeout is called by Billy Donovan. He'll take the opportunity to regroup. Here's Herter. Oh, no good on the last second attempt there. And so a close game as we wrap up the first half of play. It's the Bulls leading by just 2. And time now for the halftime break with the third quarter soon to follow on 2K Sports.
And get ready for the fan half-court shot. Drum line. They're thinking about the shot.
And as we get into this third quarter, as we've seen so far, neither team able to create much separation on the scoreboard. One guy who's been getting it done is Josh Giddey.
You just love his patience offensively in the first half. Waited until he got the looks he wanted.
You love guys who can get their shots within the flow of the offense.
It's Tatum at the 4 with Horford at the 5. Peyton Pritchard is out there with Drew Holiday. And it's Craig in at the 3. And that's the group for Joe Mazzulla as we begin the second half. The Bulls making a switch here. Ball's checked in. Inside. Oh, deflected. Back to Pritchard. That one falls. Nice feed that time from Holiday. Holiday's got 4 assists in the game.
And put it on a platter. Holiday serving it up for his teammate.
Well, Richard, with the career he's had, it's hard to believe Drew Holiday has only made 2 All-Star teams.
Well, that speaks to how much talent is at the guard position in this league. But it also shows how we tend to award offense over defense because Drew, his impact is truly felt on the defensive end.
Horford, a screen on Williams. Shoots in deep. Williams grabs the board.
Well, some trips you get the shot you want, it just doesn't fall. I'd go back to him in that area on the floor.
Outside Giddey. To the right side. Three-pointer. Buzelis knocks down the long J. And it's a 5-point Chicago lead.
And with a smooth shot like that, I expect Buzelis to hit a ton of three-pointers during his career.
Down low. Here's Tatum. And Tatum fires one home.
And once he gets to the rim, it's fairly automatic.
Nothing fancy right there. Just takes his 2 points, moves on. Three-pointer, Buzelis. Here's the 3. That one is off. For Boston, they've got 2 of 3 from the floor in this third quarter. Tatum finds Horford. Williams against Holiday. They've got numbers. Williams from long range. It's good. And the assist that time from Ball. Williams has gotten himself going here. His first points of the game on the deep ball. Holiday with the ball. Now Herter defending. Counted.
Yeah, good execution in close. Holiday likes mixing things up and finishing from this area.
Back to Herter. And there's the screen. Soft touch off the glass. Herter's got 7 points.
It's nice to see they're not settling for three-pointers. These guys are putting in the work inside.
Tatum with a screen. Back to Horford. Craig passes to Tatum. Ooh, Tatum slams it home.
The efficiency from Tatum on the offensive end is terrific, not letting any scoring chances pass him by.
And the call will be against Jason Tatum. That's his first foul of the game.
First personal foul. First team foul.
There's 1:54 left in the third quarter. Celtics trail by 4. Here's Pritchard. On the wing, Holiday. Giddey defends. Holiday, that one's good. 9 points in the game.
I mean, you watch Holiday play this game. He just explodes off the screens. Very good in pick and roll.
And it's Giddey missing. The Celtics have got 5 of 6 shots to fall so far in the third. And Joe Mazzulla has called timeout. He wants to review the game plan. And Boston with... changes. Kristaps Porzingis, he's checked in for Horford. Brown comes in for Tatum. And Derek White subbed in for Drew Holiday. Smith, he's checked in for Chicago. White comes in for Herter. Craig passes to Brown. For the lead. Chicago grabs the miss. Giddey's got 6 rebounds here tonight. Here's Buzelis. Ooh, and he took a hard foul on the shot. So he'll head to the line to shoot a pair.
And at 6'10", Buzelis is becoming a very difficult cover for defenses, especially when he's aggressive and trying to score.
So he gets them both.
It's always nice to see a big fella be able to knock down some free throws and make teams pay from the line.
White, the pass to Porzingis. White against Ball. Back to Porzingis. Again, the miss by Boston. Chicago leading by 3. White for 3. It's good. And the assist that time from Ball. White's got 11.
Such a good facilitator. Ball has nice touch on that pass.
White finds Brown. Out to Craig from deep. It's hauled in by the Bulls. 1 second separating the shot clock and the game clock. Buzelis' shot is good.
Buzelis showing us he can do everything on the floor. Impressive in just his first year.
Pritchard, the pass to White. Back to Pritchard to halt the run. Connects from downtown. He's got 5.
Nice ball movement there. That's how you break down the defense.
With the teardrop. And Ball with the layup.
The floater is so tough to defend against. Nothing defenders can really do but shake their head.
The 3 from Craig. And so it's the Chicago Bulls finishing the quarter with an 8-point lead. Great shot selection right now, keeping the game. With 3 quarters behind us, let's see what this fourth period holds in store. And Joe Mazzulla has called timeout. He wants their game plan to be crystal clear at this point. Gives us a chance to catch up with Allie LaForce.
Over the break, I listened in on Joe Mazzulla's huddle, and he was adamant that they need to tighten up their D. That lack of communication at that end has led to breakdowns, wide open shooters, and easy buckets. He sounded pretty frustrated, guys.
And Allie, thanks. And for Chicago, let's take a look. Jalen Smith is out there with Buzelis. Then it's Josh Giddey. Then it's Kobe White. And it's Ball in at the 2. Smith outside. Pass to Giddey. Back to Smith. That one falls. Nice feed that time from Giddey. And the Bulls lead by 10.
This has been the story of the game. A battle fought on offense.
Yeah, but I think it's going to come down to who can get the stops down the stretch, because that's who's going to come away with this win.
Here's Tatum. Back to Porzingis. Oh, look out! Porzingis!
Now we know he can hit threes, but Kristaps showing he can slam it too.
White, the pass to Smith. Here's Buzelis. Outside White. Pass to Buzelis. The 3 ball. Drills it from deep.
This is what it's been since halftime. Remarkable results from downtown.
In the modern NBA, you have to hit threes to win games, and they've made that adjustment since the break.
Check out Porzingis' energy. He's just relentless on both ends of the court.
And there's the foul. It's on Kobe White. That's his 3rd foul of the game.
And just a great job of getting there first and absorbing the contact.
Celtics trail by 9. And stolen by Holiday. White finds Porzingis. Back to White. Outside Tatum. The kick out to White. The 3 is up. 3-pointer goes up. 3-pointer goes down for White.
Intelligent play by Tatum, moving the ball to get an open shot.
And he's going to the line for 2. The official saw contact while he was going up. That one on Tatum. And let's take a moment here to get your take, guys, on the scoring so far for Chicago.
The name of the game in the modern NBA is making threes, spacing the court, and that's exactly what they are doing tonight.
Yeah, and their team-first approach is another thing you have to like. And they've had great ball movement and are getting a lot of points off assists.
Brown. Oh, Brown inside. Hey, he's more than just a shooter.
A very athletic play by Brown, getting the ball inside and working his way to a high percentage shot.
Here's Giddey. Hauled in by Brown. Celtics trail by 5. Holiday, a screen on Ball. White, the pass to Holiday. Wide open. Again, the Celtics good for 2 more.
They're making smart adjustments, setting guys up for success.
But it took them a little while to get there. Just goes to show, as long as you persevere, you'll figure your way out.
Pass to White. We're in the final quarter play here. 3 minutes in. Back to Holiday. Outside White. 6 to shoot. Back to Holiday. Shoots over White. The shot by Holiday, no good.
And usually that's a bucket for him, but look, nobody's perfect in the mid-range.
And that one's good.
On offense, Ball is a catalyst. He knows how to move things around and get people quality shots.
White, the pass to Tatum. Now here's Brown. No good on the 3. Brown against Giddey. There's a minute 26 left in the 4th quarter. And down it goes. Jam that one home.
I tell you, a little extra pressure on D when you're up against a point guard who can elevate.
It doesn't make it easy, does it?
Yeah, hard to strategize for a guy who can make a pass or a play like this right in your face. I do not care what kind of game he is having. In these moments, Tatum is just different.
And the foul on the shot. So he'll take 2 from the free throw line.
Everyone in the building saw the obvious contact.
He drops the first one, and that increases the lead to 6. And so he drops them both, and it's a 7-point game.
Taking full advantage of his opportunities at the line to extend their lead.
And there's the call on Lonzo Ball. That's his 4th foul of the contest.
Personal foul. First team foul.
White finds Holiday. It's Brown on the wing. Giddey defends. The shot by Holiday, no good.
And this is exactly who you want taking that shot. You just missed it.
White, good.
And guys, that's gotta be the dagger. This is how you finish a game.
And it felt like they just flipped the switch to go on that run and seal the game. Saving their best basketball for the end. Always smart.
From deep, Giddey. Oh, that's his 8th make of the game. He's only missed 4 so far.
Yeah, they blocked out the noise, blocked out the distractions, kept on grinding, and this is their reward.
All road wins. They're just so sweet. They're just so sweet. You know why? Because they are so hard to come by.
And it's out of bounds. Still Chicago's ball.
Great read to get a hand in there and disrupt the play.
Yeah, I think he was hoping to maybe even get the steal, but I agree. He still got a good outcome.
White against Holiday. Now here's White, tightly guarded, and the layup is good off the glass. There's 10 seconds left in the game.
Pace, Brent, I think, in this one. What do you think?
Yeah, you're right, Kevin. Both of these teams love to run their offense in the half court. They'll slow things down. They'll love the setups. They'll try to manipulate a couple of the plays to get matchups they want. Neither side afraid to take it under 5 seconds on a shot clock, and that patience may pay off.
Let's take a look at our starters for Portland. We've got DeAndre Ayton, Avdia out there with Anthony Simons. Then there's Matisse Thybulle, and it's Kamare in at the 4. Elbow shot is on the way, and it's Ayton with the rebound.
Now that's just enough defensive pressure on him to throw off that shot. I bet he gets a good look at it next time and hits it.
And Simons, here we go. Thybulle, the pass to Ayton. Down to 5 on the shot clock. The Trailblazers need to get off a shot. Here's Simons. Gobert pulls it in. And the Timberwolves with possession. Greg, this is some kind of note. Last year, Minnesota had, for just the second time, had ever won a series in the postseason.
Yeah, they've been bounced in the first round, 10 of 12 appearances. But last year's team was different. Their elite defense fueled the conference finals run.
And credit the screen for giving him the space he needed to get to the rim.
For sure, GA allows him to come in with the sledgehammer.
Yeah, why settle for the layup when you can attack the rim and rise up like that?
And it's the Trailblazers with the ball after the basket by Minnesota. First quarter, about a minute and a half in. Gobert, the screen, pulls up on the wings and all around the rim that time before dropping in.
And that's what they're looking for from Edwards, scoring from all areas of the court, even mid-range, keeps the defense honest.
They get it back, and that one's good. Ayton
just setting the tone with an aggressive move to the rack, and where's the help defensively?
Yeah, APB sent out to try to find out where the defense is. Inexcusable.
Here is Edwards, following the basket by DeAndre Ayton. Edwards dishes to Gobert. Pass to Alexander Walker. 17-foot shot on the way. And again, it's Minnesota.
And he's not going to miss many of those, especially that wide open.
No, he's automatic from the mid-range, and the defense knows that it's a mistake to give up a shot like that.
And even with good coverage defensively that time, he has confidence to drill the three.
Right now, I'd send it over to the sidelines and get a report from David Aldridge.
Thank you, Kevin. Anthony Edwards is figuring things out. He said there's levels. My first few years, I looked for my shot and nothing else. I've learned that I can't win without my teammates and that I have to throw them the ball too. It's a team game. I know that now. Kevin, I know it too, so I'm throwing it back to you.
And you're the best teammate we could have. Thank you, David. Here is Edwards. Benny Avdia making his last shot. Shoots. Here's Gobert. Randall right side. Back to Gobert. Tries again. It's another look. And they had their chances. 2 offensive rebounds, but they still come up empty. Simons against Edwards. 1:22 left in the first quarter. The shot's good from Simons.
That's exactly how you utilize the pick and roll. Simons looking really comfortable in the set there.
Edwards kicks to McDaniels. Back to Edwards. Portland grabs the miss.
Tried to show off just a little bit there, but ultimately didn't work out. You know, he's going to get a few stares from his coaching staff and probably his teammates in the next huddle.
And good that time.
Simons playing unselfish. That's going to help this team get in a great rhythm.
Gobert with a screen for Edwards. 2 free throws coming up, and here we go with the coach's challenge. Not surprised in a competitive game like this. And he's disputing the personal foul call.
The action is so fast that it's really tough to catch everything in real time.
The wonders of technology. We've seen replay reviews so effectively, and involving the coaches by being able now to challenge like this is something a lot of people have been hoping for. And the announcement on the review is that the foul was called in error. So they have determined to overrule the original call.
And guys, this is what it's all about, getting the call right. And I think in this case, the video review showed that while it was a tough call to make on the floor, they got it right with the review.
Thibault finds 8. Portland moving the ball around. They set the pick. Pass to Thibault. Simons from outside. Great D that time from Edwards. With the drive, and Edwards with the stuff.
And this is some serious showmanship. Loving that tomahawk right there.
Greg, he came with force, and that's not just about getting 2 points. That was sending, I think, a message. And we've got a timeout called by Chauncey Billups. He wants to check in with his team and regroup. Got it up. And he was able to put it up in time, but doesn't fall. Tie game in Minnesota. Some good action already in this one, but a fairly even matchup after the first quarter of play. And guys, what's your take so far in the Timberwolves?
Well, in that first quarter, they were intent on just pounding the ball down low.
You don't see that all that often, getting down there and doing that much damage in a quarter. You got to respect the game plan.
Portland had, Greg, one of the great guard combinations in Clyde Drexler and Terry Porter.
Man, that was one heck of a backcourt, and they really complemented each other so well. Drexler with his explosive scoring ability, and Porter who could just do a little bit of everything.
Nickeil Alexander-Walker out there with Anthony Edwards. Then there's McDaniels. Then it's Randy, and it's Gobert in at the 5. So that's the lineup for Minnesota. Gobert with a screen for Edwards. Christ, what a sweet jam by Edwards.
Oh, my. What a huge flush by Edwards, showing off right now.
Simons, the pass to Thibault. Here's Kamare. Traps in the tray. Kamare's got 5 now.
Of all the action happening there, it's the assist that jumps out to me there. That's just a great look and a great setup for the bucket.
And play stops as it looks like they call it over the back here.
Well, he thought he could slip by there and grab the board, but got too much body and gets called for going over the back.
Well, he plays super active on the glass, so calls like this are to be expected.
And some hang time on the rim. Puts a little cherry on the top of that slam.
Well, those kind of displays of strength can get one team rolling. Gobert with a screen for Edwards. And it's Ayton with the rebound. Ayton's got his 4th rebound with that last one here tonight. 3-pointers, Simons. And it's McDaniels with the rebound. Timberwolves trail. To the inside. Here's Gobert. And finished off by Gobert.
Well, they're trying to take command of this game, but it's been competitive so far.
Yeah, everybody trying to get away from one another, and the threads are keeping them close. This has been highly competitive.
Goes up and finished off by McDaniel.
That's a stomach punch, guys. Turn it over and give him a free run to the bucket.
Oh, you're so right. No question who has the momentum now.
Execution with pace. That's a bad turnover that simply was telegraphed.
Edwards looking it over. Gobert with a screen for Edwards. Over Ayton. And no good. Trying to use the glass. Portland's gone 2 of 3 when they've stepped beyond the arc in the second quarter. And the NBA is truly an international league. I mean, look no further than DeAndre Ayton, hailing from the Bahamas.
Well, you love that him and Buddy Hield carrying the torch for their home country. Ayton is actually the 2nd first overall pick from the Bahamas, the first one being the great Michael Thompson.
Here is Edwards. Portland making their last shot. 6 to shoot. Got a piece of it. And stolen by Ayton. Pushing it up. Gobert with the block.
And when Gobert is playing with this kind of aggression on that end, there aren't many better at defending.
We've got 1:48 left here in the second. Trying to break that ice-cold streak. Oh, what a jam! Simons!
And guys, I don't know that this is the time for that kind of flair. In a close game, the important thing is to get the 2 points, not necessarily the dramatic.
Folks, the coach's challenge has been initiated for a personal foul. Close game like this, and he thought it wasn't a good call.
Closer detail, what constituted the original personal foul. Getting a different angle can sometimes make it a lot easier to determine.
Indeed, and the one thing with replay review is that when you see the slow motion replays, you really get a new appreciation for just the immense speed at which these players are moving at, and how fast the action really is, and how hard it can be sometimes, you know, Greg, to make the right call. And so the word is in, they've decided that the call stands as it was made on the floor.
And, you know, even if a coach still feels this wasn't the right call, you got to acknowledge the effort being put in to reviewing it. The double checking, and the game continues on.
And Edwards drops them both.
You can tell he's feeling confident right now at the line, and when he's on, he can be lights out.
Pass to Kamare. Avdia kicks to Simons. Here's Kamare. Clock at 4. A shot off that time. Randall with some nice D. Outside Edwards. The 15-footer. Nice spin off the left rim and in. Edwards got the game tied up here for Minnesota.
It's simple, guys. Keep getting Edwards the ball and just let Ant cook.
Edwards against Simon. To the middle. Here's Ayton. And Ayton throws it down.
2 teammates connecting right there. Slick feed.
A chance at a 2-for-1 if they want it.
If I'm them, I try it.
Gobert with a screen for Edwards. Over Ayton. The putback. It's good on the putback.
And good luck keeping Gobert off the boards. He has a tremendous nose for the ball.
Simons against Edwards. Pass to Ayton. Here's Kamare. Back to Ayton. Thibault for 3. Good on the 3-point shot. Thibault's got his first bucket of the game, and he's on the board for 3.
Now that's a high percentage look when the D doesn't fight over the screen.
Yeah, the coach over there just asking for one simple thing, and that's some effort. Got burned on that one.
Nice answer back there. Love to see the competitiveness.
Yeah, both teams finding ways to the 3-point line and trying to take advantage from distance.
Grant for 3. And no good on the last second attempt this time. Anthony Edwards has been leading the charge for the Minnesota Timberwolves. He comes away with 11 points in the quarter and is showing no signs of fatigue. Right back after this break.
Get ready for the big half-court shot. Drum roll, please. The measuring of the shot.
And after a fairly even first couple of quarters, the second half could turn out to be a great one as both teams try to gain an edge. You know, Anthony Edwards has been exceptional here, guys.
The burst he's had when going at the rim has been fantastic. A lot of strong finishes through 2 quarters.
This is why the best athletes in the world played this game. If he finds a hole, he rips through and throws it down.
On the court right now for the Trailblazers. And at the small and power forwards, it's Thibault and Grant. And Fernie Simons out there with Denny Avdia. And it's Reith in at the 5. 2 points, that one goes. Analytics or the eye test? The optics or the numbers in front, Greg? When you're judging the performance of a player, what kind of criteria do you use?
Well, an MVP candidate recently said, my eye test tells me this guy's a terrible defender, but the analytics tell me he's a great defender. I'm confused, and I often feel the same way.
DiVincenzo hits the bucket.
Well, sometimes you run the two-man game, but nothing happens other than you having to make the play. Dante did it that time.
Simons, the pass to Grant. Simons against DiVincenzo. And the slam dunk by Simons.
Big hops from the backcourt.
Oh, absolutely. And maybe just what they need to get this game, GA, going in their direction.
Defense has got to be better. Flat out effort was not there.
DiVincenzo kicks to Reed. Grant against Randall. Shot clock at 5. Back to Reed. A rebound by Reith.
Yeah, can't see why he missed that one there. The D's close, but looked like plenty of room.
Avdia, the pass to Thibault. There's the pick. Reith played in with a nice touch off the glass. And the Trailblazers lead by 2.
Well, he's too good a finisher to blow that kind of chance, but that's going to be a wake-up call to the defense.
Randall, a screen on Simon. Alexander Walker passes to Randall. The overall game of Julius Randle is impressive. He's gritty. He is in there giving it, Brent, his everything.
Yeah, Kevin, you think about that year where he averaged 24, 10 rebounds, and 6 assists. I mean, the only other guys that did that were Will Chamberlain, Oscar Robertson, Larry Bird, Russell Westbrook, Jokic, Giannis. All of those guys won MVPs. That's a heck of a list.
Catching up on the changes for Portland. Sharps checked in for Matisse Thybulle. And Henderson subbed in for Fernie Simons. For 3, Henderson hits the three-point bomb. Henderson's got his first 3 points of the game.
A part of Henderson's game that's improving. Nice to see him build some confidence from behind the line.
A 3-ball. A rebound by Reith. Trailblazers leading by 3. And there's the call on Dante DiVincenzo. That is his first foul of the game. And the Trailblazers with possession here. Henderson dishes to Grant. Here's the screen. Pass to Reith. Now here's Henderson. Defended by DiVincenzo. Henderson kicks to Avdia. Shot clock at 6. Portland moving the ball around. Beyond the arc.
Like watching Randall get down, use that frame, and use those feet to move around defensively.
A 3 for DiVincenzo. Portland grabs the miss.
And I thought that was going to drop. It looked good from here.
To the paint. Henderson looking it over. Takes it inside. And Henderson throws it down hard.
Explosive in every way. The quick first step, and then you see the hop.
Stolen by Henderson. And here we go. Fast break. Henderson's got it. 1:07 left to play in the third. Grant outside. Whoops, they pick off the pass. Down low. DiVincenzo against Grant. Reed with a screen for DiVincenzo. And it'll go. And the Blazer lead is cut down to just 2 points with the bucket from Reed.
And sometimes the simplest play is the best one. DiVincenzo made it.
Back to Henderson. Fires for 3. Julius Randle with the rebound. 7-second difference, shot and game clock. And we've got a timeout called from Chris Finch. And coach has decided they need a moment to talk things over. Some changes for Minnesota. Rudy Gobert, he's checked in for Julius Randle. And Anthony Edwards subbed in for McDaniels. It's Edwards on the wing. Defended by Thibault. And so Chris Finch calls for the timeout. He's ready to talk things through with the team. Minnesota making a switch here. And that's out of bounds. Minnesota will retain possession.
Great energy on the deflection and a good job disrupting their offense.
Yeah, appreciate the work right now on the defensive end.
5 on the clock. Here's Edwards. It's good. This game is all even. Edwards got 19 points.
A good read by Edwards, playing at his pace and carving out space for that shot.
Pass to Kamare. Back to Simons. And we wrap up the third and looking to be an exciting fourth quarter. And a quick look now at the State Farm assist of the game.
And I'm glad this was the pick because I love this pass. Such a great dish. That's what I call court vision.
Well, a great job with the eyes. And what separates great playmakers, as we note, is peripheral vision.
Well, this has been a great contest so far, and I imagine the fourth quarter could have even more action in store for us. We've got Anthony Edwards. Reed is out there with Rudy Gobert. Then there's Dante DiVincenzo. And it's McDaniels in at the 3, the small forward. So that's the Timberwolves 5. Edwards with it. And Simons picks him up defensively. Gobert can't hit. Portland leading. Avdia with it. Good on the bucket.
If you came to watch a scoring battle, you're in the right place.
Yeah, both of these teams locked in on the offensive end. Going to be a high-scoring affair tonight.
Minnesota making some changes. Ando comes in for Reed. And Nickeil Alexander-Walker in for Dante DiVincenzo. Time now to turn to our sideline reporter, David Aldridge. David.
Hey, guys, here's what Chris Finch went over with his guys during break. His emphasis was for more effort on the defensive end. He said we have to do a better job of communicating and helping each other out. They're getting too many easy looks. Let's make it hard on them. Kevin, they're going to have to if they're going to slow down the hot shooting of their opponent.
Thank you, David.
And I like the fact that the defense is looking to protect the rim at all costs.
That one falls, so he hits both of them. We've played just over 1 minute here in the fourth quarter. Gobert with a screen for Edwards. Pass to Gobert. And finished off by Gobert.
And the slam, if Rudy gets that ball anywhere near the rim, he is going to finish it.
Avdia, the pass to Simons. Ayton a screen on Edwards. Here's Simons. Tried to bank it in, but he misses.
I didn't see that miss coming. I mean, he's usually been money from that range.
Here's Edwards. And again, it's Minnesota converting. Time running low, guys, and somebody has got to win this one.
Yeah, well, who knows? We might need overtime in this one. It's been that kind of a game.
Pass to Kamare. Here's Simons. And he tries off the glass, but it's no good. And here's Edwards. He'll bring it up for the Minnesota Timberwolves. They lead by 1. Outside for Randle. And the 3 off target. The Trailblazers have gone 2 of 4 from the field since we started the final quarter of play. Woke loose. Ayton, the pass to Thibault. Simons against Edwards. Pass to Kamare. Inside. Power down after the assist. Let him into the lane.
And for a power forward, he can sure get up. I mean, because of that leaping ability, it kind of offsets his height disadvantage.
outside Edwards. Edwards making a statement.
Such a gutsy player. Edwards wants to be the guy taking big shots.
Outside Avdia. Ayton wide open. Misses the three. Minnesota's gone 1 of 2 from three-point range here in the fourth. Edwards against Avdia. Gobert with a screen on Avdia. Edwards loves it in there.
And don't let Edwards' position fool you. Anthony is built like a linebacker. That upper body strength helps him down low.
And it's crucial, but Simons takes that responsibility and gets it done.
Near the three-point line, it's Edwards. And foul on the shot. He'll shoot 2 at the free throw line. Good on the first, and that will put them up by 2.
And what you love about Edwards is how intense he is. Guy plays hard every minute he's on the floor.
And he's the one person that the coaching staff and the teammates love to see at the line in a tight ball game. You can pretty much bank on these.
Pass to Kamare, and here now is Thibault. Three-pointer, and rebounded by McDaniels. Minnesota's gone 3 of 6 tonight when they've let it fly from downtown. It's Edwards on the wing. Defended by Thibault. Edwards drives in. Count it!
And he is built to be the man for this team. Edwards answering the bell and executing.
Here's Avdia. Gobert pulls it in.
And that was almost a block. Still did enough to alter the shot.
Yeah, altering the shot just as long as there's a miss, that kind of energy not wasted.
20 seconds left in the fourth quarter. Now here's Randall. Puts up a deep three. The shot, no good. Time called here. The Blazers decide to talk it over. They're trailing by 5. Guys, what's your take?
Trying to keep hope alive, but I don't see them making a comeback.
Yeah, this is the classic too little, too late. The effort coming and not enough time for them to get back in it.
Yeah, and there's not many teams like that anymore, but it's all about the details and execution for these teams to maximize their possessions.
So a look at our starters for Orlando. The backcourt is Suggs and Caldwell Pope. Isaac and Wagner make up the forwards. And it's Ben Carroll in at the center position. Now here's White. Always a nice way to start. Makes his first one.
Well, as a guard like White, you need to score inside. Force teams to respect you everywhere.
It's Suggs with a drive. Oh, a rim-rattling two-handed jam.
What? Wait. Hey, dunks are always for the big boys.
Emphatic move by the point guard.
Well, in this league, you can see powerful plays from anyone and anywhere. Your position no longer dictates your scoring options.
Now here's White, and that one is hammered home.
Explosive move by White, going right up to the rim.
Well, Stan, you talk about a late bloomer. Kobe White has shown that he might be just that.
Well, Brian, everything has come together for him. He's improved on defense. He's improved his decision-making. He got that second contract and a bigger role, and he is playing great.
And he might have the best hair in the NBA. And so here is Chicago, following the bucket by the Magic. The kick out to White. 5 to shoot. The Bulls need to get off a shot. And it's going to be a 24-second violation. They turn it over.
Yeah, a communication breakdown. Two guys thinking in opposite directions. The pass winds up in the stands.
Suggs against Ball. Suggs, right side. From the high post. No good.
Well, the analytics don't like it, but if the defense is giving it up, I like that shot selection despite the miss.
This is how you execute in transition. Ball beating everyone to the spot.
Here's Suggs. The Bulls making their last shot. Wagner outside. Pass to Isaac. 6 on the shot clock. And here's Suggs. Takes a 3. No good there. Ball surveys the floor. Outside White. And he banks in the layup. White's got 6.
You gotta commend the concentration White showed there. He doesn't get thrown off kilter easily.
And Suggs, here we go. Outside, Caldwell Pope. Wagner with a screen on White. Here's Caldwell Pope. Releases from the wing and drills it.
Continuous Caldwell Pope.
For Chicago, they've gone 4 of 4 from the floor. Perfect start. And he got the whistle on the win. And they're not happy with the call here. Coach has given the signal. He's going to use his challenge. Probably a good idea in such a close contest.
People will worry that this was
The play will be reviewed under
adopt this challenge policy in 2019.
You know, one thing this does for a coach is let his players know he's got their back. If they're adamant that the call was wrong, he'll back them up and make the refs take another look. And they've made their decision. The call will stand.
And as much as it hurts to lose a challenge, I think Coach would challenge that call again if he could. He really disagreed with the foul, and he's still peeved.
The first free throw is good. You know, Stan, for a team with such a proud history, the last decade has been a tough one for the Bulls.
Yeah, Brian, it really has. They've had competitive teams, but they haven't won a full playoff series since 2014. And for such a dedicated and passionate fan base, that's been really difficult for them, let alone the front office and people that want to turn this thing around as quickly as they can. Yeah, that's a great find by White. He's such a clever and deceptive combo guard.
Wagner, the pass to Suggs. Outside, Caldwell-Pope. Back to Suggs. The Magic need to put one up here. The three from Banchero. Drops in the three.
And Banchero has some range already. I mean, I want to see him continue to drain these shots.
Ball lays it up and banks it in. Ball's got 6 points.
When they get their opportunity to punch it inside, they don't hesitate.
Ball against Suggs. Banchero outside. Got a hand on it. And Giddey's got the ball here for the Bulls. Leading by 5. He gets it in there. Giddey's got his second basket.
Yeah, it took just enough off of it for the floater.
Caldwell-Pope against White. Fires it. Kept alive. Outside, Caldwell-Pope. Isaac for 3. Chicago grabs the miss. Three-pointer, Buzelis, and stolen by Banchero. The 3 from Suggs. And it's Giddey with a rebound. Giddey's got 4 rebounds in the game. And we'll have a timeout called by Billy Donovan. He wants to make sure everybody's on the same page. There's 6 seconds left in the first quarter. With 1 on the clock. No good. Would have counted had it gone. And so it's the Chicago Bulls closing out this quarter. And thanks again for tuning in. If you're just joining us, we played through 1 quarter of action so far. And before we move on, what do you think about what we've seen here from the Bulls tonight?
Just excellent first quarter defense. They've been really getting after it.
Yeah, but it's hard to keep that kind of intensity for the entire game. But if they can come close to that, they'll be in a great spot.
On the court for the Magic, the backcourt is Suggs and Caldwell-Pope. Isaac and Wagner make up the forwards. And it's Banchero in at the 5 down low. How about Paolo Banchero, Coach? What a special talent. The first overall pick back in 2022, and then the Rookie of the Year.
Well, Brian, he's not just a scorer. He's a 6'10" playmaker, and getting that out of someone who plays on the front line and can also play as a small ball 5, Banchero's versatility makes him very valuable.
And I like the mix of power and agility Ball uses inside. One way or another, he's going to get a shot.
Banchero with a screen on White. Here's Caldwell-Pope. Ooh, lands soft on the front of the rim and drops in.
Well, maybe the defense thinks they can live with that, but he's pretty consistent from that mid-range area.
And he drives in. Left side, Giddey. Ball, a screen on Banchero. Here's Giddey. It's rebounded by Banchero.
Well, if you give him that shot again, I'm willing to bet he nails it, especially with that lack of defensive effort.
Pass to Wagner. Banchero with a screen on Smith. Here's Wagner. Smith with the rebound.
Yeah, well, that's a shot the defense is probably going to let him keep taking.
Here's Giddey. Oh, and makes it with the kiss. Giddey's got 6.
That's been the story of their offense so far, getting a number of looks from point-blank range.
Back to Banchero. Pass to Wagner. Back to Isaac. Shot clock at 6. And the dunk by Isaac.
And that was a big man play by Isaac, going in with intention and dunking it.
Giddey passes to Ball. And Coach, you took the Magic to the 2009 NBA Finals. Give us an idea of the different kind of pressure that exists in the finals.
Well, I didn't really feel as much pressure, but at the end of it, it was excruciating to get that close and to have a chance, and then to lose in 5 games. Like, you know, even then going through it, that it's going to be hard to get another chance at it. So I would just sum it up and say excruciating.
Now here's Wagner. He's got 5. It's good.
Well, he can beat you in a lot of ways.
And in a game this close, they're going to challenge the call. Coach does not agree with it, and he wants them to take another look at the monitor.
Shooting for Orlando, Franz Wagner. 1 shot.
People were worried that this would slow the action down.
Under NBA rules. The officials will have 2 minutes.
Smart to adopt this challenge policy in 2019.
You know, one thing this does for a coach is let his players know he's got their back. If they're adamant that the call was wrong, he'll back them up and make the refs take another look. So they see clear evidence of a bad call, and they're going to overturn it. Probably the right decision.
And give credit to the officials for recognizing the mistake and correcting it. Nobody likes to say they got it wrong, but they fixed it in a hurry.
Bulls leading by 4. Here's Giddey. That one falls. Giddey's gotten 4 this quarter.
And I'll tell you what, for his size, just about 7 feet, Buzelis is a pretty good passer.
And Carroll with a screen on ball.
2 minutes remaining in the first half. 2 minutes.
Ball against Suggs. And Carroll outside. From distance, Paolo.
His ability to shoot off the catch is a big plus. Banchero has quick reactions, a really versatile scorer.
Giddey finds Smith. Oh, the dunk by Smith.
Well, he's a bit of an undersized center. However, his leaping ability can certainly mask that.
Now here's Isaac. Suggs outside. Wagner with a screen. Kicks it out to Isaac. Wagner against ball. Isaac for 3. It's hauled in by the Bulls. Ball outside. Giddey with it. He's picked up by Banchero. 3-pointer, Buzelis. Missed it. Now 0 for 1 on this game. Magic trail by 5. Banchero passes to Suggs. Now Isaac. Wagner outside. Shoots over White. And it's Wagner missing.
Yeah, loose coverage by the defense, but he just couldn't make them pay.
3-pointer, Buzelis sinks it. What range from downtown. And now it's an 8-point Chicago lead.
And what I like about Suggs is that he does many things well, and that's because he plays with so much confidence.
These are his first free throws of the game. The first one falls.
2 shots.
Suggs hits them both.
We expect nothing less. He's generally been very good at the line.
And there's the call on Banchero. That'll be a second foul of the game.
Yeah, he tried to gain position, but couldn't quite get there.
And so here is Chicago. 6-point game. Here's Smith. Shot is good. Off the back rim and in. Orlando has gone 2 of 3 from beyond the arc so far in the second. Wagner outside. Isaac outside. And here's Caldwell Pope. And so we've reached the end of the first half of play. Bulls out in front, up 8. We'll see you after halftime for the beginning of the third quarter.
The Magic, 23. Fans, please direct your attention to center court and get ready for the fan half-court shots.
And we hope you've enjoyed the broadcast thus far. We're halfway through the game. Boy, it's been quite a game for Lonzo Ball.
What makes him an exciting player is the ultra-aggressive mindset that we saw over and over in the first half.
Yeah, he hasn't been settling. He's getting to the rim, and that's him at his best.
And we've got a timeout from Jamal Mosley. A moment to rest and confer on the game plan. Bulls leading by 8. We've got Buzelis. Kobe White out there with ball. Then there's Kevin Herter, and it's Williams in at the 4. That's the group for Billy Donovan, getting going here in the second half.
Well, at first, White shows the burst, then the control off the drive.
Orlando with the ball. The Bulls making their last shot. On the wing, Isaac lets the 3 fly. Williams grabs the board. Isaac's gotten just one of his 4 attempts from the floor tonight. Here's Buzelis, and the finish on the break with the slam.
And the defense has to offer more resistance. Can't let guys like Buzelis get this close to the rim.
And we've got a timeout from Jamal Mosley. He wants a few moments to regroup with his players.
Substitution.
Magic trail by 12.
Houston.
Suggs with it. Pass to De Silva. Nice jump shot. Now White. Give him 8 points now. Coach, you look at someone like Jalen Suggs. Man, has he improved his shot.
Yeah, Brian, I think you've always loved the effort that he brings at the defensive end of the floor, but now he's a much more efficient shooter, much more decisive, and really understands his role.
Here's Herter. Orlando making their last shot. Driving in. Banked it in off the glass. Herter's got his first points in this one.
Probably a play they drew up in the locker room at half.
Yeah, I like how they're establishing their interior presence right away. That's going to collapse the defense and create other opportunities.
Now here's Caldwell Pope. And there are the Magic with another bucket. Here's White. Here's Buzelis. And then jammed down as he goes right over Paolo Banchero.
And this kind of sick slam is just one of the reasons this team is in charge of this game right now, B.A.
You know, there's an edge the way they played and a confidence they're not afraid to show. You were there, Stan, in Miami at the inception of Heat culture. Give us a taste of it.
Well, it's a little bit overblown in one way, in that everyone basically wants people who work hard and get in shape and compete. The difference maybe with the Heat is they just have a lower tolerance for players who don't meet their standards.
Oh, so ferocious on the drive. I mean, have to be impressed watching Banchero just throw it down.
Pass to Buzelis. The kick out to Ball. Here's Buzelis. Outside White. Fires in the triple. White's got 5 points now in the quarter.
That's White shaking him off, creating room off the dribble.
Outside, Caldwell Pope. Pass to Banchero. Banchero hammers it home.
Well, that's what you want. Get him the ball and see if he can close the gap.
2 minutes remaining.
The ball's knocked loose.
2 minutes.
Here they come with numbers in transition. Here's De Silva. Herter defending. Outside, Caldwell Pope. Knocks it down from distance. Caldwell Pope's got 9.
Already an excellent passer at his position. Banchero just loves showing off his court vision.
Magic trail by 6. Just over 3.5 minutes through the third. And so Jamal Mosley calls for the timeout. I think right now he must be looking at some adjustments. Smith, he's checked in for Chicago. Josh Giddey comes in for White. Orlando making a switch here. There's a minute 26 left in the third quarter. Orlando again missing.
He'll probably hear about that shot selection when he gets back to the bench. Maybe not their best option.
Herder gets the bucket.
Well, the defense gave that away. He's a skilled shooter who you have to contest at the arc.
Here's Wagner. Oh, he buries the 20-footer. 9 points in the game. And Giddey has got the ball here for the Chicago Bulls. They held a 12-point lead earlier. Back to Herder. The three. Orlando with the rebound. A chance to go 2 for 1.
And you really must play this just right.
Pass to Wagner. On the wing, Suggs. Back to Wagner. To the middle. Outside, Caldwell Pope. Clock at 6. Over Herder. Caldwell Pope shot is off. Shot clock and game clock. 1 second differential. Here's Giddey. And so he draws the foul. Headed to the line to shoot a pair. Chicago shooting their 6th and 7th free throw attempts tonight. That free throw good from Giddey.
At the line for 2, Josh Giddey.
Both free throws good from Giddey. There's 18 seconds left in the third quarter. Isaac, right side. Caldwell Pope against Giddey. From the high post, count that bucket. Caldwell Pope's got 11 points. Just 4 seconds left to play in the third quarter here. For 3, Smith. And so it's the Chicago Bulls closing out the quarter with a 7-point lead. What has them in front right now? And this is it. Glad to have you along for this fourth quarter. And we've got a timeout from Jamal Mosley. No doubt he's going to utilize the opportunity to make sure they're all on the same page here. All right, let's get a report from Allie.
Hi, guys. Well, Jamal Mosley was just reviewing the plan with his team, and he was adamant that they need to tighten up their D. That lack of communication at that end has led to breakdowns, wide open shooters, and easy buckets. He sounded pretty frustrated, guys.
Good job there, Allie. Thanks. Fourth quarter, on the court for the Magic. The backcourt is Suggs and Caldwell Pope. Isaac and Wagner make up the forwards. And it's Ben Carroll in at the 5, roaming the paint. Isaac finds Wagner. That three's off the mark. Chicago leading by 10. It's tipped. Pass to Buzelis. Suggs against Giddey. Good on the shot.
Like a matador. Olay! There was no defense. That has to be one of the easier shots I've seen tonight.
An unorganized defense like that is not going to help them close this deficit.
And a smart feed from Suggs. The defense making it easy, leaving his teammate open.
Buzelis' shot is good.
And just executing at a high level. I mean, taking what the defense allows and putting in the work.
Yeah, come on. They're just having their way out there and continuing to press the advantage.
To the inside, Buzelis. Oh, a great 1-2 punch. Beautiful pass and a nasty jam.
Buzelis showing us he can do everything on the floor. Impressive in just his first year.
Here's Giddey. It's rebounded by Wagner.
Oh, this is exactly the kind of opportunity you don't want to waste.
Pass to Buzelis. Suggs outside. Orlando again missing. Bulls leading by 14. Here's White. He's covered by Suggs. Here's Giddey. Oh, he drains it. His 6th make and 9 tries so far.
You just can't give up looks that close to the rim.
Suggs, the pass to Wagner. From downtown, it's hauled in by the Bulls. Smith's got 9 rebounds now. Caldwell Pope against White. Pass to Giddey. Smith outside. It's rebounded by Wagner. Magic trail by 16. Ben Carroll outside. And it's Wagner off the drive.
And you can run offense through Banchero time and time again. I mean, he is a special talent.
And it's the Bulls with the ball. Pass to White. Smith outside. Smith with a screen on Isaac. Smith inside. He's covered by Suggs. A nice shot by Smith. And the Bulls lead by 16.
You're not going to get stops against him unless you give an effort.
Suggs against Ball. Suggs, the pass to Wagner. Isaac with a screen on Giddey. Here's Wagner. And the bucket counts. And he is on his way to the line. He'll try to make it a three-point play. And a chance for just a second to check out the scoring breakdown for Chicago.
Well, they've really been sharing the basketball. All coaches talk about that, try to get their teams to do it. It's really great when you see it in action.
One other thing they've done very well has been scoring inside, just pounding and grinding down there. And this one hasn't been in doubt for a bit now. They came out on a mission, and you can bag up this win for the Bulls.
You love how they push the ball at every opportunity.
Yeah, they really dictated the pace, and it really paid off.
And what a huge performance it was for Josh Giddey.
So impressed with his performance today. He was confident, he was composed, and the defense just didn't know how to adjust.
And Kentavious Caldwell-Pope picks up the foul. That's his third foul so far. A minute 4 left to play in the fourth. And that one's good. Giddey.
Should just about do it. Big time shot in the final stretches here.
Yeah, it doesn't look like they're going to let up, and I like that. Keep pouring it on.
Pass to Banchero. To the middle. Ooh, anticipated the pass. It's a turnover. Suggs against White.
Orlando foul. Jalen Suggs. First personal foul. Second team foul.
That's good from White.
At the line for the Bulls, Kobe White.
White hits them both. Orlando with the ball. They trail by 18. Suggs surveys the D. Out to the right wing. Banchero with it. Guarded now by Ball. Oh, Banchero throws it down. And so it's White with it. He brings it up for Chicago.
potential blowout. But anything can happen in this NBA.
Kevin, we see upsets happen all the time. It's what makes the sport great. You can't take any team or game for granted.
And now the opening lineup for Boston. The small and power forwards, the star pair of Brown and Tatum. Holiday out there with Derek White. And it's Porzingis in at the 5 spot. The shot by Sharp. Nobody around. Drills the three-pointer.
And nice work on the perimeter. Defenses must respect Sharp's range.
White the pass to Brown.
Oh, my goodness. How about that move by Jaylen Brown? That is spectacular.
Simons, the rebound by Holiday.
Oh, no excuse for a guy of his caliber. You've got to finish that slam. Got to be a little embarrassed by that one. That's not the type of opportunity he fails to convert very often.
And finished off by Avdia.
And that lead pass allowed him to get straight to the rim, unabated, in stride.
And Doris, as we've watched Avdia, he's a real threat from the perimeter now.
Yeah, Kevin, he's really good at a lot of different things on a basketball floor. I think the consistency from range wasn't there early, and defenders would give him a cushion. That is no longer the case.
White, and he banks in the layup.
Just setting the tone with an aggressive move to the rack. And where's the help defensively?
To me, that's a complete lack of communication on that side of the ball. These guys need to be talking to each other.
Here's Sharp, following the basket by Derek White. Sharp against Brown. 6 on the shot clock. Avdia gets the bucket.
Oh, good pass right there from Sharp. These types of plays really help team chemistry.
Let's check in with our reporter, David Aldridge.
Chauncey Billups and I got a chance to talk for a bit. Coach said they want to force Jason Tatum to uncomfortable spots on the floor. Now, they recognize those spots are few and far between, but Coach wants to keep Tatum out of the paint specifically. If his team can do that and force Tatum to shoot more from outside, they feel relatively good about their chances. Back to you.
All right, thank you, David. And the wide open shot from Avdia. Knocks down the 3-ball. Avdia's got 7.
And I like to see this. They're calling his number early, and he's delivering.
They know that if this guy goes off, their chances of winning rise exponentially.
First quarter of basketball, just over 2.5 minutes play. Holiday, a shot goes in. First shot, first basket.
Oh, a nifty finisher. You didn't think Holiday would back down inside, did you?
Sharp finds Simons. Ayton a screen on Holiday. And it's Simons off the drive. And that one is good.
And hitting the mid-range jumper here early gives the defense just another thing to think about.
They're basically saying, you're going to have to guard us at every point on the floor tonight if you're going to have any chance.
Here's Brown. Portland making their last shot.
Oh, what a dunk! Look out below! Look out below. Jaylen Brown off his feet in a hurry.
Simons, the pass to Avdia. Ayton sets the pick for Avdia. Over Tatum. Pass to Sharp. Back to Ayton. And they pick up 2.
Well, we're talking about a big-time rebounder. DeAndre Ayton's timing excellent.
Celtics trail by 6. And the way the Celtics can attack teams' doors with their 5-out set, it's impossible to fully defend it.
Kevin, there is so much space on the floor because they have shooters at every single position and guys who balance that shooting with an ability to get off the dribble drive. This is as good an offense as we've seen.
Not the kind of aggressive defense they need to cut into the lead.
Yeah, you have to protect the rim, Greg, a little better.
They're just too slow to react. You can't afford to sleepwalk through possessions. What's going on out there?
So it's Boston now. Portland making their last shot. A 3 from Porzingis. Good, and it's taken. Tatum picking up the assist.
Well, the three-point shooting of Kristaps Porzingis is so prolific. You've got to guard him out there.
And then Sharp with the dunk.
Yeah, he's shown terrific control of the pace and the rhythm of this offense.
And I think they count on him for that. He is a tone setter, extremely unselfish.
Now here's Tatum. And the dunk by Tatum.
You see the level of verticality that Jason Tatum brings to the table. Nice.
Avdia, a screen on Holiday. Simon. Oh!
Wow, and that sort of showmanship is just deflating right now to a team trying to get back into a game like this.
Ouch, Greg, that is definitely an emphasis jam. A big apostrophe or exclamation point, maybe even a question mark. And we've got a timeout called by Chauncey Billups. Looking for a breather and maybe just one or two things to talk about. Here's Simons. Danny Avdia. He's been the guy making things happen for the Portland Trail Blazers. He finishes with 9 points in the quarter. And this has been a fairly close game through the first quarter, and we'll see what happens here in the second. And let's get your take, guys, on the scoring breakdown for Portland.
And guys, I love the movement, doing a great job of just getting the ball on a string, creating some opportunities.
They've also done a great job finding openings and exploiting them. Take those lanes when they're given and turn them into points.
On the court for the Celtics, second quarter underway. The post pair, Tatum and Porzingis. Derek White is out there with Holiday, and it's Brown in at the small forward position. Doris, it's great to see the excitement that surrounds women's basketball currently, isn't it?
It's great, Kevin, that these incredible players with a high skill level are being acknowledged, not only for that skill, but the quality of play, the competitive spirit of these women. They have worked as hard, and they should get as much recognition.
I mean, the number of points they've scored in the paint already here is eye-opening. Out of this world. Sharp is so quick into the air, and then he just hangs forever, able to do things most others can't.
Tatum dishes to White. Tatum down low. Defended by Avdia, and it'll go. And the Blazer lead is cut down to 2 on the bucket from Tatum. The Trailblazers shooting the lights out in this one, 77%. And it's Simons off the drive.
Gives the team such a great element, having a one guard who can get to the 10.
Certainly something every team wants to have.
Well, you love it. Fearless, aggressive, leaving no doubt whatsoever.
And those plays can make a difference in a game like this.
Well, you know it's going to fire up, Greg, everybody on that bench.
Well, credit him for going for it, not settling, saying, I'm going to attack.
And White kicks to Holiday. Back to White. Pass to Holiday. Here's Brown, and then Brown with the dunk.
Well, this is where the powerful frame and explosive athleticism of Jaylen Brown becomes a problem for the opponent. Nicely done.
You know, Doris, few teams have tried to invite Brown to be a shooter. He's punished them each and every time.
And he's had to put in the work, Kevin, to make himself a legit perimeter threat. And listen, the defense has to make choices. Athletically, this is one of the most gifted players in the league. If you're going to concede anything to Jaylen, it'd probably be the three-point shot.
Lets it fly from 18.
Normally, he'll drill that shot, and I'm sure they'll look to find him in that spot again.
No doubt. Very good play call, good execution. Sometimes it just doesn't fall.
Porzingis can't hit. And so it's Avdia with it. He brings it up for Portland. Avdia with a screen for Sharp. Pass to Thibault. Avdia, a screen on Holiday. Simons kicks to Avdia. And he's good on the 3-ball. Avdia's got 14 points for the game.
Boy, he's been unconscious this quarter. I love the confidence he's playing with.
The kick out to Brown. Back to White. Now here's Brown. Defended by Sharp. Just 5 to shoot. The flush by Tatum.
Oh, an aggressive move and fantastic finish.
Trying to send a message with that slam, I think. Back to Avdia. The kick out to Simons. Shoots the 3. It's hauled in by Brown. And we've got a timeout from Joe Mazzulla. This will give him a chance to discuss some potential alterations. A different look now for Portland. Kamar is checked in, and it's Jeremy Grant in for Matisse Thybulle. Then for the Celtics, Torrey Craig. He's checked in for Tatum. And it's Pritchard in for White. Pritchard passes to Brown. Nice move. And it's good on the layup. That's now 8 points for Jaylen Brown.
Oh, that's almost too easy for Jaylen Brown. We see you, sir.
Pass to Kamare. Grant outside. There's the drive to the middle. And he stuffs it. What a pass to set him up.
And he's an automatic finisher. When he gets into that area.
He is, and he picks the simple one-hand stuff to get the 2 points. Here's Pritchard. Over in the corner, Porzingis. There's the 3. A shot by Pritchard, no good. Trailblazers leading by 3. And here's Sharp. 7 points in the game. Ayton kicks to Simons. Ayton a screen on Holiday. Back to Ayton. Offline with the baseline jumper.
Well, he's a quality mid-range shooter, but he can't get that one to go.
And some good action through the first 2 quarters as we reach halftime. Portland out in front. They lead by 3. From Portland. We're back in a moment. And we're halfway through this one. Plenty of basketball left in a game that's been fairly even so far. What a game we're seeing from Denny Avdia.
And how about the amount he's contributing in the scoring column? Through 2 quarters, he has been terrific.
And one would expect that the defense made some adjustments at halftime, but he has the ability to answer right back.
And so Chauncey Billups calls for the timeout. He wants to talk to his guys. Portland leading by 3. We've got Anthony Simons. He's out there with Shaedon Sharp. And it's Kamare in at the 4. That's the group in the game for the Trailblazers. The 3. Scans it from downtown. Kamare's got the first basket of the 3rd quarter for the Trailblazers. Celtics trail by 6. Tatum with the screen on Sharp. Sharp against Tatum. Scored the bucket. He's made 5 so far, shooting a very clean 5 of 7.
Well, there's a mix of strength and agility that Jason Tatum is taking advantage of. Nice work in there.
And when you talk about Derek White, Doris, how impressive has his rise been?
Kevin, it's been both impressive and sometimes feels improbable. He was not highly recruited. There were no expectations on him when he arrived in the NBA. This guy has turned himself into one of the premier defenders from the guard spot, an excellent shot blocker, and so rock steady as a ball handler on the offensive end.
5 to shoot. They set the screen. Second chance shot. Sharp against Tatum. Now, here's Grant. He's covered closely.
Really the right play defensively. If you can't block, force them to the line.
The Trailblazers shooting their third and fourth free throw shots of the night. The first one falls.
Two shots.
Good on both. Over a minute and a half into the third quarter of action. Tatum setting the pick for White. Outside Holiday. A three-pointer is right on target. Holiday's got 8 points.
And I love Holiday's shot selection. Fantastic at realizing when he should shoot off the catch.
Pass to Kamare. There's a good screen. Here's Reese. And right away, they match it with a three-pointer of their own.
And guys getting into a nice groove here, starting to feel it.
And this is partly what the game has become, right? A matter of dueling three-point opportunities.
Tatum, rebounded by Kamare. And Simons has got the ball here for Portland. And there's the drive. Here's Reese. Off target there, that would have pushed the lead to double digits. And slam dunk by Tatum.
Jason Tatum is a thirsty scorer, and right now filling it up.
Trailblazers leading by 6. Simons, the pass to Sharp. Here's Kamare, guarded by Tatum. To the inside, and he takes that one up and powers it through.
Oh, he just punches that one down with a fury.
He rubs it in a little deeper with the hanging finish.
2 minutes.
Tatum kicks to White. And they call the foul, so a chance at the line for one more coming up.
Gentlemen, that is about excellent concentration from Derek White. You play through the foul, now you get the old-fashioned three-point opportunity.
Portland's gone 2 of 2 from long range in the third quarter so far. Pass to Reith. Now, here's Sharp. To the paint, and stolen by Horford. Here we go, one-on-one. Here's White. That's another one for him, his 5th in just 7 shots.
Well, that's what you call speed, being the difference in transition. Off the steal, Derek White so heads up.
And we've got a timeout called by Chauncey Billups. Wants to talk some things over, might be seeing some things to adjust. So Portland ends up going with the new group. The Celtics also changing it up. Zinkis, he's checked in for Horford. Brown comes in for Tatum. And it's Pritchard in for Drew Holiday.
Explosive in every way. The quick first step, and then you see the hop.
Outside, White. Out to Porzingis. It's Brown on the wing. And he gets the... And yep, we thought we might see it. And the...
First personal foul. Second team foul.
This is the time now where the officials can review in closer detail what constituted the original personal foul. Getting a different angle can sometimes make it a lot easier to determine.
Indeed, and the one thing with replay review is that when you see the slow motion replay, you really get a new appreciation for just the immense speed at which these players are moving and how fast the action really is and how hard it can be sometimes, you know, Greg, to make the right call. And the announcement on the review is that the foul was called in error. So they have determined to overrule the original call.
And guys, this is what it's all about, getting the call right. And I think in this case, the video reviews showed that while it was a tough call to make on the floor, they got it right with the review.
Celtics trail by 7. Brown down low. Henderson defending. Brown, no good. Trailblazers have gone 6 of 9 from the floor here in the second half. They've got to be happy with that.
And Henderson doesn't need any extra motivation to head straight for the rim.
Craig kicks to White. Porzingis passes to Craig. On the wing, Brown. Good if it goes. And that would have counted, but his shot was off the mark this time. And that's it for the third quarter. Fourth quarter of action is upon us. Thanks as always for joining us. And we've got a timeout from Joe Mazzulla. And he wants to see some changes out there right away and right now. And let's head over to the sideline and catch up with David Aldridge.
Thanks, guys. Listened in on what Joe Mazzulla told his team. I asked for one thing, intensity. He said, I need you to crank it up to 11 out there. That's how we turn it around. Back to you guys.
Thank you, David. On the floor for Boston. And in the front court, Brown and Tatum. Holiday out there with Derek White. And it's Porzingis in at the center. Ayton finds Avdia. Back to Ayton. And off the front iron, and in it goes. Ayton's got the lead up to 11 now for Portland. White with it, and Simons picks him up defensively. The three from Porzingis. Gets it to go from beyond the arc.
Now, this is why they call him the unicorn. Porzingis off the catch, ready to rise and fire. That's 7'3", everybody.
Sharp the pass to Simons. Avdia with a screen for Simons. And Portland again with the bucket.
Unwilling to let up. Even for a moment, that's his killer instinct, just fanning the flames.
One thing I enjoy is watching players who don't pay attention to the score. You lock in on the moment and play the right way.
Trailblazers leading by 10. And that one goes out of bounds. Last touch by Tatum.
Active hands from him as he's able to deflect that pass out of bounds.
Well, that's what you call a game of inches. They talk about it in football. We see it right there.
Simons surveying the D. At the top of the key, Ayton. Portland moving the ball around. Porzingis with the block.
Porzingis 7'3", says not here and not now.
Outside, White. And again, Boston with the triple.
This guy a tough cover for any defender. Creative and assertive scoring the ball.
They get it again. Pass to Thibault. Back to Ayton. Now Thibault. Sharp on the wing. Just 2 to shoot. And there's the shot clock violation. Couldn't get the shot off in time. Celtics trail by 7. Now White. Outside, Porzingis. And a miss there on the triple. We're in the fourth quarter here. Just under 2.5 minutes gone. Simons kicks to Avdia. Whistle blows. Basket is good. So a chance here for a three-point play.
It's been like this all night for both teams. The offenses having their way.
And it is a major disadvantage down the stretch if you can't guard. This may just come down to who has the ball last.
White drives in, and the basket is good, and he's got a chance here for one more at the line.
Oh, show a little stuff on the dribble drive. Derek White brushes off the defender. Yes, sir.
And a chance to catch up on some numbers here. Scoring breakdown for the Blazers.
And they're playing beautiful basketball right now, racking up the assists by playing so unselfishly, just finding the open man.
I also like how they've played in the painted area. They've made an effort to work on the inside and convert those chances.
Out to White. Up top, Tatum. The wide open look here for Porzingis. Good, and it's Tatum picking up the assist.
I mean, how do you guard a 7'3" guy who can drain the three with great regularity? The range is ridiculous.
Ayton a screen on White. Ayton, the pass to Avdia. Back to Ayton. Outside, Avdia. Going inside and finished off by Avdia.
Well, DeAndre Ayton is a team-first guy, and boy, does he set up the open man.
Porzingis sets the pick for White. This one for three, and again, Boston with the triple.
And those are the types of shots down the stretch that win you ball game.
Simons kicks to Ayton. Pass to Avdia. Ayton a screen on Tatum. Back to Ayton. Sharp on the wing. He's covered by Brown. And then Sharp with the dunk.
We'd heard the stories about Sharp and how impressive his vertical is. Now we see it on full display.
Now Holiday covered by Simons. Brown sets a screen for Holiday. Off the mark there with the three-point shot.
And you don't want to give up that kind of look too often.
And the foul on Drew Holiday. That is his first foul of the game.
Second team foul.
Simons with the ball. Pass to Ayton. And Simons, here we go.
Finishing strong. This is how you want to close things out.
No question. They've got hot at exactly the right time. Clutch play on a team level.
And finished off by Brown. .24 seconds left to play here in the fourth. Here's Sharp. Boston grabs the miss.
I think it's safe to call this one a wrap.
Well, it's been a hard-fought battle through much of the night. They just missed out on a couple of opportunities they'd love to do over.
That's a two from Simons.
matchup at the 5 spot, Clark?
You know, Brian, we've seen strong play at the center position these last few years, and we've got two bigs who can each take over a game, so I think it's going to be a lot of fun watching them square off.
Let's check out Minnesota's starting lineup. We've got Julius Randle, Edwards out there with Nickeil Alexander-Walker. Then there's Rudy Gobert, and it's McDaniels in at the 3 slot. Edwards against Suggs. Gobert with a screen on Suggs. Floats one up, and the layup good by Edwards.
You know, when you're a guard like Edwards, I think you need the teardrop in your arsenal. Too many great rim protectors in the NBA. That's a shot you need to have.
Now here's Suggs. Beyond the arc. Pure from three-point range.
You don't want to let him get into a rhythm from out there.
Suggs against Edwards. From deep three-point land. It's rebounded by Banchero. Now the Magic with it. And Anthony Edwards has stated that his goal is to ultimately surpass Michael Jordan.
Hey, look, that is a lofty goal to run after. I don't know if he'll catch him, but I like the fact that he's ambitious enough and confident enough to put it out there. His ability speaks for itself. This guy's a star already, and his star continues to shine. His work ethic and confidence give me belief that he's going to have a chance to at least get close to that. We know about 25 years ago, there was a guy named Kobe Bryant who sought to do something similar to what MJ did, and he got pretty close to matching it.
Now we'll go to Allie LaForce, who had a chance to talk with head coach Jamal Mosley.
I asked him how Rudy Gobert alters their usual game plan. Coach acknowledged that he's a factor and said Rudy definitely demands more from us offensively. We have to be careful where we put our shooters with him waiting for swats. Coach thinks intelligent offense is what it takes to beat Gobert. Back to you.
Appreciate the report, Allie. And Minnesota with possession here, following the bucket by the Magic. And around 2 minutes played here in the first quarter. Banchero right side, pulls up. Randle pulls down the board. Minnesota's gone 1 of 2 from three-point land so far. Oh, and Gobert powers it home.
Throwing it down, Gobert using all of his height there.
Suggs outside. Fires the 3. Nails it from beyond the arc. Suggs has got 6.
Starting to find his rhythm. He's cooking, and he knows it.
And you know what? They're going to keep using him. I mean, he'll be the centerpiece of their offense today. You can bank on that.
Edwards gets the bucket.
Edwards just doesn't allow defenders to bottle him up. Great focus and persistence.
Pass to Caldwell Pope. Wagner against Randle. Picked by Isaac. Wagner, the pass to Suggs. 6 to shoot. Into the lane. And the dunk to finish it off. A beauty.
Tell you what, off the drive, Suggs vertical, really something to behold. Good luck trying to stop this guy when he comes at you like that.
Now here's Edwards. 9 points in the game. Gobert. And the foul is called. He missed it, so he's got a couple of free throws coming his way. They'll pin that one on Jonathan Isaac.
Man, good whistle there.
Yeah, you could hear the smack all the way over here where we are.
All right, Clark, how about Rudy Gobert? What consistency rebounding the ball.
Yeah, averaging double digits pretty much every season, BA. And that helps them in the battle of possessions, obviously. And it also helps them control pace. You got a guy who eats glass like that and defends at a high level. You got something real good for yourself.
Edwards with it. Caldwell Pope covering.
Rising up for the throwdown. Major hops from Edwards.
Magic trail by 5. Right side, Caldwell Pope. Perfection with the jumper from the elbow.
And hitting from the mid-range here and early. I mean, really give the defense just another thing to worry about.
Well, they better be thinking about him. I mean, we know how dangerous he is.
Edwards, no good.
You got to move past that one. I mean, they'd want him to take that again.
Well, you know, I hear you. That's a good look, but when you're that wide open, I think you got to knock it down.
Now here's Suggs. Give him 8. Played it in with a nice touch off the window. Suggs has got 10 points.
Well, that's just the toughness basket by Suggs right there. Remember now, this young man was an all-state football player in high school.
And from what we've seen so far in his career, Anthony Edwards wants to be that guy in crunch time, Clark.
B.A., I love his mentality, not only in that he wants to be the guy, but he also wants to elevate his teammates, and he plays the game with an exuberance and a joy and a freshness that is, quite good to see. But I like his attack mentality and his willingness to step into leading his team by example at both ends of the floor.
Now here's Isaac. Still no points. It's a 4-second differential between the shot clock and game clock. Wagner against Randall. Sinks it from distance.
Yeah, a shot that Randall has added to his repertoire. Shooting the three with confidence now.
Here's Suggs. Outside, Caldwell Pope. In transition, here they come. Here's Edwards. And so it's Minnesota leading by 6 as we wrap up the quarter. And for those of you just tuning in, second quarter action is where we are. And a moment here to take a look at the scoring breakdown for the Timberwolves.
The defense has been giving them plenty of mid-range jumpers, and they've been making them pay for that mistake.
Another area they've excelled in is the points in the paint. They've been able to gouge the interior defense so far in this one.
The backcourt is Suggs and Caldwell Pope. Isaac and Wagner make up the forwards. And it's Ben Carroll in at the pivot spot, manning the middle. That's the group starting the second quarter for the Magic. Randall, the pass to Gobert. He can't hit that time. Oh, great D that time from Isaac. And Jaden McDaniels picks up the foul. That's his first foul.
And yeah, he still was moving at the point of contact.
Those are always tough to judge, but I think the official got that one right.
And we've got a timeout from Jamal Mosley. He's going to talk it over with his guys. And you played for several different coaches with very different philosophies, Grant. Did you have a favorite system?
Well, B.A., I did. I played 19 years, a number of different coaches, but the 8 seconds or less offense back when I was with the Suns as a player, you want to run. And honestly, it's so much fun getting up and down the court.
And it's Wagner missing.
And, even though that shot didn't go down, I like how they got him a wide open look in space there.
And it's Randall with the jam.
Once he has the positioning he wants, he's ready for the big finish. Julius Randle throwing it down.
It's good on the putback.
He really gets in perfect position for the follow. Just a terrific read.
And the foul called on Jalen Suggs. That's foul number 2 for him.
Second personal foul. First team foul.
And we played through the first minute here in the second. And here's Edwards. 13 points in the game. Shot clock at 5. Tries again. That's in. Coming off an assist from Randall. Edwards has got 15.
Yeah, once Edwards flips that switch, now he stays fully engaged. His offensive arsenal is on full display.
It's Suggs with a drive. Pass to Ben Carroll. Back to Suggs. Three-pointer. Hey, in 6 attempts, he's made 5. Talk about efficiency.
Getting more comfortable with his jumper. Jalen Suggs, no hesitation there.
Clark, with Minnesota being a major player in the West now, Wolves Nation is howling.
Howling and growling, B.A. That's the name of their fan base. And yeah, they're excited. And for good reason. Not only is this team competitive, but they can be downright dominant at times, especially at the defensive end of the floor. Easy group to cheer for. Boy, great take by Edwards, making the correct decision in the pick and roll there.
The 3 from Suggs. He gets it. He's 7 for 8 and really going at him out there.
And this is how he shines. He's a big part of their floor spacing.
And you know what? It's all about the long distance game for him tonight. He's getting it done from out there.
Edwards gets the bucket.
Didn't take Edwards long to get those 3 points back, right back at you.
Wagner, the pass to Isaac, and Carroll with it. McDaniels covering. And Carroll surveys. Back to Isaac. Here's Wagner. He's off on that one. Randall with some nice D. Edwards against Suggs. Orlando with the rebound.
That's their plan, to get him an opportunity to finish in tight. That's a miss they can live with.
And another basket for Orlando.
Attacking immediately. Caldwell Pope fires the moment he finds his angle.
Gobert with a screen on Suggs. And here's Edwards outside. Again, the miss by Edwards.
And I'm surprised that didn't go down. I mean, I'm sure he is too.
Just under 3.5 minutes played here in the second quarter. And Carroll finds Caldwell Pope. Drives to the hoop. Oh, he goes up high for the two-handed slam.
Hey, now watch out when Caldwell Pope is on the attack. He penetrates inside fast.
Here's Edwards. Edwards, so good inside.
Credit their discipline. They've been working for high percentage shots.
Suggs with it. He's got 18. Randall pulls down the board. Now here's Edwards. The layup misses. Magic trail by 3. The kick out to Banchero. Picked by Isaac. He shoots it. And there are the Magic with another bucket.
Yeah, there's not much Banchero can't do in the pick and roll set. He's comfortable as the roller or with the ball in his hands.
And Edwards slams it in.
I just love the aggressive finish.
I'm thinking he's sending a strong message with that jam.
That's exactly how you send it. Two hands and down.
And so Jamal Mosley calls for the timeout. He's going to gather the troops and talk it over. Orlando making a switch here. Here's Black. And we've got 28 seconds left to play in the first half. Pass to Caldwell Pope. Now here's Banchero. Randall pulls down the board. Randall's got 4 rebounds in the game. Here's McDaniels. And the sweet roll that time on the rim. That one falls. Now it's a 5-point Minnesota lead.
He's a go-to guy for them because he's that consistent. Time and time again, he delivers.
Anthony Edwards has been on display for Minnesota. He's been lighting it up tonight. 24 points. We'll be back in a moment.
And get ready for the fan half-court shot. Give me a beat. They're thinking about the shot.
And in that first half, we saw a pretty tight battle. We'll soon find out what sort of adjustments were discussed during halftime. And you know, Anthony Edwards has been really making it happen, guys.
Through the first 2 quarters, he's been on fire. Explosive offensive performance.
And you know what? I'll be interested to see just how much he's got left in the tank. That first half had to take a lot out of it.
So for Minnesota right now, we've got Dante DiVincenzo, Julius Randle out there with Naz Reid. Then it's Nickeil Alexander-Walker, and it's McDaniels in at the 3. Jacks up a 3. De Silva, no good. Minnesota leading by 5. Here's DiVincenzo, and he dunks it down.
Hey, why settle for the layup when you can dunk it? DiVincenzo put in on a show on that drive.
You know, a reliable veteran like Julius Randle is so valuable. He provides a foundation for everyone else to play off of because they know he'll be there to score and help out. He makes it easier for other players to succeed around him. And one move ahead of the defense, a solid pick.
And then the monster dunk to complete the play. Well done.
Boy, picture-perfect teamwork that time, guys. One guy sacrificing for the other. That's how you succeed in this league.
Banchero goes strong down low.
Yeah, look at Banchero putting his physicality to work, driving through contact right there.
Reid passes to McDaniels. And the Timberwolves lead by 5. Just a little over 90 seconds gone in the third quarter. Outside, Caldwell Pope. And it's all from three-point range. Minnesota has gone 3 of 6 from deep so far. Alexander Walker, the pass to Randall, uses the glass to finish the layup. And now a 7-point Timberwolves lead.
He's a wrecking ball on offense. Randall, so good at finishing inside.
Pass to De Silva. Down low. Ooh, McDaniels with a steal. Tipped. Here's Caldwell Pope. Orlando again missing.
Very surprising that he came away empty there, especially given room to operate.
Reed. Kept alive by Minnesota. Randall with it. Second shot opportunity. 5 on the clock. He got a piece of it.
Helps to have a shooting guard who can block shots, a real bonus, and Caldwell Pope does a nice job at stiff-arming shooting.
And the shot goes in.
Well orchestrated, and then the pass is right on the money.
The Timberwolves lead by 5, and the Magic surprising many league-wide, Clark, with how they've broken through.
And the way they're winning, I might add. I mean, rugged physical defense is their identity and calling card, not necessarily what you expect to see from a young team, B.A.
Here's Black. DiVincenzo covering. McDaniels against Banchero. Good work defensively by Randall. The Timberwolves have gotten 4 of 7 shots to drop in the third. And for some reason, he decided to foul there.
Yeah, B.A., that's an odd move. Maybe there's something else behind it.
And we've got a timeout from Jamal Mosley. We might see him looking to make some tweaks to the strategy here. Ingles, he's checked in for the Timberwolves. Third quarter of basketball here. A little under 3.5 minutes gone by. Here's DiVincenzo. Bounces high off the rim and drops. DiVincenzo's gotten his second bucket of the game.
Able to connect from the mid-range when given the opportunity. Nice shot that time from Dante DiVincenzo.
Suggs, the pass to Caldwell Pope. Suggs against DiVincenzo.
Ooh, bouncy. That should give him a nice lift.
Good timing. They needed that one.
And, you know, that's exactly what happens when you don't settle. That's the result. Tremendous effort and a big-time finish there.
And he just driving the stake in him there.
He's a guy just never lets up.
And that's terribly demoralizing for a defense, guys. I mean, they know he's going to keep coming and coming and coming, and that they may not have an answer for it.
Pass to Carter. Shot from the wing. It's rebounded by Minnesota. 50 seconds left in the third quarter of the game. Here's Reed. And there it is for him. And now it's a 12-point Minnesota lead.
And the defense has no one to blame but themselves. I mean, they just let him get right to the rim.
Yeah, you know, he should be getting extra attention from the defense, not less.
Ingles against Wagner. McDaniels with the rebound.
Well, it's a make-or-miss league. Sometimes the Jays just don't fall. It wasn't a bad shot.
And Chris Finch has called timeout. And we might see some changes. Coach potentially looking to adjust. Some changes for Minnesota. Gobert comes in for Reed. And Clark has subbed in for McDaniels. And Chris Finch has called timeout. He wants a few moments to regroup with his players. And here's Minnesota now. They're on a 13-4 run. DiVincenzo against Suggs. Outside, DiVincenzo. Gobert with a screen on Suggs. Here's DiVincenzo. And it's blocked by Isaac. And it's out of bounds to Minnesota. Ingles from outside. No good on the shot. And so it's the Minnesota Timberwolves going into the break up 12. Building this lead up in large part because of how And while we have a chance, let's go to our State Farm assist of the game.
And the winner today coming from an unlikely position. It's the big fella with the sweetest pass of the day.
Boy, that's a nice asset to have. It's a huge boost to any offense, too. It adds a whole nother dimension when you've got a big guy that can pass.
And with the fourth quarter upon us, time is running out for this game to become competitive. A moment to hear from Allie LaForce.
Over that last break, I got a chance to hear what Chris Finch said to the team. And they told their team, no easy threes, let's guard that arc, don't let anyone get an open look. With the lead, they want to close this one out with their perimeter defense. Let's see if they do, Brian.
Allie, thank you. The backcourt is Suggs and Caldwell-Pope. Isaac and Wagner make up the forwards. And it's Ben Carroll in at the center position, locking down the middle. That's who's out there for Orlando. Now Randall. Driving to the basket. Gobert with a screen on Banchero. Randall, the pass to McDaniels. Up top, Edwards. 6 on the shot clock. The shot. Offensive rebound. And they go to the intentional foul.
You don't want to stop the clock right there. I'm not quite sure what he was thinking.
Yeah, but that's no excuse for that kind of foul. I mean, that might be an explanation for it, but certainly doesn't justify it. And even then, it's just not a good play.
Alexander Walker with the bucket. Magic trail by 16. Banchero outside. A good-looking shot from the wing.
And he did that so well in college. Suggs sharing it well in the league, too.
Here's Randall, and it's good. 2 points. And the Timberwolves lead by 16.
And just not letting up at all. I mean, you have to love this approach. You want to get the ball to the guys who make plays.
If it's working, keep working it. That's what I say. Keep the pressure on it.
And Caro, no good. For Minnesota, they've gone 3 of 4 in the fourth and looking confident on offense. Banchero against Edwards. Puts it up from 15. Oh, and Gobert powers it home.
The endless reach of Gobert. Those long arms sometimes seems like he's everywhere. An overwhelming presence on the offensive side.
Suggs with the bucket.
He's bringing a lot of energy to this offense, not letting the scoreboard discourage him right now.
Boy, I tell you what, the hole would be a lot deeper if he wasn't being as efficient as he's been so far.
Edwards finds Randall. And he gets it to go off the front iron.
You know, Randall has a nice package. He's got a good touch, good mechanics, and he's a capable mid-range shooter.
Pass to Wagner. A little over 2.5 minutes have passed here in the fourth. And another 3 for Orlando.
His three-point shot looks so pure. The defense allowing him to get comfortable out there.
Edwards with it. Caldwell-Pope covering. Oh, and that one, no question, powered it down.
Oh, doctor. Oh, my goodness. Anthony Edwards throwing it down with force. Get this guy in the dunk contest.
Suggs uses the glass on the layup. Suggs has got 25 points in the game.
It's not easy to work the ball inside in this league, but they've done it all night.
Here's Edwards. And Edwards slams it in.
Since half, there's been a stark contrast between these teams. I'm talking about efficiency at the offensive end.
And that's why you have such a huge gap in the shooting numbers between the teams.
Back to Suggs. Ooh, and they immediately answer back with a dunk on the other end.
Suggs handling his business so far in this one. Really putting the work in on the offensive end.
And they've won the battle on the board so far, and the scoreboard reflects that.
Well, the effort level they've had has been outstanding. Hard to keep a team down when they play with that much energy.
And the distance between the point totals for these teams tells the whole story. Just a fantastic effort, and you have to give it up for the Timberwolves.
And at first glance, it appeared to be an easy win for them. However, they had to weather some storms along the way, Grant.
Yeah, in terms of competitiveness, it was a lot closer than the final score indicates.
And one player just stole the show tonight, doing everything for his team. A monster night for Anthony Edwards.
Anytime they needed a bucket, they'd put the ball in his hands and say, go make a play. It was impressive to watch.
Here's Caldwell Pope. Buckets. He's now 6 of 10 from the field. So it's Minnesota now. There's 37 seconds left in the fourth quarter here. Now here's Alexander Walker. The D's right on him. Just 5 on the clock. Fires away from way outside. It's hauled in by Isaac. To the wing, right side. The 3 from Banchero. It's rebounded by Minnesota.
tonight in some regards, but everyone loves an underdog.
Yeah, let's not forget, this is the NBA. Anything can happen, and even lower-ranked teams are elite. We could still have a real contest on our hands tonight.
And now the opening lineup for Boston. The post pair, Tatum and Porzingis. Holiday out there with White, and it's Brown in at the small forward position. The Bulls shooting their first foul shot of the game.
And look back a season ago, they did a solid job at the line, about 79% of their free throws.
And the call will be against Lonzo Ball. That's his first foul.
First team foul.
White with it. Now Smith defending. Smith gets a hand on it, and it goes out of bounds. That one is off Smith. The kick out to Holiday. And then Brown with the dunk.
There's that leaping ability. Brown, he just gets up so easy.
And when you talk to people about the Bulls, GA, Michael Jordan's shadow still looms large over this team and organization.
And Kevin, they haven't won a championship before or since he was in Chicago. They've had plenty of good players, Derrick Rose and MVP, Jimmy Butler as well, but the results haven't been there.
Oh, and a fast break for the Bulls. Smith outside. Down low. And it's slammed in by Smith.
That's a double whammy, guys.
That's right. A great defensive play, then the emphatic stuff.
Once he poked it away, you knew what was on his mind.
Now here is Holiday. Rebound by Smith.
That's just a bucket. Look, you expect him to make. It's tough when you miss those.
Takes the 13-footer. He can't hit that time. The Celtics have gone 1 of 3 from the field to start this one so far. Here's White, and the rejection by Smith. Outside, White. Takes a 3. It's good. He makes his first shot of the game.
And you have got to honor White on the perimeter. Once he gets comfortable from there, it's going to be bad news for the defense.
Now here's Porzingis. Brown outside. Outside Holiday. Will it go? And the dunk by Porzingis.
Yeah, textbook positioning there for Porzingis. Once he's established it, he's going to have the advantage and able to finish that one above the rim.
White finds Smith. And again, it's the Bulls from deep.
And he's not going to miss that sort of an opportunity from deep.
Let's send it out to David Aldridge, who caught up with head coach Billy Donovan. David?
Now, we talked about the difficulty of trying to contain a player like Jaylen Brown. Coach said you can't let him gain confidence and feel like he can do whatever he wants. That's when you get into trouble. Now it's up to the players to make sure this doesn't happen. Guys?
All right, David, thanks. A three-pointer off the mark.
And close to making the defense pay for the lax coverage that time.
Over the last few seasons, we've seen the resurgence of Porzingis. And Richard, it has been fun to watch.
Kevin, he's been effective on both sides of the ball. He's always been a good player, but his recent fit has really improved his play.
Hey, Greg, Kobe White has proven he can run the show.
Well, he's more than just a scorer. He's become a quality playmaker with better decision-making. But his biggest improvement has been his efficiency.
Now, here's Tatum. Holiday looking over the floor. Knocked loose. Clock at 6. White, wide open. He fired. It's good. The assist that time from Holiday. White's got 6.
Savvy play from Holiday. Quick thinking helps him get the ball to the wide open man.
Ball finds Giddey. White against Holiday. Now here's White. 5 points in the game, and he uses the glass on the layup.
Yeah, attacking the interior is something White does well. He's crafty, and he makes good adjustments against the defense.
Porzingis can't hit. And so White will bring it up for the Bulls. They lead by 7. Pass to Buzelis. A chance there to push it to double digits, but it's off the mark. White against Smith. To the inside. Here's Porzingis. Up and in. Off to an efficient start. 2 for 3 from the field.
And because he can score from all over the floor, Porzingis can find space inside. That's not the case for most 7-footers.
Now, here's Ball. Still yet to score. Pass to Buzelis. His three-pointers off the mark. 2-second difference between shot clock and game clock. And White kicks to Tatum. Shooting foul as the whistle blows. He'll shoot 2 free throws. It's going to go on Buzelis.
Smart play by Tatum, using the fake to get the contact.
And so Tatum nails them both. Now White, 7 points in the game. Smith with a wide open look. It's good from long range. Smith's got a pair of threes now in the first quarter for Chicago. And Porzingis puts up a deep 3. And so it's the Chicago Bulls with their lead standing at 6 points here at the end of the quarter. And hope you've enjoyed the broadcast so far. Halfway through the first half in this one. And guys, what do you think about the offensive approach we've seen so far for the Bulls?
They've really been dialed in from deep. This is a team that has a ton of confidence in their outside shooting ability.
You also have to admire how they've challenged the defense inside, getting a lot of points in the paint.
So with Vucevic on the bench, here's the group that Billy Donovan has on the floor. Smith is out there with Buzelis. Then it's Josh Giddey. Then it's Kobe White. And it's Ball in at the shooting guard.
That kind of aggressiveness, that's what you want to see more from Ball.
And it's Jason Tatum with the foul. That is his first foul of the game.
Yeah, way to get there first and be willing to absorb the contact.
Giddey against Brown. Now here's Giddey, guarded closely. Smith sets the pick for Giddey. It drops for his third basket. He's missed only 1 shot.
When you allow good scorers to get uncontested shots at the rim, no wonder you're losing.
That's a great possession. Put your best players in a position to succeed.
Porzingis. It's all in by the Bulls. GA, these Boston Celtics are unquestionably a top-tier offensive unit.
Stupendous shooting, excellent instincts with the ball. Yeah, they are a model offense in many ways, making it tough for many teams to keep up with them.
Holiday gets the bucket.
You want to be an NBA point? Take notes on Holiday running that pick and roll. Sometimes taking it yourself is the best option.
And now we've got some time to check in from the sidelines. You got for us, GA?
Kevin, thanks. The NBA is looking for greater parity. The Golden State's Draymond Green said, quite frankly, with this new CBA, dynasties are over. We're the last dynasty you'll be able to speak of because of the way this salary cap is set up. Guess we'll see. Kevin?
I hope he's not right, but he may be onto something, David. Thank you. Now here's White. He's got 6. Great job by Tatum in close.
What muscle on that finish. It's hard trying to prevent Tatum from converting.
And it's out of bounds. The Celtics will take it the other way. Celtics trail by 7. Porzingis with a screen on White. Holiday, the pass to Tatum. It's White on the wing. From outside the arc, it's rebounded by Giddey.
And even without that 3-ball dropping for him, the defense should have done more on that last play.
Smith dishes the ball. Back to Smith over Porzingis. And again, Chicago, no good. Boston's gone 1 of 2 on 3-pointers here in the second quarter. So Brown's shot is good.
Muscling that one in. JB is a strong individual.
Chicago leading by 5. Pass to Buzelis. To the paint. Smith gets it to go on the assist by Buzelis. Smith's got 10 points. RJ, so often with rookies, we want to judge them after half a season. We're not very patient with them. How long should we give players to prove themselves in the NBA?
Well, there's a different type of prove yourself. If you're talking about a rookie, I was taught after about game 60, you're no longer a rookie because you've played every team, you understand the defensive concept. You might be a little fatigued, but after that, you're no longer a rookie. But to judge them, if they can play in this league, it can take a couple of years.
Brown with a screen on ball. Brown deciding where to go with it. The three from Tatum. Ball with the rebound.
And you could tell he thought that triple was going to fall.
Here's White. Good on the triple. And it's a 10-point Bulls lead.
And unpredictability really one of White's strongest.
Nice finish. One of the craziest dunks we've seen. Tatum with the bounce.
White against Holiday. They set the pick. White, good. White's got 5 points now in the quarter.
Unwilling to let up even for a moment. That's his killer instinct, just fanning the flame.
Always plays hard until the final whistle, no matter what the situation is.
And we've got a timeout from Joe Mazzulla. He's going to have a discussion here on the sideline. Chicago making some changes. Williams, he's checked in for Smith. And Kevin Huerter subbed in for Josh Giddey. And then for Boston, Al Horford's checked in for Porzingis. Torrey Craig comes in for Jason Tatum. And it's Pritchard in for White. Now here's Brown. And finished off by Brown.
Oh, I dunk you very much.
He can really fly, and you combine that, Greg, with some nice penetration, too, and you've got 2 points. White finds Williams, and it's Williams finishing it off.
It's so smooth in the pick and roll. Love seeing White there with the right pass.
Outside Holiday. Excellent D there from Williams. From past the arc, Buzelis' shot is good. Buzelis has got the lead up to 13 now for the Bulls. Gets it off, and that one is off. And so it's Chicago. 13 points up at the end of the period. They've excelled in the open court. Their transition game has allowed them to build this healthy lead. And we'll be back with you shortly. And as we dive into the second half, we'll find out if the next 2 quarters are any different from the first 2. So far, it has been a runaway. You know, you have to like what we're seeing from Kobe White.
And the way that he has helped out with the ball movement has been a difference maker early on.
And it's a role we don't always see him in, but he's done a great job tonight getting the rest of his team involved.
Starting off the second half, here's Joe Mazzulla's 5. They've got Jaylen Brown. Horford is out there with Torrey Craig. Then it's Holiday, and it's Pritchard in a point. Now here is Holiday. Inside, Brown. Bank shot, no good. The Bulls leading by 15. And RJ, the combination of Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown winning a title together. That's something else.
There was some small talk going around about breaking them up. Good thing for the Celtic front office, they kept them both. In their first 7 seasons as a duo, they have 5 trips to the conference finals. That is a ridiculous run.
And it's the Celtics with the ball. The Bulls knocking down the 3. Craig kicks to Horford. Picked by Horford. Takes the 3. And Holiday is good for 3. Holiday's got 6.
The real. Come at us, and we're coming right back at you.
Yeah, I love the competitive fire right there. You drain a triple on us, and I'm coming for my revenge.
Celtics trail by 15. They set the pick. First minute and a half of basketball here in the third quarter. Pritchard passes to Craig. Shot clock at 6. And finished off by Craig.
Strong move to the 10, trying to get his guys going.
Hard not to get motivated, GA, right when your teammate makes that kind of play.
And that could be the spark they needed to make a little run as they try to even this thing up.
Here's Buzelis, following the bucket by the Celtics. And Herter gets it to go.
Used the pick to perfection and got all the way to the rim.
Pass to Brown. And Brown throws it down.
And didn't do anything fancy there, but didn't need to.
Nope, his only concern right now is getting the points on the board. I don't mean style points. Celtics trail by 13. Here's Pritchard. The three-pointer, no good. Chicago's gone 1 of 2 from beyond the arc since coming out of the break. And here's Herter outside. Sinks the three-pointer. Herter's got 5 points in the quarter.
And a solid playmaker, White has a great sense for when he should look to give it up.
Craig passes to Pritchard. Ball against Craig. Here's Holiday. And he drops in the layup off the glass. Holiday's got 8 points.
Oh, a nifty finisher. You didn't think Holiday would back down inside, did you?
White against Holiday. It's in, and he's a very efficient 5 for 6 on the game.
He just makes it look so easy on offense. Just, like, who takes pleasure in torturing defenses? He does.
And it's in there.
And that's what you like to see right there. A solid move to give himself some room and take it inside.
It's White on the wing, guarded by Holiday. Craig against Williams. Pass to Buzelis. Good. The nice assist for Williams. 9 points for Buzelis.
And Buzelis continues to work on improving his three ball. When he's hitting from there, everything else becomes easier.
And we've got a timeout from Joe Mazzulla. He wants a minute here to get things straightened out with his team. Chicago making some changes. Jalen Smith comes in for Buzelis. And Josh Giddey's subbed in for White. Then for the Celtics, Porzingis, he's checked in for Horford. Tatum comes in for Brown. And it's White in for Drew Holiday.
Oh, this is how aggressive Tatum is. Excellent job of getting to the rim and a finish. Just light work.
Out to Smith. Breaks a big high bounce and goes in. 12 points for him.
Wow, what a pass there. He made that a very easy basket with that setup.
Here's Pritchard against the three-pointer to fall.
You give a shooter of his caliber that much time to seam it up? Oh, yeah, you're done.
The Bulls leading by 14. Here's Giddey. The Bulls have made 3 free throws so far. Haven't missed any. The first free throw is good.
At the line for Chicago.
And both free throws good for Giddey. And we know injuries derailed last season for the Bulls, Greg, but with an aging core, you wonder where they go from here.
I mean, the Bulls are kind of stuck in the middle of things as it now stands. Not quite good enough to make a run in the East, but not in a position where they need to start over.
White finds Porzingis over Smith. And it's Porzingis that time on the assist by White. Porzingis has got 8.
A sensational shooter. Porzingis really is a unicorn.
Here's Pritchard. Here's Craig. And oh, he hits the buzzer beater.
One eye on the rim, one eye on the clock. Nice job.
And so it's Chicago, up by a dozen here at the end of the quarter. They've had such great ball movement and shot selection, and it's led to a terrific field goal percentage. Back to the action in just a minute. And let's take this chance now to show you the State Farm assist of the game.
And the winner today, the big fella here with the sweetest of dimes. What a plus nice it is to have a post player who's got this ability to find.
I feel like we've seen more slick passing big man in the league today than we've ever seen.
And there may not be a lot of drama down the stretch as we head into the fourth quarter, but stranger things have happened. A moment now to hear from our sideline reporter, Hall of Famer David Aldridge. David.
Thanks, guys. Listened in on what Joe Mazzulla told his team. He tore into his guys. He said, your body language is awful right now. You don't even look like you want to play right now. Should I sub in for you? Where's the drive to win? Guys?
Thanks, David. So with Vucevic on the bench, here's the group that Billy Donovan has on the floor. We've got Williams. Josh Giddey is out there with Lonzo Ball. Then it's Kevin Huerter. And it's Smith in at the 5.
At the line for the ball.
Off on that one, so he goes 1 for 2 at the line. Celtics trail by 12. And Holiday kicks to Brown. Driving to the basket. Williams with the steal. Uncovered. It's good. And breaking down some numbers here, the hustle stats for the Bulls.
Great heads-up defensive play tonight, creating offensive opportunities for themselves by forcing deflections.
And also, guys, they push the ball and been able to score in transition, trying to take advantage of playing in the open floor as often as possible.
And being taller than most point guards, he puts that length to use. Example A right there. Not quite enough defense. That time around, just lucky he was off.
Bangs home the trifecta.
Boy, you have to be impressed with the offensive production. They have got it firing on all cylinders.
They've had great execution, and what stands out is that...
Oh, wow!
That is powerful. Come on, Jalen. That's just ridiculous.
Giddey against Brown. Smith with a screen on Brown. Lets it go from deep. Jason Tatum grabs the board. Celtics trail by 17. White with it, now guarded by Ball. White the pass to Porzingis. And the call will be against Lonzo Ball. That'll be his second foul of the game.
Second personal foul. First team foul.
Right side, White. And the layup's good off the glass.
Well, I guess we could give him credit for not getting discouraged. They're still playing hard. He's doing his job out there.
Here's Ball. Pass to Giddey. Smith with a screen on Brown. Smith finds Huerter. Back to Smith. And the rebound paying off as they pick up 2 on the second chance bucket right there.
Yeah, coach's pet peeve there. No box out.
Yeah, you think you got to stop, and it's wasted because of sloppy work on the glass. You literally practice that every day.
Here's Porzingis. No stopping him there. Jams it in as he's fouled. Chance now for a three-point play. It goes on Josh Giddey. Buzelis is checked in for Chicago. Kobe White comes in for Kevin Huerter.
And at 7'3", Porzingis could have been just another big, but he defies expectations. He's got such an impressive array of abilities.
Here's Giddey. Shoots over Brown. White looking around. That 3 off the mark. Celtics trail by 14. It's White on the wing. White covering. The kick out to Brown. Connects from three-point range.
And all of a sudden, things finally coming together for them. The deficit's still large, but now not insurmountable.
But this is a game again, and the other side has to be feeling a little bit nervous with how quickly that lead vaporized.
Stolen by Holiday. Drives to the hoop, and Holiday throws it down.
And how about the burst there of speed from Holiday on the drive, zipping in before the D can rotate.
It's Giddey with the drive. That one's off. He's made 5 and missed 3 now. And the call will be against Lonzo Ball. That's his 3rd foul of the game. 1:06 left in the 4th. Driving inside. Out to Porzingis. Here's Brown. It's good again, and the next one, 7 for 8 shooting night so far.
And so far, Brown has been dialed in and is showing no signs of letting up.
Giddy the pass to ball. Outside, White. To the middle. Here's Buzelis. And then Buzelis with the dunk.
It doesn't take much to get Buzelis up to the rim. He just pops off the floor and is right there.
Brown kicks to Porzingis. Pass to Holiday. Lots of room. And another basket for Boston. There's 21 seconds left in the game. And so the Bulls now can just hold on to the ball. Holiday against White.
one-sided matchup, but anything can happen in the NBA, Grant.
Yeah, that is the truth. I mean, that's why they play the games. One guy gets hot, a team gets cold. That's all it takes to swing the entire outcome of a game.
Let's check out Minnesota's starting lineup. They've got Rudy Gobert, Julius Randle out there with McDaniels. Then there's Anthony Edwards, and it's Alexander Walker in at the 2. Now here's Edwards. Inside, here's Gobert, and he cranks it down right on top of DeAndre Ayton.
An awesome athlete. It's fun watching Gobert get up and hammer it down with force.
Ayton, a screen on Edwards. Here's Simons. Perfect night so far, 2 for 2.
Easy look when the defender isn't fighting over the screen.
And the coach over there just asking for one simple thing, and that's some effort. Got burned on that one.
Now here's Edwards. Here's Gobert. And it's blocked by Thibault. And so it looks like the Timberwolves will retain possession here. From the inbound. And Ayton pulls it down.
Pretty lax defense there. He's going to see fewer and fewer chances if he can't bury those kind of jumpers.
Blockbuster trades have become more the norm here in the NBA, Grant. Just ask Portland in 2023.
Yeah, the Trailblazers were at the center of some big moves, but that's just how it's done now. Entire teams can be restructured in the process of a single transaction. He's consistent from out there, especially when you give him that kind of room.
Here's Simons, and he goes in for the dunk.
Defenders want to get physical with Simons to try to offset some of his athleticism. It doesn't always work.
Time now to hear from our reporter, Allie LaForce.
I had a chance to catch up with Chauncey Billups. He knows it'll be tough to score in the paint tonight. Gobert locks down the lane as well as anyone. He blocks shots, and then when you count up the numbers of shots he alters, you get a full picture of his dominance at the defensive end. Guys?
Great work, Allie. Thanks. Here's Simons, following the score by Minnesota. Puts one up from 19. Again, Simons missing. Edwards looking for an opening. Pass to Randle. Back to Edwards. Just 5 to shoot. Stick by Gobert. And he makes no mistake. Slam dunk.
Oh my, Edwards looking to demoralize the defense a little with that one.
Here's Simons. And it's out of bounds. Last touch by Gobert. And a little over 2.5 minutes gone here in the first. Pass to Ayton. Here he goes. Nice start for him. Sinking his first shot.
Ayton at 7 feet tall does have some handle, so just giving you another layer to his game.
Well, Anthony Simons has credited Damian Lillard for helping him with his development.
Man, B.A., can you imagine every day on the opposite end of Damian Lillard as a young player in this league? Anthony Simons willing to listen and willing to learn, and you see how far his game has come when the reins have been handed over to him.
So it's Portland now, after the Timberwolves picking up a basket a moment ago. Thibault passes to Ayton. Ayton, a screen on Edwards. Just 4 to shoot. Back to Ayton. It's rebounded by Minnesota. Gobert's got his 4th rebound in this one. And that's an intentional foul.
You don't want to stop the clock right there. I'm not quite sure what he was thinking.
First team foul.
On the wing, Alexander Walker. He's covered by Simons. And that one's good.
I mean, what do you expect when you give him the clear look? That's just too easy.
No, he's automatic from the mid-range, and the defense knows that it's a mistake to give up a shot like that.
Now here's Simons. He has 6. Pass to Ayton. Back to Simons. Edwards, no good.
I don't think the defense does enough out there to bother him. I think that one's all on him. Just a flat-out miss.
Simons against Randle. Back to Simons. Hits it from the high post. Simons got 8 points.
Most of Simon's shots are inside or outside. I don't know where the other side they can come from, but he can hit from anywhere.
That one goes. Count it.
Just owning the painted area. If it's working, no need to change.
Edwards against Simons. Ayton, a screen on McDaniels. Pass to Ayton. 6 to shoot. Out to Simons. And it's thrown down hard with both hands.
Boy, Simon's athleticism, so quick off the floor.
Gobert with a screen on Thibault. And here's Edwards outside. The shot that time not on target. And Chauncey Billups calls timeout. He wants to make sure everybody's on the same page. And at the end of one, a closely contested game so far. Timberwolves ahead, up by 3. And back to the start of the... And getting it going again here in the second quarter. Fairly close game so far. All right, let's quickly break down the game. What we've seen so far from the Timberwolves, guys.
Well, they've used the fast break well to score easy points and keep the defense unsettled.
Yeah, they did a great job. Just the initial thrust of that attack, as soon as they got the ball, constantly in transition.
On the court for Minnesota, we've got Anthony Edwards. Rudy Gobert is out there with Julius Randle. Then there's McDaniels, and it's Alexander Walker in at the 2-guard spot. Well, and they're not happy with the call here. Coach has given the signal. He's going to use his challenge. Probably a good idea in such a close contest.
Anthony Edwards taking 2 shots.
After review,
The play is under video review under NBA rules.
Still disputed even after the video review.
There's no doubt there's going to be a gray area in a lot of these calls. But at least we have the option to take a second look, so the officials can be sure they get it right. And they've made their decision. The call will stand.
And as much as it hurts to lose a challenge, I think Coach would challenge that call again if he could. He really disagreed with the foul, and he's still peeved.
Throw good, Edwards.
Well, we know Edwards has an impressive skill set, but what really separates him is the competitive edge that he plays with. Productive trip to the line. He doesn't like to leave points on the table.
They set the pick. Pass to Kamari. Avdia against McDaniels. The offensive rebound. Ayton finds Avdia. Ayton, a screen on Randle. Shot clock at 5, and stolen by Gobert. Stolen by Ayton, and stolen by Edwards. Fast break, Minnesota. McDaniels with it. Avdia picks him up. And Chauncey Billups calls timeout. He wants to review the game plan.
And things are always changing throughout a game. Teams have to adjust on the fly.
And timeouts are a wonderful opportunity to just settle in and recollect the thoughts of your entire team. Not just the guys playing, but the entire team.
Blazers trail by 5. Simons outside. Pass to Kamari, and there's the foul. It'll go on Julius Randle. That's his first foul of the game.
First team foul.
And we're now about a minute into this second quarter of play. Back to Simons. Down to 5 on the shot clock. Ayton, a screen on Edwards. Takes a big high bounce and goes in. Simons has got 12 points in the game.
That's exactly how you utilize the pick and roll. Simon's looking really comfortable in the set there.
Edwards. And Edwards slams it in.
Wow, that type of finish is just deflating right now for a team that's trying to make a comeback.
Ouch. That's certainly a big-time finish right there. It was one big exclamation point, or maybe even a question mark. Corner shot. Minnesota with a rebound. Gobert's got rebound number 5 here tonight. Oh, the finish inside by Edwards.
And the offensive firepower Edwards is capable of is special. I mean, we are seeing it on full display right now.
Out of bounds, the Timberwolves will take it.
You know, I have to admire a guy like Anthony Simons. Early in his career, he was seen as undersized, but with his skill and pure athleticism, he balances the scales against bigger players, and he's become a ferocious scorer.
Oh, Gobert hammers it home.
You're best to get out of Gobert's way. You don't want to be on the wrong end of that dunk.
And it's Simons penetrating, and they'll get another chance. Avdia rebounded by the Timberwolves.
Probably not the shot that was drawn up for that possession, but you can't pass it up, and you can't knock it down.
Edwards, a pass to Gobert. Shoots over Simons. And there's a 3-second violation. Blazers trail by 9. Here in quarter 2, we played a little over 2.5 minutes now. Drains the triple. Avdia's got his first 3 points of the game.
Great decision by Simons. He's got the reputation of a score-first guard. He can dish it.
Here's Edwards. No good off the glass. The Trailblazers have gotten just 2 of 6 field goals to go in the second.
That was execution to perfection. Textbook transition offense.
Yeah, once you burst through a seam like that, you got to look right towards the rim. Sweet play.
Edwards, a pass to Alexander Walker. Edwards against Thibault. And he'll draw the foul. He'll head to the line for 2. It's going to be on DeAndre Ayton.
And Edwards' teammates encourage him to be aggressive because when he is, he forces the defense's hand.
And both free throws good for Edwards. Here's Simons. 12 points for him. 1:29 left to play in the half. Pass to Ayton. Ayton, a screen on McDaniels. Avdia passes to Ayton. Clock at 4. Let's go with a 3. And Avdia with the basket on the assist from Ayton. Avdia's got 6.
That's a good find from Ayton, understanding the defensive scheme, and he just waited for his teammate to be open.
Gobert with a screen on Thibault. And Edwards slams it in.
Look at the power on that.
He has to be one of the top dunkers in the game today. And it's Simons penetrating.
Well, you got to find ways to keep feeding Anthony Simons. Right now, this guy is on fire.
The Timberwolves lead by 3. Gobert with a screen on Thibault. Here's Edwards. Hits the target from 18 feet. Edwards got 19 points.
Defensively, you can't afford to get stuck on the pick.
That's one that the coaches will watch tomorrow with that player. You hate to see him give up in that situation.
There's a screen. Here's Avdia. It's rebounded by Rudy Gobert. Gobert's got 6 rebounds now in the game. About 3 seconds between the shot clock and the game clock. Picked by Gobert. Edwards, a pass to Gobert. Oh, and Gobert powers it home.
Yeah, great play from Edwards off the pick and roll. Moving the ball around and get another guy a shot.
Ayton with a screen. Here's Simons. Again, the Trailblazers, good for 2.
Love his shot selection. Good at taking quality shots. Whether he's defended or open, he knows how to knock those down.
Anthony Edwards has been on display for the Timberwolves. He made a big impact, scoring 12 points in the quarter. Back to the game after this break.
31. Please direct your attention to center court. And get ready for the fan half-court shot.
Second half of basketball is upon us, and we may be in for an exciting finish based on how close of a game we've seen so far. And you know, Anthony Edwards has been really making it happen, guys.
Can they come up with an answer for him coming out of the half? They have to change something defensively.
Yeah, just way too easy out there, and I'm sure coach is going to make that a priority at halftime.
Anthony Simons out there with Avdia. Then it's DeAndre Ayton. Then it's Matisse Thybulle. And it's Kamare in at the 4. That's the group starting the second half for Chauncey Billups.
Outstanding job converting in close. Gobert understands how to execute around the rim.
Here's Simons. And the Blazers getting another bucket right there.
Yeah, he's leading the charge for them. But let's be honest, he needs more help if they're going to get out in front.
Yeah, doing anything he can right now to get his team to cut into this lead and give them a chance.
You got to bring more muscle if you want to stop Edwards from scoring. He's gifted at converting through contact.
Here's Simons, and it's flushed down. A nice jam.
Oh, I love this guy. Even when they're trailing, he works hard to put on a show.
Hey, that might be just what they need right now. Releases from 15. Edwards, that's good. Edwards got 4 points this quarter.
And a slick play call by Edwards, creating space for himself to operate.
Simons against Edwards. Pass to Kamare. Thybulle with it. Takes the 3. And no good.
Ooh, that's a tough break. After poor communication defensively, it leaves him all by himself.
It's hard to believe now, but Julius Randle has been in the league over a decade now, Brent.
Yeah, it's been an interesting ride for Julius Randle. A lot of different roles, but he's evolved his game quite a bit. Some he's done himself, and then guys have adjusted around the way that he has been a leader, a scorer, a rebounder, a presence. Julius Randle continues to impress and make strides.
Yeah, and the defense has really got to tighten up on him. I mean, he's just too dangerous from the three-point line.
Edwards against Simons. Taken away! Here we go, one-on-one. Here's Randle. And it's Randle with the jam.
Well, Randle can get up there with the best of them. It's a quick move.
Pass to Kamare. Avdia with it. Now guarded by McDaniels. Avdia, good.
Such a critical part of how their offense is going to flow. Things are only working when he seems to be on the floor.
Edwards against Thybulle. The open shot by Edwards. Second chance effort. And another shot. Inside. Gobert puts it in.
A stronger defensive presence would have saved them 2 points.
It didn't seem like anybody was really aware there to go and collect that rebound in the possession.
Ayton, a screen on Randle. Pass to Ayton. On the wing, Simons. Just 5 on the clock. Off target from outside. Minnesota leading by 6. 1:36 left in the third quarter. Here's Edwards. The 15-footer is good. Edwards got 6 in the quarter.
Yeah, Edwards rarely passes on a chance to get his team points. He loves making an offensive impact.
They set the screen. Launches a 3. Thybulle, that's good. Thybulle's got himself on the board with a 3 there.
And that's on the defense, giving him a decent look. That's his shot.
Tries a 10-footer. And Ayton pulls it down. And it's Simons with the ball for the Portland Trailblazers. Trailing by 5. An easy 2 on the layup. Simons got 22.
Well, Simon's known for a guy who can really get it going from behind the line, and he can do some damage. He's got length and vertical ability from there.
And Chris Finch calls timeout here. Coach wants to speak to his guys, maybe alter some of the game plan. So Portland going with almost an entire new group here. Reith, he's checked in for DeAndre Ayton. Grant comes in for Thybulle. Sharp, he's checked in for Kamara. And it's Henderson in for Simons. Reed's checked in for Minnesota. DiVincenzo comes in for Anthony Edwards. DiVincenzo, the pass to Reed. Shoots. Minnesota again missing.
D giving him that shot, and that's probably not a good idea, but I guess they knew what they were doing that time.
Get up there, young fella. Sometimes as a point guard, you got to take it yourself.
Well, it's okay to be selfish when you can flush it like that.
Well, if he's calling his own number, there's a reason for it. They respect the decision-making from him out there.
And nobody putting out much of an effort to stop him.
Surprising, in a close game, a lack of energy on defense.
On one side, inspiration. On the other, devastation.
Right side Sharp. Takes a 13-footer. No good, off the front rim.
Well, if you believe in the numbers, that mid-range shot is not a high-value shot, even with little or no defense on you.
That concludes the third quarter. It continues to be an And now we have a moment to reveal our State Farm assist of the game.
And from the two-guard spot, an unselfish play like this sets a fantastic tone.
Even though the position is called shooting guard, passing part of your responsibilities in today's game.
Man, I know I speak for all of us when I say I can't wait to see what kind of finish awaits us here in the fourth quarter. And a look now at the five for the Timberwolves to start the fourth quarter. Julius Randle out there with Naz Reid. Then there's McDaniels. Then it's Nickeil Alexander-Walker. And it's DiVincenzo in at point guard. Randle a screen on Henderson. Out to DiVincenzo. Reid sets a screen. Takes a 13-footer. And the jumper is on the mark. And the Timberwolves lead by 5.
DiVincenzo, not the go-to shot to be in the mid-range, but that one looked like it was in rhythm.
Sharp passes to Avdia. Here's Reith. Back to Avdia. Outside Sharp. And he drops in the layup off the glass.
And his athleticism is big for Sharp in the post. And he can finish with either hand as well. So he'll get a lot of points down low there in his career. Now that's how you capitalize on a screen.
Yeah, good positioning too. Gave him a clear path to the hoop.
Really not enough help there. Lack of communication on the backside.
Avdia finds Grant. Back to Avdia. Ooh, McDaniels with a steal. And now the T-Wolves on the break. Flushes it down to finish the break.
And that's what happens when you don't take care of the ball.
Hey, that makes the turnover hurt even more.
And the gamble paying off.
Their strategy has been pretty simple here in the second half. Attack from three-point range.
Maybe trying to find a little bit more space and ball movement to get guys open at the three-point line.
And Chris Finch calls timeout here. He clearly wants to talk it over and make sure everyone is focused. Bears checked in for the Timberwolves. Anthony Edwards comes in for DiVincenzo. Let's go now to the sideline and catch up with Allie LaForce.
I was able to listen in on what Chris Finch was going over with his team. He told his guys to stay after it, to not get complacent and lazy with this lead. He wants them to keep adding to it. We'll see if they're able to do it, guys.
Okay, thanks, Allie. A big group substitution here for Portland. Aiden, he's checked in for Reith. Kamara comes in for Avdia. Thibault, he's checked in for Grant. And Anthony Simons subbed in for Henderson. Edwards with it. Now guarded. Oh, nice!
Look at the bench.
Down!
I mean, the bench is going nuts.
And one of the stronger finishers in this game, Anthony Edwards at his best.
Pass to Kamara. On the wing, Simons. Lets it fly from 18. And the Blazers getting another bucket right there.
And just great intensity down the stretch. I mean, he really wants to rock with the game on the line.
Now take a look at him. Locked in right now in this moment. Wants the ball in his hands and feels real comfortable with the shot he's taking.
Gobert finds Edwards. Picked by Gobert. It's hauled in by the Trailblazers. Ayton's got 6 rebounds now in the game. Pass to Thibault. The three is up. And again, it's the Trailblazers from deep.
Not at all a bad passer for a center. Ayton with the feed.
Picked by Gobert. Here's Edwards. Ooh, Ayton with the block. Boy, the offense has been on point.
They have great timing and great communication. So hard to get stops against them.
And now they decide to foul intentionally. Minnesota on D. Their biggest lead of the game was 9. Pass to Sharp. 5 to shoot. Trailblazers got to hurry. Got to get up a shot. Here's Ayton. And there's the shot clock violation. Couldn't get the shot off in time. Well, if you're just tuning in, welcome. We've played about 3.5 minutes into the fourth quarter here. Picked by Gobert. Shot from 16. And the basket by Edwards. Edwards has got 4 points now in the quarter.
Wow, Edwards almost makes it look effortless, like the whole team wasn't holding their breath right there.
Ayton with a screen. Here's Kamari. And again, it's the Trailblazers from deep.
And their strategy is obvious. Manufacture looks from outside the arc.
And I don't know how they keep doing this, but every time down, the resulting possession ends up at the three-point line and a fairly efficient shot attempt at that.
I like that. I mean, some physical play inside is not about to give up any easy baskets.
Good on the first, and that gives them a lead. Avdia, he's checked in from Portland. And the second free throw, no good. Tough break there.
They come away with the lead, but I'm sure he's kicking himself over that last miss.
Now here's Simons. Over to the wing. Here's Kamari. Oh my! What a shot!
Wow, that takes steady nerves right there.
Not backing down from this moment here. When the game is close, he kicks it up a notch.
This possession could decide the game.
And you really have to be smart with the ball here.
Simons against McDaniels. Pass to Ayton. Shot clock at 6. Out to Simons. Here's the floater. Rebound Minnesota. Here's Edwards. And an intentional foul right there.
You don't want to stop the clock right there. I'm not quite sure what he was thinking.
First free throw is good, and that narrows the gap to 1. And both free throws good for Edwards.
Oh, tremendous composure at the line to tie things up and give them a shot at overtime.
And Chauncey Billups calls timeout. Critical moment here. He's not taking any chances. Here's Simons. Ooh, offline. Regulation is ended, and we are headed. Well, 4 quarters weren't enough to decide this ball game. Sit back and enjoy as we move on to overtime. Here we go. Denny Avdia out there with Anthony Simons. Then it's DeAndre Ayton. Then it's Matisse Thybulle. And it's Kamari in at the 4-man position. Avdia passes to Simons. Pass to Ayton. Clock at 6. And there's the drive. Oh, and the jam by Ayton.
Yeah, get out of the way. Ayton at 7-1 with room to run.
Here's Edwards. Oh, Edwards with the highlight reel jam.
Oh, man, he got fancy with that finish.
He may be trying to provide the spark they need to break this one open.
Easy look when the defender isn't fighting over the screen.
The coach over there just asking for one simple thing, and that's some effort. Got burned on that one.
Edwards. Count it, and 1. He'll have a chance in the three-point play. That's on Matisse Thybulle.
In a close contest, you have to put the ball in the hands of someone who will find a way to put up points.
Edwards against Simons. Here's Avdia. Another score. His 5th make out of 10 tries.
Well, that's how you draw it up right there. A screen to shed the defense, a quick move to the bucket, and you get the lay-in.
Here's Edwards on the take, and Edwards slams it in.
Oh, another highlight reel play from Anthony Edwards. Oh, this guy is fun.
And it's Simons penetrating. Hey, how's that for an answer? Right back with the dunk.
His hang time on the rim puts a sweet cherry on top, BA.
It's a close game, and those displays of explosiveness can jumpstart a team. Oh, and Gobert powers it home.
Huge bucket from Gobert, answering the call when his team needs it.
Avdia against McDaniels. Now here's Avdia. Defense right on it. Lays it up and banks it in. Avdia's gotten 4 this quarter. And so it's Edwards who brings up the ball for the T-Wolves. About 2 minutes into OT now. It's been a good one.
At the offensive end, Gobert isn't always this aggressive, so it's really good to see.
Ayton, a screen on Edwards. To the paint. Avdia outside. Back to Ayton. Ayton, a screen on Edwards. Avdia outside. Oh, a clear foul there on the missed shot. So he'll get a pair at the line.
And you have to try to make something happen. I mean, they have to be aggressive at this point, even if it's risking a foul.
And so he's good on both free throws, and that gives him a lead.
And you just have to understand that hours and hours of practice mean that clutch free throws become easy.
Gobert with a screen on Thibault. Edwards against Thibault. Edwards, a pass to Gobert. Money!
And the trust this team has in Gobert. They know he looks to come up huge in the clutch.
3 seconds separating the shot and game clocks.
And it's crucial, but Simons takes that responsibility and gets it done.
And here's Edwards. Oh, it falls! And Chauncey Billups calls timeout here. Great time to call his guys into the huddle at a very tense moment in this game. All right, what are the considerations at this late juncture?
Down 1 with just enough time for a couple passes and a shot. We'll see what they can do. Tremendous effort. Defends the shot and gets him perfect.
All right, Allie, thank you. And that's going to do it tonight, folks, for our broadcast.
that want to slow things down and run their offense in the half court.
Yeah, both sides are methodical. They want to get into their sets and create quality looks and also have floor balance. I'd be surprised if we see a ton of fast break opportunities tonight.
So with Vucevic on the bench, here's the group that Billy Donovan has on the floor. They've got Smith, Buzelis out there with Josh Giddey. Then it's White, and it's Ball in at the shooting guard position.
Well, with his skill and confidence with the ball, if you put him in position, he'll reward you.
Took him no time at all on that one.
Yeah, that's a great find by White. He's such a clever and deceptive combo guard.
Banchero, a screen on Ball. Banchero finds Wagner. Back to Banchero. Caldwell Pope pass to Wagner. No good with the triple. And so White will bring it up for Chicago. Franz Wagner, as we know, Stan, came into the league with a splash and hasn't really slowed up since.
Now, Kevin, I think he's surprised a lot of people. He has never played like a young guy. He's always played with the maturity of a veteran guy, and he just keeps getting more and more responsibility. He's handled it well, and then he could become a perennial all-star.
I like that assessment. Wagner with a screen for Banchero. And contact on the shot, so he'll be shooting free throws here. It goes on Josh Giddey.
And Banchero doesn't back down from anyone, which is why he's able to draw those fouls.
The first overall pick, and Stan, we have seen this kid, 6'10" Paolo Banchero. How impressive have you assessed his passing skill?
Well, Kevin, it was the thing that surprised me most about him when he came in the NBA. I knew he could put the ball on the floor and attack the basket, get to the free throw line, but he is one of the best big playmakers in this league, making the game easier for all of his teammates.
Wow, what a great asset.
You aren't kidding.
For Chicago, they've gone 2 of 3 here to start out the game. On its way from Caldwell Pope for 2. Wasted no time on that shot, but it's off the mark. White finds Giddey. To the wing on the left. There's Ball with the 3. It's hauled in by the Magic. And with an update from the sideline, let's check in with David Aldridge.
Had a chance to catch up with the Magic head coach. Dealing with Lonzo Ball's playmaking was at the front of his mind. He told me Lonzo's a tremendous decision maker, so we've got to be quick to close off the passing lanes. We can't let him. The goal is to keep Ball's impact.
And Billy Donovan decides to call timeout. He wants to make some adjustments to the game plan, clearly. Working his way from scout to head coach, Jamal Mosley was a longtime assistant under Rick Carlisle. He has paid his dues, Coach.
Yeah, and Kevin, I really admire the guys that put in the time, as you say, pay their dues, and get themselves ready for when they get the opportunity. There's a lot of outstanding younger coaches in this league, and Jamal Mosley's as good as any of them.
Yep, I would agree. And here's Isaac. He'll bring it up for the Orlando Magic. Over in the corner, Caldwell Pope. Over Buzelis. Offensive rebound. Ball against Wagner. 6 to shoot. Goes back up. Rebound by Smith.
Oh, you gotta finish at the rim right there. You hate seeing those opportunities go to waste.
Giddey. Buzelis, no one around him. That's good, and so Giddey with the assist.
And Buzelis continues to work on improving his three ball. When he's hitting from there, everything else becomes easier.
And finished off by Wagner.
And guys, he's not an easy man to stop when he's got the rim in his sights.
Never has been, never will be. He is a determined finisher. To the inside. Pass to Buzelis. He hits the back iron and sinks the shot. Buzelis has got 5 points so far.
Oh, smart pass there, setting up Buzelis in a position to cash in.
Here's Suggs, and Suggs throws it down.
And that's a special play coming from the one spot.
You know, his passing can take a back. That done.
Wow. Wow, that is an impressive vertical for a point guard. My goodness.
And Giddey gets it to go.
And defensively, that's just not going to cut it.
Suggs kicks to Banchero. Fouled on the shot and picks up 2 points. So 1 free throw coming up.
And guys, that strength will serve Banchero really well in the league, and we're starting to see signs of it already.
For Orlando, they have had 2 chances at the line already, making them both.
And their free throw percentage as a unit last year, 76%, right around the middle of the road.
Now here's White, and he drives in.
Well, great job by White to get the defense on their heels and forcing them to react.
Chicago shooting their first free throws. First trip to the line in this one. And both free throws good for White.
I'm sure they don't want to send him to the line. That has to be in their scouting report.
Tipped away. And now ball pushing it up. No one back to stop him. Count it, good.
And really an outstanding combination of length and athleticism. Ball is the perfect guy to take it coast to coast.
White the pass to Giddey. Buzelis with the ball. 2 on the clock. That shot off. Plenty of offense in this closely contested first quarter of play. It's Chicago. They're up by 3. And some good action in the books as we get back to the game that's been pretty close here so far. And taking a look at Chicago's performance here, guys, what have they been doing or not doing?
Well, they used the fast break to generate some easy buckets before the defense could get set.
Yeah, they've dictated the pace to this point, looking to run at every opportunity.
So with Vucevic on the bench, here's the group that Billy Donovan has on the floor. We've got Lonzo Ball. Buzelis out there with Jalen Smith. Then it's Josh Giddey. And it's White in at the point guard. Suggs kicks to Wagner. Just 5 on the clock. Here's Banchero. Buzelis grabs the board. And great for Buzelis. Basketball has been a part of his family for generations.
Yeah, how about that? Both his parents played professionally in Lithuania, as did both of his grandfathers. And his dad now works with the Lithuanian men's national team as a physiotherapist. Wow, he doesn't make plays like that very often. That's a nice move inside. Yeah, but I mean, maybe could have tried for a more memorable dunk than that one.
And we know he's capable of those memorable ones.
And wait to finish and cut into that lead a little bit.
Yeah, but look at the basket guy still shaking. It's time now to hear from our Hall of Fame reporter, David Aldridge. What's the latest, David?
Kevin, Franz Wagner grew up in Germany, but he says one of the reasons that I went to college in the U.S. was to learn a different mentality. The game is played more competitively, and talking trash is welcome. I had it in me deep down, but that brought it out more. That combination of styles has helped him to this day. Kevin?
Great stuff, D.A. Thanks. The Magic trail by 5. Off target from the wing. Bulls have gotten 4 of their first 5 shots to fall in the second quarter. Outstanding shooting.
Well, at first, White shows the burst, then the control off the drive.
Banchero outside. Nice move. Pass to Isaac. Caldwell Pope outside. Over White. That shot by Caldwell Pope, no good.
And I was sure that was money on that one, but everyone is afforded an easy miss or 2.
Yeah, it was a great look. Sometimes they don't fall. You've just got to keep taking great shots.
Every year, Greg, we get a new batch of rookies into the NBA, and sometimes we're all guilty of judging them too early.
Oh, absolutely. I think we need probably 3 years to evaluate a player. You know, fans and media can be a little harsh at times, but not everybody develops at the same rate.
And the Bulls with some changes. Williams comes in for Jalen Smith, and Kevin Huerter subbed in for Josh Giddey. That's tipped. Ball with it. Picked up by Suggs. And here's the fast break. And then Buzelis with the dunk.
And how about that finish by Buzelis, the rookie, getting it done.
Into the lane. Wagner against Williams. Here's Suggs. Back to Wagner. Pass to Banchero. 4 on the shot clock. And he can't stop the run as he misses. The Bulls leading by 12. And Stan, a positive for the Bulls over the last couple seasons. They've really done a good job of taking care of the ball.
Yeah, Kevin, that's been an emphasis for them. You don't want to beat yourself. So you look up and down the roster, it's a pretty disciplined group, but it's also the kind of thing that can change from year to year.
Here's Ball. Plays it in off the breakaway. All right, well, look at how the hustle game has been going for the Bulls.
Well, our coaching staff has to be happy with how active they've been defensively, forcing turnovers and making the offense uncomfortable.
And another thing they've done well is push the tempo. They're running the floor and converting on the fast break.
Out to White. Outside Williams. That one's in, his first shot this game.
And that pick takes the D totally out of the equation.
Yeah, you've got to lock and trail hard. You can't allow him a clean look from that.
Caldwell Pope outside. Back to Suggs. Kicks it out to Banchero. Rebound by the Bulls. We've got a 9-second difference between the shot clock and the game clock. The drive-by Ball. It's White on the wing. Ball, a screen on Suggs. They get it back. Here's Buzelis. Here's Ball. The rebound by Caldwell Pope. Here's Banchero. That one doesn't go. And so it's Chicago, out in front by 17 points at the end of the quarter. And their ability to get points in the paint has made all the difference in this one. We'll return shortly.
Please direct your attention to center court. And get ready for the fan half-court shot. Drums, please. They're measuring up the shot.
And with a big gap on the scoreboard, the second half begins with very different goals for these teams. One side trying to mount a comeback, one side trying to protect their lead. You know, you have to like what we're seeing from Kobe White.
You know, I don't think he'll top the assist charts this year, but early on he's done a great job of keeping the ball hopping around.
Yeah, and I'm a little surprised, but he's been focused on passing the ball. You gotta give him credit.
In the backcourt form, it'll be Suggs and Caldwell Pope. Banchero up there with Franz Wagner. And it's De Silva in at the small forward position. That's who's out there for Orlando. And here's the fast break. Suggs leading the way. Caldwell Pope finds Suggs. Unloads. That's good from Caldwell Pope on the assist from Suggs. Caldwell Pope's got 6.
Solid elevation there. A consistent point of release, and KCP with excellent shot mechanics.
And Wagner's got the ball here for Orlando. Down by 15. The 3. That shot by Caldwell Pope, no good. Chicago has gone 0 of 2 from deep to start things here in the second half. So, Stan, we watched Kentavious Caldwell Pope's career, and he's played for a handful of teams, and he's been a starter on multiple title teams, including the 2020 LA Lakers.
Yeah, Kevin, I loved coaching him. This guy is a hard worker. He's one of the best conditioned athletes in the league. His stamina is incredible. He knocks down threes. It's not a coincidence that he's been on championship teams in 2 different cities.
Amazing. Here's Giddey. How's that for an answer? Right back with the dunk.
and there is no better way to add to the lead.
Isn't that true, GA, especially when the slam is coming from the point guard?
It shows you're able to attack the rim from any position.
Now that's what I call a momentum changer.
Yeah, when you've got a point guard with that kind of spring, no lead is safe.
Yeah, he saw the opportunity to finish with some authority, trying to fire his guys up.
The Magic trail by 13. Here's Bankero. And foul on the shot, so he'll get a chance at the line. Back in 2022, the #1 overall pick was Paolo Banchero. What do you think of his game?
You have to love his game, Kevin. I mean, handles the ball as a big guy at 6'10", makes plays for other people, scores, gets to the free throw line. All-star game in his second year. And on that team, he has really, really looked to defend. This guy's future is bright.
And their coach is another guy from the Seattle area, right, who has come on the NBA and starred.
There have been quite a few of them.
And we've got a timeout called by Jamal Mosley. He wants to regroup and go over the strategy. So for the Magic, Carter comes in for Paolo Banchero. And Isaac subbed in for Wagner. Buzelis is checked in for Chicago. Kobe White comes in for Josh Giddey. Suggs kicks to Isaac. The Magic again can't hit.
Well, that's a shot the defense felt like they could live with, and it worked out for them that time.
Isaac against Ball. Pass to Herter. Back to Ball. Bulls moving the ball around. And Kevin Herter good for three. Herter's got himself on the board with three there.
That's inexcusable defense right there. You gotta contest the shot better than that.
That shot by Caldwell Pope, no good.
Well, that wasn't a bad shot. Defense playing a little loose there. Sometimes it just doesn't go in.
And now the latest from our reporter, David Aldridge.
Kevin, thanks. Last season, the NBA again set records for attendance. Overall, arenas were filled to 98% of capacity. Commissioner Adam Silver says we're in a great position. You almost can't fit more people in our arenas. Kevin, he made it clear the area for growth is in media and especially in mobile viewing.
David, you know this, directly to the fan. I mean, my goodness, all the different ways you can consume the game, it's beautiful. Although they were eliminated in the first round, last season was a success stand for the Magic.
It sure was, Kevin. I don't think many people had them even making the playoffs, but they fought hard, pushed the Cavs to 7 games, and gained valuable playoff experience.
Buzelis, no good on the three. The Magic trail by 17. Caldwell Pope outside. Suggs passes to Isaac. Sinks the triple. Isaac's got himself going with the triple, his first basket of the game.
And you just can't let Isaac get that much room to shoot it from deep. He's a very consistent three-point shooter with a fluid shooting form.
Suggs kicks to Isaac. Here's Carter. And there are the Magic with another bucket.
I love watching Isaac find the open teammate. Has great floor awareness out there and just knows when one of his guys has a clean look.
And the whistle blows. It's going to be on Jalen Suggs. That's foul number 2 for him.
Second team foul.
Here's Ball. And no good. The dry spell continuing for him. Orlando's gone 1 of 3 from downtown since halftime. And here comes White, leading the fast break. 6-second difference between the shot and game clock. From deep, Williams buries the long-range jumper. Williams has got 5 now.
Really nice job there by Buzelis. Already sees the floor at a high level.
Pass to De Silva. And they come right back with their own three-pointer.
Matching baskets from the perimeter, an earmark of today's game.
Yeah, sometimes you get in a shootout like this, but you just hope that you can get a stop first.
Just rubbing it in their faces with that dunk.
He is never going to take his foot off the pedal.
Yeah, they're not pulling any punches here. Even the guards are attacking the back.
And as we end the third quarter, a double-digit deficit will make it tough to come back. Bulls lead by 12. We're going to step aside for just a second, but join us right back here for the start of the fourth quarter next. And let's take now this moment to bring up our State Farm assist of the game.
Just true artistry right there. I mean, great decision on where to go with the ball. How about the perfect delivery?
Wow, that was an absolute masterpiece of an assist. He knew exactly when to deliver the ball, and it made for a beautiful score.
And we reach the fourth quarter in a game that may be already out of hand. With a short break in the action, gives us a chance now to send it over to David Aldridge.
I was able to listen in on what Jamal Mosley was going over with his team. His emphasis was for more effort on the defensive end. He said, we have to do a better job of communicating and helping each other out. They're getting too many easy looks. Let's make it hard on them. Kevin, they're going to have to if they're going to slow down the hot shooting of their opponent.
Thanks so much, David. So with Vucevic on the bench, here's the group that Billy Donovan has on the floor. We've got Buzelis all out there with White. And it's Smith, and it's Giddey in at the 3 spot. Giddey, no good. And here's Banchero. He'll bring it up for the Magic. It's a 10-point game. Pass to Caldwell Pope. Over Buzelis. That shot by Caldwell Pope, no good. And Chicago's shooting has been just great so far, up at 56%.
It doesn't take much to get Buzelis up to the rim. He just pops off the floor and is right there.
Here's Suggs. Had a chance there to cut it to single digits, but it's off target. Chicago leading by 12. Here's Giddey. It's hauled in by the Magic. Isaac's got 5 rebounds tonight. There's Wagner with the 3. They grab their own miss. Isaac finds Suggs. Banchero a screen on ball. 5 on the clock. Wagner wide open. With nobody on him, he buries the jumper. That's now 8 points for Franz Wagner.
And smart ball movement there from Banchero. And that selflessness will endear him to his teammates.
Here we are, Stan, seeing more and more great international players in the NBA. And you've had a chance to coach some of the good ones as well.
Well, yeah, look, Kevin, you're right about the league now. We see every year, it seems like, the MVP is an international player. I had Hedo Turkoglu, who was a big part of what we did in Orlando, was the most improved player in the league one year and a key part of our team that made it to the finals. 6'10", highly skilled, very versatile guy. There are great players coming from everywhere in the world.
The athleticism and blinding speed White possesses is impressive. This guy plays with a lot of moxie.
Chicago leading by 13. Pass to Smith. And stolen by Wagner. One-on-one here. Here's Caldwell Pope. Banked in off the glass.
As a defender, hard to keep up with KCP in transition. He has excellent get up and go.
And Giddey gets it to go. And the Bulls lead by 13.
And that's just cold-blooded right there. He's taking no prisoners.
Yeah, he's leaving no doubt in this one. Doing everything he can to slam the door on a comeback.
Suggs passes to Wagner. Fires from the line. A second chance effort. Pass to Banchero. Rebound by the Bulls. They led the game at 1 point by 20. Here's White, and White slams it in.
Explosive move by White, going right up to the rim.
Caldwell Pope for 3. It's rebounded by Giddey. For Chicago, they've gone 5 of 7 from the field since the beginning of the fourth. Strong work at that end of the floor. Smith finds White. Yes, and it's Smith with the assist that time. White's got 7 points here in this quarter.
And so just rolling to the finish line now in what has been a very confident-looking performance for the Bulls.
They simply ran him off the court.
They set the pace, and their transition game was executed flawlessly.
And you know, when you look at the huge impact he had, just a monster game for Kobe White.
Well, offensively, they needed him to be aggressive, and he delivered. What a game.
That one's going to be the final dagger, and these guys can now celebrate.
Yeah, it doesn't look like they're going to let up, and I like that. Keep pouring it on.
Suggs passes to Wagner. Suggs with the ball. Now Smith defending. And count it, the shot is good. He'll go to the free throw line. And a moment now to look at the scoring approach in terms of where the points are coming from for the Bulls.
Well, I love how they're attacking the rim. That will usually force defenses to collapse and open up a lot of outside shots.
And something else that stands out is how efficient they've been from the mid-range, making the most of their opportunities.
Here's Buzelis. He's covered by Isaac. The shot by Buzelis, no good. 7-second difference, shot and game clock. Here's Ben Caros. Lays it up off the glass. There's 25 seconds left to play in the final quarter. White against Suggs. Outside, White. Pass to Buzelis. 6 on the shot clock. Here's Giddey. That's a 2 from Smith.
Teams feature an impressive backcourt.
No question, BA. And I get the sense that bragging rights are on the line here. Everything you can do, I can do better. Expect some exciting back-and-forth action in this one.
Here's the starting group for Portland. Sharp teams with Thibault on the perimeter. Then it's DeAndre Ayton. Then there's Anthony Simons. And it's Kamare in at the power forward position. Simons with it. Pass to Ayton. Sharp with it. Here's Kamare. He's guarded by White. Goes up and lays it in. Nice and easy.
Just taking it right to the rim, and no one was there to greet him.
And I think defensively, that is not the way you want to start. Giving up high percentage looks, that doesn't typically end well.
Huge size disadvantage for the defense. Might as well just get out of the way.
There's a screen. Pass to Kamare. First quarter, just over a minute played. Sharp with it, picked up by Tatum. And a two-handed jam!
Yeah, not afraid to finish at the rim. Sharp, just relentless.
Brown passes to Holiday. Brown against Sharp. And the jam by Brown.
Great job on the back end of the play.
Yep, finished with both hands, making sure of it. And he's made a case for first-team all-defense. Doris Jaylen Brown, the complete game.
Brian, what you love to see from a great player that's just entering their prime is the pride they take in being well-rounded. Do you want to absorb a big-time defensive assignment? Jaylen Brown wants to do exactly that.
Now here's White. 6 on the shot clock. Here's Tatum. No stopping him there. Jams it in, and he's fouled. An opportunity in a three-point play. It's going to be on DeAndre Ayton. The Trailblazers making a switch here. Avdia's checked in. Doris, it's hard to pick one, but Derek White is in the running for best defensive guard.
It's so true, and what Derek White does perhaps better than any other guard is block shots. When we talk about top on-ball defenders, he's also on that list. You want to talk about somebody who can get in the passing lane and be disruptive. He's on that list. Truly can do it all.
The Celtics have gone 3 of 4, off to a nice start. They kick it out to Porzingis. He buries it from 3. Porzingis has got 5.
Well, this is where Porzingis thrives. He is shot ready on the catch. They got very fortunate there, guys. They should just take their time on offense and not try to force things.
And let's send it over to Allie LaForce.
I was able to talk to Joe Mazzulla for a minute. How they'll go about defending DeAndre Ayton came up, and Coach told me once Ayton gets deep, it's too late. We need to find him early and not let him set up down low. Push him out to the line. That's a lot to be pushing around with Ayton being as big as they come, guys.
All right, Allie, thanks once again.
Well, good things happen for this team when Jaylen Brown gets into the paint. So efficient inside.
Holiday against Simons. From outside the arc. Again, Simons missing.
And he almost made them regret defending him so loosely.
Thibault, a screen on Holiday. And here's Simons. Lets it go from deep. Gets the 3 ball to go. 6 points for him.
And that's what they want to do. Get him open looks early.
Outside White. Back to Tatum. Pass to Porzingis. Here's White. Oh, the teardrop falls in.
Soft touch by Derek White. The floater, not an easy shot, but he puts that one on target.
Avdia, screen on Holiday. Down low. Deflects the pass. It's stolen by Holiday. Right side White. The kick to Tatum. Now here's White. High arcing shot. Blocked! Sharp against Holiday. And the call is going to be, yes, an illegal screen.
The screener was leaning a bit right there. His feet may not have been planted. Pretty obvious call by the officials.
You know, he's just leaning a little bit. You try to get away with it, but boy, the official all over it.
Now here's White. He takes it in, drops in the layup for two. White's got his second basket of the game.
Derek White showing you I can put it on the deck and finish off a pretty drive. Nicely done, Derek.
Sharp. And that one is stuffed right through.
Oh, man. Talk about hang time. What a wicked double clutch finish.
Hey, when you have that kind of space, you're allowed to get fancy. Tatum finds White. Who poked away. Outside Holiday. Sharp against Brown. Back to Holiday. Just 3 on the clock. And it's good on the lay-in.
Well, that possession to me highlights the importance of creating for your teammates.
And so it's Boston leading by 6 as we wrap up the quarter. There. If you're just joining us, we played through 1 quarter in this one. And a chance for a moment to check out the scoring breakdown for the Celtics.
Well, we've seen them take advantage of the lanes given to them so far. The defense isn't plugging it up, and it's being exploited.
I think the other thing they've done a great job of is making their presence felt inside, converting tons of paint opportunities.
The 2 J's, Brown at the 3 and Tatum at the 4. Derek White out there with Drew Holiday. And it's Porzingis in at the 5, roaming the paint. That's the 5 to begin the second quarter for the Celtics. Well, Doris, you watch Kristaps Porzingis at the defensive end. He changes a lot of shots.
There is no doubt, B.A. It's 7'2". It isn't just simply about sending shots back. It's about changing the trajectory. But I think as importantly, guys don't want to go in the lane because of his presence. Well, the versatility he possesses makes him a very tough cover, guys.
Tatum with a screen. It's White with a drive. White coming through.
Terrific design and execution, leading to an opportunity right at the rim.
Blazers trail by 8. Here's Sharp. Takes it inside. Ooh, powered down with both hands.
The burst. Man, Sharp can go from 0 to 100 in the blink of an eye.
Oh, KP with the 3.
And taking a look at this first half, they've just shown better shot selection.
And I think obviously we see the execution and the willingness to make the next pass so important.
Thibault on the wing. Pass to Avdia. Fires from deep. Porzingis grabs the board. And White has got the ball here for Boston. They lead by the biggest margin of the game at 9. And there's the foul. It'll go on Shaedon Sharp. That's his first foul.
And just wasn't able to set up in time.
White against Thibault. Tatum passes to White. 6 to shoot. Back to Tatum. And finished by Tatum. Wow!
Oh my goodness, Jason Tatum, you've got to be kidding me. How pretty was that?
Pass to Ayton. 3-pointer Sharp. And stolen by Holiday. And they're on the run. Jumps up. And it's Portland with a rebound.
Well, you got to miss sometimes, but that one seemed like a gimme.
Here's Simons. And he takes that one up and powers it through.
Are you serious? That is some power from a point guard.
Oh, I love backcourt players with some ups.
We know versatility is huge in this game. Just a tremendous job finishing that play. Wow.
And the Celtics in possession here. The Blazers making their last shot. Brent, we're starting to see more players throwing alley-oops to themselves off the backboard. Did you ever do that?
In practice, maybe, but although I had some leaping ability early on, I never had the audacity to do it in a real game.
Here's White. After the basket by Portland. Outside, Brown. On the wing, Holiday. Brown, a screen on Simons. Shot clock at 6. Here's White. Laid it in with a nice touch off the window. White's got 10 points.
They're punishing those late defensive rotations, getting good looks inside throughout the half.
Ayton, a screen on Tatum. Avdia finds Sharp. 4-3. Buries it from 3. He's got 9.
And everybody wants to see what kind of range Sharp has. Looks like the NBA three-point line won't be a problem for him.
Now here's Brown. Holiday up top. Outside, Brown. 55 seconds left in the first half of this one. And he can't jam it through. And it's Simons penetrating. They get it back. Pass to Avdia. Up top, Ayton. Ayton, a screen on Tatum. It's Sharp on the wing. Hounded by Tatum. Count it. Ayton's got his first points of the game.
This guy's so effective. DeAndre Ayton will take the mid-range if you concede it.
And Joe Mazzulla calls timeout here. He'll take the opportunity to regroup. Changes here for the Celtics. Al Horford's checked in for Porzingis. Craig comes in for Brown. And it's Hauser in for White. And a new group getting ready for Portland. Reed, he's checked in for Ayton. Kamara comes in for Avdia. Grant's checked in for Thibault. And it's Scoot Henderson in for Simons. 29 seconds left in the second period. Pass to Henderson. They set the pick. Here's Reith, uncovered. Horford pulls it in.
Boy, he really wanted that shot, trying to make the defense pay for leaving him that wide open.
Here's Hauser. Launches it. Again, the miss by Boston. And so it's the Boston Celtics with a 6-point lead at the close of the quarter. And it's mostly due to their superb shooting. They've wasted very few possessions. And more NBA action on 2K Sports coming your way right after this. And after a fairly even first couple of quarters, this second half could turn out to be a great one, as both teams trying to gain an edge. You look at Anthony Simons, he's been playing really well.
Yeah, I love how effortlessly he scored. The game just comes so easy for him.
Now let's see if he continues that trend the rest of the way. He certainly has the talent and the endurance to do just that.
Celtics lead by 6. Checking out the group for Chauncey Billups to start the second half. Scoot and Sharp are the backcourt set. Then it's Jeremy Grant, and it's Reith in at the 5, down low. Holiday finds Brown. Craig with it. 5 on the clock. Brown in.
Oh, he did it!
Punch it home!
Nice! Oh, my goodness. How about that move by Jaylen Brown? That is spectacular.
And, of course, Boston winning 8 consecutive titles from 1959 to 1966. Doris, you think we'll ever see a streak like that again?
PA, I think that's almost impossible in this day and age. With free agency, with more salary cap restrictions, it's just hard to win 2 in a row these days, let alone 8. My goodness.
It's Brown on the wing. And Brown rising high for the finish.
Look out below. Jaylen Brown off his feet in a hurry.
Right wing. Here's Kamari. Outside Sharp. Horford with a steal. Here's Holiday. Uses the glass on the layup. And now a 10-point Celtic lead.
Yeah, good execution in close. Holiday likes mixing things up and finishing from this area.
Here's Kamare, defended by Craig. Pass to Reith, fires for three. Boston pulls it in. 2 minutes into the second half of play now. Here's Hauser. Good.
Here in the second half, they've just found better shots.
And I think what's happening is they're getting their shots within the flow of their offense, and you can clearly see the difference.
Here's Hauser. Holiday passes to Horford. Here's Hauser. On the wing, Holiday. Pass to Hauser. 5 to shoot. Elbow shot on the way. Sharp grabs the miss.
Well, if the defense gives him that shot next time, they could get burned. I think he's just a little bit out of rhythm.
And Grant gets it to go.
Reflexive shot there by Grant. I mean, he just finds his spot and goes straight up. You know, depending on where Jeremy Grant's been, he's filled a lot of different roles. He's been asked to be the alpha or the second option or even a role player. But whatever it is, he's always willing to do whatever it takes to help the team.
Doris, even as he gets up there in age, Drew Holiday is still an elite defender.
Brian, it's really remarkable how valuable a piece he is. They call him the Swiss Army knife because he is one of those rare individuals that can guard all 5 positions. He understands schemes. He's willing to mix things up. Drew Holiday is elite, period.
Ayton finds Simons. Pass to Sharp. Holiday against Simons. Horford pulls it in. And Joe Mazzulla has called timeout. A moment to rest and confer on the game plan.
And something fans don't always get to see. Some of the closely guarded secrets that happen in that huddle.
It's tough to hide your communications. Teams go to great lengths to try to do it, but sometimes to no avail.
So Boston going with almost an entire new group here. Porzingis has checked in for Horford. Tatum comes in for Brown. Pritchard's checked in for Hauser. And Derek White subbed in for Holiday. And also a switch here for Portland. Avdia's checked in. Here's Pritchard. Pass to Tatum. White looking it over. Portland with a rebound. Simons outside. Here's Kamare. It's Avdia on the wing. And there's a pick for 3. And again, it's the Trailblazers from deep.
You simply must play better defense than that. This guy is too good from distance.
Tatum with a screen. Pass to White. 55 seconds left in the third quarter. Porzingis punishing inside.
You get the sense his teammates recognize Kristaps Porzingis is in rhythm. Let's keep feeding him.
Ayton passes to Simons. Ayton, a screen on White. Here's Simons.
BA, forget about attempting the long-range 3 to cut into that lead. Just attack the rim, my man.
Man, that was sweet. White can't hit. Blazers trail by 8. On the wing, Simons. From behind the arc, it's down. His 7th make in 13 attempts today.
They are unconscious from outside, and so far, the defense has had no answer.
Well, that's the whole point, isn't it? If you space the floor well enough, it's almost impossible for the defense to account for everyone.
Oh, look out! Porzingis!
Attacking the rim with power.
Tremendous finish. Ayton passes to Thibault. Here's Kamare. Oh, he got it up in time, but it wouldn't fall for him. And so it's Boston closing up. And a worthy candidate tonight as we take a look at our State Farm assist of the game.
This is the definition of team chemistry. I love to see this kind of communication and connection between teammates leading to the perfect pass.
Nothing better than chemistry, right? Working together to create a bucket.
The fourth quarter has arrived. So good to have you with us. And let's swing it over to the sideline and hear from Allie.
Over the break, I listened in on Joe Mazzulla's huddle. He kept it real with his team, telling them, I know you feel good about this lead, but let's not get lazy. Let's not act like this is a sure thing all of a sudden. Looking to keep their focus on the task at hand. Brian?
Okay, good stuff. Thank you, Allie. The core of this team, Brown and Tatum in the front court. Drew Holiday out there with Derek White. And it's Porzingis in at the 5. That's who's in the game for the Celtics. Now here's Porzingis. Boy, that foul looked intentional. Not exactly what you'd expect here.
Yeah, I know. It just doesn't make sense given the situation.
Now White. Pass to Porzingis. Outside, Brown. 6 on the shot clock. Over Sharp. Brown, that's good. And the Celtics lead by 9.
Sweet little mid-range from Jaylen Brown. That 3-level scoring coming into play.
And here's Simons. Brown with the steal. Just over a minute played here in the 4th. Three-pointer. That falls. Nice feed that time from Tatum. Tatum's got 3 assists in the game. All right, guys, a breakdown here of the hustle stats for the Celtics.
You have to be a fan of the energy they've played with on the defensive end. Active hands and feet, and it's come up big a few times for them.
Another thing I thought they did well was pressure. They forced a ton of turnovers, turned those opportunities into points.
And so it's Boston with it. Portland making their last shot. Here's Tatum. Hey, strong move, Tatum.
Well, the increasing strength of Jason Tatum is making it harder to knock him off his path. That is nice.
Simons against Holiday. Inside, Kamara. And he elevates for the jam. Jason Tatum on the receiving end.
Oh, I love this guy. Even when they're trailing, he works hard to put on a show.
Hey, that might be just what they need right now. Now here's Tatum. Kick out to Brown. Just 5 on the clock. Late clock. The Celtics got to hurry here. The shot by Holiday, no good.
He didn't make them pay for that weak defense, but they just can't rely on him to miss those kind of shots.
Ayton, a screen on Holiday. Pass to Ayton. Brown against Sharp. Back to Ayton. And stolen by Porzingis. Fast break. Here come the Celtics. Oh, and a dunk by Brown.
Well, how about Jaylen Brown in transition, a phenomenal finisher in the open floor. Well, the problem is they haven't gotten production from any other spot, but right now this guy is cooking.
Boston leading by 10. White with it, now guarded by Simons. Porzingis with a screen on Thibault. Holiday passes to White. Tatum with it. Sharp grabs the miss. A look at the clock. A little under 3.5 minutes gone by in the 4th. Ayton, a screen on Tatum. There's Simons for the 3. Pass to Kamari. Thibault against Holiday to the middle. Back to Thibault. And here's Simons outside. Some solid defense from Holiday.
Yeah, you know, he usually makes you pay from that range.
Tatum feeling it out a bit. Over Sharp. It's good from about 19 feet.
Well, with a comeback out of range, we can put a bow on this one. Good performance for the Celtics.
Check out their assist numbers.
They didn't get stuck in isolation. They got the ball to the guys who had the best matchups.
And as it was happening, as it was building, you knew this was a monster game for Kristaps Porzingis.
Boy, forget about his stats for a second, right? What impressed me most was his stamina. It seemed like he was involved in every play. And with that kind of activity, I don't know how you don't wear down.
Now here's Sharp. And we've got 28 seconds left in the final quarter. They can take their time if they want.
Yes, you have to regroup. Make sure you get a good shot.
Simons against Holiday. puts up a deep three. No
Clark here tonight. We were just talking about this. These two teams that love to get out and run.
You know, Kevin, I love these kind of games because really I think basketball is meant to be played at a fast pace. I really do. I mean, the fans enjoy it, but the players do too, and obviously us broadcasters like to see it up and down as well.
A look at the Magic starting group. In the backcourt form, it'll be Suggs and Caldwell Pope. Isaac in the front court along with Wagner. And it's Banchero in at the 5 down low. And that one drops.
And that'll start us off already. You can feel the tension in this arena.
Boy, I tell you, you're right. You can feel this one looking like it's going to be a tight one throughout.
And here's Banchero. He'll bring it up for the Magic. Caldwell Pope outside. Pass to Wagner from 18 feet away. Count that bucket.
You like to see that from Wagner. I mean, as he continues to develop his mid-range game, I think we'll see more and more of that.
And here's Edwards from the arc. Hits it from three-point range.
And that's exactly what he's looking for, draining the triple.
There's always a surprise, isn't there, Clark, in the offseason? Let's go back to 2022. That offseason, the Timberwolves going all in on Rudy Gobert.
Basically, Kevin, they traded 5 firsts plus a bunch of good players for Gobert. It was derided at the time, and I can understand why, but Rudy's defense has taken them to another level, and he's actually been a little better offensively than people thought he would be.
Here is Edwards, following the basket by Contavious Caldwell Pope. Puts up a deep three, and again, Minnesota with the triple.
Well, that was a bomb from Edwards, showing off that deep range.
Edwards against Suggs to the paint. Here's Banchero. Back to Suggs. And rebounded by McDaniels.
You're not going to see that very often. Plenty of space, but he just, let's face it, he limps on that.
Watch out now. Look out below. Edwards rising to the rafters.
Here's Suggs. An easy 2 points on the layup.
And once he got to the 10, I think he was surprised to find himself that wide open.
Well, this early, they should be showing a lot more energy on defense. It's not there.
And priority number one has got to be the finish, guys, not the fancy stuff.
And the latest now from our sideline reporter, David Aldridge. David, it's all yours. Take it away.
Thank you, Kevin. Rudy Gobert continues to embrace the challenge of elite rim protection. He said competition is what it's about. Sometimes I'm going to get dunked out, and sometimes I'll get the block. But I'm not going to stop coming and doing what I do. I'll be there every time. Kevin?
David, just like you. Thanks so much. Orlando with the ball, following the bucket by the Timberwolves. Shot clock at 6. Banchero passes to Wagner. Randall with some nice D.
Man, I can't believe he blew that gimme, guys. Well, I know he's frustrated about that.
And Edwards with the stuff.
Edwards just doesn't allow defenders to bottle him up. Great focus and persistence.
Anthony Edwards is a classic two-guard, Clark, a spectacular player. What has impressed you most about his development?
Well, he's got a great body. He had it when he got into the league after just 1 year of college. Tremendous basketball body, strength.
And here we go with the coach's challenge. Not surprised in a competitive game like this. And he's just...
Officials can review in closer detail what constituted the original personal foul. Getting a different angle can sometimes make it a lot easier to determine.
Indeed, and the one thing with replay review is that when you see the slow motion replays, you really get a new appreciation for just the immense speed at which these players are moving and how fast the action really is and how hard it can be sometimes, you know, Greg, to make the right call. And the announcement on the review is that the foul was called in error. So they have determined to overrule the original call.
And guys, this is what it's all about, getting the call right. And I think in this case, the video review showed that while it was a tough call to make on the floor, they got it right with the review.
Kicks it out to Banchero. Pass to Wagner. Back to Banchero. 44 seconds left to play in the first. Misses the layup. Here's Edwards. And it's off the back rim. No good.
That's a shot he's got to hit. You don't get many looks better from that range.
Suggs dishes to Banchero. Suggs passes to Banchero. Rebound, Minnesota.
That is some tough defense there against one of the better finishers in our game.
Edwards inside. He's covered by Suggs. Drains it from beyond the arc.
I love the ball movement there. He put that on a silver platter. Just served him up.
Stolen by McDaniels. Over Suggs. And there's another one for the Timberwolves.
One of the things you've got to admire and respect about him is his aggressiveness at the offensive end, always in attack mode.
Anthony Edwards has been leading the charge for Minnesota. He got into double digits for the quarter with 10 points total. And glad to have you with us, folks. Second quarter of basketball. This game has not exactly been neck and neck, but plenty of time left in this one. And what do you guys think about Minnesota here in this one?
Yeah, in that first period, they looked to push in transition at every opportunity.
Yeah, I like the way they play. They're looking to get up and down the court every time. Racehorse basketball here tonight. Strap it up. Don't look down. You'll miss something.
Randall out there with Gobert. Then it's Nickeil Alexander-Walker. Then there's Edwards. And it's McDaniels in at the small forward. That's the 5 to begin the second quarter for the Timberwolves. Another shot. A shot by Alexander-Walker, no good. Here's Suggs. Lays it up and banks it in. Suggs has got his second bucket.
Boy, that's just the toughness basket by Suggs right there. Remember now, this young man was an all-state football player in high school.
Gobert with a screen on Suggs. Edwards. A beautiful finish inside by Ant.
And the lack of effort to fight over the screen there makes that an easy shot.
Well, I'm going to credit the screen. I mean, that's a good, strong pick he lays there. Boy, a big man with great touch from deep, always a valuable commodity in today's game.
For three, Edwards. Edwards shooting fearlessly from the arc.
The competitive fire of Anthony Edwards, admirable, going right back at him.
Wagner with a screen for Suggs. Down low. Shoots it up outside for Caldwell Pope. Fires from deep. Minnesota with the rebound. Gobert's got 5 rebounds tonight. Randall surveying the D. Pass to Gobert. Alexander-Walker with the ball. Shot, high post, and again it's Minnesota. And Greg, you think about what they call the float game. Why does that one shot earn a nickname like that?
I mean, it's a badge of respect, right? The floaters, teardrops, whatever you call them, runners, often the finishing touch to an already well-developed offensive arsenal.
Wagner has screen on Edwards. And Suggs throws it down.
Get up, Jalen Suggs. This guy also a terrific football player in high school.
Edwards against Suggs. Edwards flashing inside.
Oh, Kevin, not a petty, not a Manny, but a facial.
Oh, a bounce to the ounce, Greg? Yeah, showing off the bunny.
He's a highlight reel, always on the launch pad.
Timberwolves leading by 11. Inside. That's in. Coming off an assist from Randall. Edwards got 19 points.
Yeah, you know, once Edwards flips that switch, now he stays fully engaged. His offensive arsenal is on full display.
Banchero kicks to Wagner. Back to Banchero. Pulls up. And Orlando again with the bucket.
A dangerous score, really, from anywhere on the floor. Banchero has all the tools to be great.
Gobert with a screen on Suggs. Edwards passes to McDaniels. Out to Edwards. Shot clock at 5. McDaniels sets a screen for Edwards. Up again. Rebounded by Isaac. The Magic trail by 11. On its way from Caldwell Pope for 2. And again, it's Orlando converting.
Attacking immediately. Caldwell Pope fires the moment he finds his angle.
And while we've got a moment, let's send it over to our terrific reporter, David Olney. David?
Hey, Kevin. This summer, we saw the NBA break up its draft into 2 days. The next idea, a bigger break between the draft and the start of free agency. The common thread is giving front offices more time to strategize around these highly consequential decision periods, the NBA calendar. Kevin?
Interesting, D.A. Thank you.
Just doing it solo. Love seeing McDaniels grab that steal and take off and convert.
And we've got a timeout called by Jamal Mosley. He's made the decision. He wants to huddle up with his guys. Minnesota making some changes. Reed comes in for Gobert. And it's Dante DiVincenzo in for Edwards. Black in the post, defended by DiVincenzo. And with that shot, the Timberwolves lead is cut down to just 10 points with the bucket from Black. Here's DiVincenzo. Here's McDaniels. Hits some rim on the way in, and the bucket's good. McDaniels got 4 points in the quarter.
McDaniels saying to himself, okay, you want to give me that? I'll take it.
Now here's Caldwell Pope, defended by Alexander Walker. And Houston gets it to go.
Just a little confusion among the D as to who was supposed to be on it.
3-second difference between shot clock and game clock. Reed with a screen for DiVincenzo. Reed finds DiVincenzo. Back to Reed, and Reed throws it down.
Good find that time by DiVincenzo, an unselfish player always looking to make the extra pass.
Here's Black. Banchero outside. Here he goes. And finished off by Banchero.
And didn't do anything fancy there, but didn't need to.
Nope. His only concern right now is getting the points on the board. And I don't mean style points.
Hey, I thought there was some style there, guys. What are you guys looking at? I mean, it was still a pretty sweet, flavorful one-hand flush.
And so it's Minnesota ahead by 9 as the quarter comes to a close. Their shooting has been the big key. Their percentage from the field so far has been terrific. And don't go away. We'll be right. And for those of you just tuning in, thanks for being with us. The second half of this game still to play. You know, Anthony Edwards has been exceptional here, guys.
No problems fighting his way to the rim in this one. A lot of points in close.
Yeah, you know what, guys? They gave him too many free runs to the hoop in the first half. I think they've got to be a lot tougher on him. Body him up. Be physical with him.
And so in the game for the Magic, Black is out there with Kentavious Caldwell-Pope. Then it's Paolo Banchero. And it's Houston in at the 3, the small forward. Randall outside. Reed with a screen for Randall. And the Timberwolves tack on 2 more.
You know, Randall has a nice package. He's got a good touch, good mechanics, and he's a capable mid-range shooter.
Banchero, a screen on DiVincenzo. A nice shot by Black.
How can you forget about him? I mean, he's not going to miss that open of a look.
Now here's DiVincenzo. He's tightly guarded, off the mark from 16 feet out.
I guess even he has to miss one of those once in a while.
Good ball movement here by the Magic. Here's Houston. Banchero inside, working on McDaniels. Timberwolves leading by 11. DiVincenzo passes to Randall. Lays it up and in off the pretty assist. Randall's got 4 points in the quarter.
Boy, he's a wrecking ball on offense. Randall, so good at finishing inside.
The Timberwolves have gone 3 of 4 so far in the third quarter from the field. Pretty good start to the half. When Naz Reid is out there, Clark, spacing the floor is a real asset for him.
For sure, and you know, he really puts a lot of pressure on the defense because he can score from anywhere on the floor, and he's got great size and strength. And he does the little things too. I mean, you look at his points and rebounds, but this guy gets deflections, he goes after loose balls, he gets you extra possessions on the glass, he steps in and takes. I mean, he does all the little and big things. He's doing his best to carry him, fellas, but he can only do so much. Things would be different for them if he was getting a little more help.
Picked by Reed. DiVincenzo passes to Reed. Takes it off the glass. Reed's got his second basket of the game.
A versatile guard, DiVincenzo is excellent at hitting his teammates in their spots.
Banchero is screened for Caldwell Pope. To the paint. They get a hand on it. And now Minnesota on the fast break. Banchero against McDaniel. DiVincenzo kicks to McDaniel. Good. McDaniel's got 10 points in the game.
And with the lead, I like the strategy here. Continue to get the ball to guys who can do something with it.
If it's working, keep working it. That's what I say. Keep the pressure on.
Too open that time. Made it look too easy.
And this is something Banchero continues to hone, wanting to become a dangerous threat from deep.
Here's DiVincenzo. Uses the glass to finish the layup. 5 points in the game.
Now how about how he sets his man up there, runs him right into the screen, and then gets the basket.
That shot by Caldwell Pope, no good. Timberwolves leading by 14. And we've got a timeout called by Jamal Mosley. This will give him a chance to discuss some potential alterations. Second half here. We're just over 3.5 minutes into it. The shot's good. DiVincenzo's got 7 points here in this quarter.
DiVincenzo with the nice touch on the inside shot. Boy, he really knows how to make it work at close range.
And that one is good from Suggs.
Yeah, he's been hooping, but the rest of the team, not so much.
56 seconds left in the third. DiVincenzo with it. Picked up by Suggs. Reed with a screen on Suggs. DiVincenzo can't hit it.
You know, you don't always get that opportunity, so those are the ones you hate to miss.
Wagner outside. Pass to Isaac. Count that one.
And Isaac, really a big-time player on the interior. When he's near the basket, he's looking to score the ball.
And so Chris Finch calls for the timeout. He wants a minute here to get things straightened out with his team. Gobert, he's checked in for Minnesota. Edwards comes in for McDaniel. And so Chris Finch calls for the timeout. Wants to regroup and go over the strategy. Banchero's checked in for the Magic. Timberwolves leading by 12. Shot and game clock separated by 5. Now here's Edwards. He's got 19. Gobert with a screen on Suggs. Here's Edwards. Oh, my!
Wow! Really like what Edwards did there. Assertive in the two-man game.
Suggs dishes to Banchero. Solid play on the low block, and that one's good. Banchero's got 14 points.
Huge hole in the defense that possession. He didn't waste any time cutting through it.
And so it's the Minnesota Timberwolves enjoying a 12-point lead as they talk things over during the break. And now we have a moment to reveal our State Farm assist of the game.
And he sliced the D wide open with his feed. They had no chance to prevent that basket.
Yeah, that's just a brilliant read of the defense. I mean, it was also excellent anticipation of the movement of his teammates before the pass. Just great harmony on all sides.
And 1 quarter to go in a game that to this point has not been an evenly fought contest. You've got Anthony Edwards. Gobert is out there with Naz Reid. Then it's Nickeil Alexander-Walker. And it's DiVincenzo in at the 2 spot. So that's the lineup for Minnesota.
Built like a linebacker, Edwards is not your average off guard, folks.
Suggs looking around. It's stolen by Edwards. And now Minnesota on the fast break. And the call on the shot. And here we go. Coach's challenge happening right now. This one in regards to
This is the time now where the officials can review in closer detail what constituted the original personal foul. Getting a different angle can sometimes make it a lot easier to determine.
Indeed, and the one thing with replay review is that when you see the slow motion replays, you really get a new appreciation for just the immense speed at which these players are moving and how fast the action really is and how hard it can be sometimes, Greg, to make the right call. And the announcement on the review is that the foul was called in error. So they have determined to overrule the original call.
And guys, this is what it's all about, getting the call right. And I think in this case, the video review showed that while it was a tough call to make on the floor, they got it right with the review.
Here's what Minnesota's going with right now. Randall's checked in for Reed. And it's McDaniels in for Dante DiVincenzo.
Well, they'll be happy with that look, even though it didn't fall.
You know what? That's a confidence shaker for him, though. I mean, that's a shot he expects to make every time.
When you allow good scorers to get uncontested shots at the rim, no wonder you're losing.
He should be getting extra attention from the defense, not less.
You love how each side has risen to the challenge throughout this one.
Hey, defenses.
Edwards with the dunk of the night.
We've got liftoff here, folks. Once Edwards sprints past the defense, it is an absolute wrap.
Really, the right play defensively. If you can't block, force them to the line.
Yeah, exactly. Prevent the layup, give them a little bump, and then maybe they'll think twice about coming into the lane next time. And if they don't think about it, at least they might be distracted by your presence.
Timberwolves leading by 11. Here's Edwards. And it's Suggs with the rebound. Magic have gone 2 of 3 from the field to get the 4th quarter started. Another miss by Orlando. And here's Edwards. He'll bring it up for Minnesota. At one point, they led by 16. It's hauled in by the Magic. Isaac's got 7 rebounds in the game. Banchero passes to Isaac. Back to Banchero. 3-pointer. Another miss by Orlando.
And since halftime, he has just been ice cold. Just can't seem to get anything to go his way.
Count it.
You know what? Didn't find a very good shot on that possession, but still able to get 2 points.
Suggs kicks to Wagner. Back to Suggs. Fires the 3. Drains the 3-pointer. Suggs has got 7 points here in this quarter.
Suggs handling his business so far in this one. Really putting the work in on the offensive end.
A nice shot by McDaniel.
Just Mr. Reliable again here today, Kevin. I mean, they need his points, and he's producing.
Banchero passes to Suggs. Launches a 3. And rebounded by McDaniels. McDaniels got 7 rebounds in the game. Edwards against Wagner. And the Timberwolves tack on 2 more.
Nice mid-range J from Edwards there. He's obviously not too concerned about what the analytics say about that shot.
Suggs passes to Banchero. Edwards with it. Defended now by Wagner. Suggs against Edwards. Gobert with a screen for Edwards. Rebounded by Isaac. Isaac's got his 8th rebound here tonight. Wagner finds Banchero. And the three ball is good.
And this is the type of go-to scorer this team wants Banchero to be. They love his confidence. And it looks like just playing the last bit of this one out in what should be a nice win here for Minnesota.
Fewer miscues made the difference.
Yeah, I mean, a great all-around effort. Not only did they minimize their turnovers, but kept the pressure up on D, forcing the other team to commit turnovers.
Edwards passes to Alexander Walker. Down low, here's Gobert, and finished off by Gobert.
And you can sense that these fans, these players, they are ready
to celebrate.
And I think they can start that celebration right now. I mean, what a terrific team victory.
Edwards against Suggs. Pass to Gobert. Now here's McDaniel. Defense is right there. Not sure the miracle grade is on hand here tonight for them.
Well, they need one, but gonna play it until the final whistle.
5 seconds separating the shot and game clocks. Back to Caldwell Pope for three. Minnesota with the rebound. Fader on the way. Edwards, good. And so it's the Timberwolves taking care of business here. A confident win and one where they clearly
tip-off goes to the Celtics. So let's take a look at the Chicago Bulls starting lineup. Buzelis out there with Josh Giddey. Then it's Ball, then it's Kobe White, and it's Smith in at the pivot spot, manning the middle. White drives in, and it's Chicago with a board. Richard, when it comes to the Bulls, they have one of the most committed fan bases in the league.
Yeah, the Chicago fans are for real. The Bulls are routinely at the top of the list for total attendance. Even on the road, there are usually Bulls fans sprinkled in every crowd.
White against Holiday. Back to Tatum. Outside, Brown. Just 5 to shoot. Pass to Holiday. And it's rejected. And it's going to be out of bounds. Boston will have another go. White for 3. First quarter of play, a minute in. Smith against White. Oh, the dunk by Smith.
Sends it home with some passion.
I think he's rubbing it in a little bit here, hanging up there like that. Tatum with a screen. To the inside. Oh, Tatum slams it home.
Tatum reminding the defense, like, yo, you cannot stop him.
White with a screen on White. Pass to Buzelis. Driving inside. Smith outside. Oh, it's blocked. It deflects off the backboard. It's a one-on-one situation. The kick out to White. The 3-ball. And it's Giddey with a rebound. The Bulls have gone just 2 for 4 from the floor. And he gets the bucket.
I love seeing Ball be aggressive on offense. Good at knowing when to take initiative.
Porzingis passes to Brown. Right side, Holiday. White on the wing. Now Brown. Shot from the low post is good.
Just taking it right to the rim. And no one was there to greet him.
Easy possessions like that literally are just a gift. You just dream of them. He'll gladly take those.
Attacking the rim with power.
Tremendous finish. Tatum a screen on White. Three-pointer. Holiday hits a three-pointer.
I mean, you watch Holiday play this game. He just explodes off the screens. Very good in pick and roll.
Here's Buzelis. And that one goes out of bounds. Last touch by Tatum. White against Holiday. Down low. It's stolen by Holiday.
2 minutes remaining.
White on the wing.
2 minutes.
Right side Tatum. Lets it go from deep. Chicago with a rebound.
Shocking that he just bricked that one. The defense got real lucky there.
Here's Buzelis. Hounded by Tatum. For 3, Smith. And it's Jason Tatum with a rebound. The Celtics have gone 3 of 8 so far. From deep. 1:25 left in the first quarter here. Another shot. And he lays it up and in. And this game is tied up now.
Look, this dude is well built, man. He's a specimen. He's 6'8", but look, he's going to score inside if he gets that close.
Oh, that was nasty. A two-hand mega slam.
Man, I don't think anyone was going to stop him there. Tatum, shot is good.
Sometimes it's simple. Put the ball in the hands of your scorers and let them do what they do best.
Smith with a screen on Holiday. Launches it. Smith no good.
Given his range, you'd expect him to capitalize on that opening.
Stolen. Fast break. Here we go. Here's Buzelis. Defended by Porzingis. Smith with a screen on Brown. Knocks it loose. And stolen by Brown. And here we go, the Celtics on the run. There's Tatum with the three. On target from range. Tatum's got 9 points.
No second thoughts from Tatum. Just look, he's ready.
White against Holiday. White looking it over. And there's the slam dunk to finish it off.
And one move ahead of the defense. A solid pick.
And then the monster dunk to complete the play. Well done.
Oh, great chemistry on display. He understood where to put the screen in order to free up his teammate.
It'll count. And that's not gonna go. 1 quarter in the books. And it's been a close one. Celtics. And this has been a fairly close game through the first quarter. We'll see what happens here in the second. And for Boston guys, what jumps out to you stat-wise?
Well, clearly they played well in the first period because of their selfless attitude.
They're playing for one another and focusing on making winning plays. You love to see it.
The core of this team, Brown and Tatum in the front court. Drew Holiday out there with Derek White. And it's Porzingis in at the 5 spot. That's the 5 to begin the second quarter for the Celtics. Now here's Porzingis. Yet to see a basket. Here's Holiday. Deflected! Now here's White. Here's Giddey. And that one goes in as he's fouled. It'll be 3 points if he converts the free throw. This will be his second trip to the free throw line in this one. That free throw good from Giddey. And this is a star-driven league. But talk about the importance of role players, Grant.
Oh, B.A., a lot of times they're the ones who carry the day. You know what you'll get from your stars, but when the X factor ignites, that can make the difference.
2 extra loud points there by Jason Tatum, sending a message.
Giddey, and the shot goes down. Giddey's got 8 here in this quarter.
If the defense lets him inside, he will not hesitate. He'll gladly drop that thing right in the cup.
Pass to Porzingis. Takes a 3. Oh, KP with the 3.
Few bigs stretch the floor like Porzingis. He can be just deadly from the arc.
Here's Giddey. There's the drive. Ooh, he's locked in. Drains his 5th shot in his many attempts. Celtics trail by 4. White, the pass to Tatum. Back to White. To the middle. Here's Porzingis. And a slam dunk by Porzingis.
Now, we know he can hit threes, but Kristaps showing he can slam it too.
Here's Giddey. Ooh, a two-handed power slam.
Making sure of it with the two-hand slam, B.A.
Yeah, I don't blame him. With the score this tight, you cannot take a chance here. White, the pass to Holiday. Here's Porzingis. Smith with the rebound. Chicago leading by 4. Outside Giddey. Pass to Buzelis. And here's White. He's covered by Holiday. Clock at 6. And White hits from deep. White's got 7 points.
Defensively, gotta close out a little faster. That's a look he'll make with regularity.
For 3, Porzingis. Buzelis grabs the board. The Bulls have gotten each of their 6 shots to fall here in the second. Back to White. Let's go with a 3. The rebound by Jason Tatum. And White has got the ball here for the Boston Celtics. 7-point differential. And that one's good. Porzingis.
Check out Porzingis' energy. He's just relentless on both ends of the court.
You know, Grant, in interviews, Jason Tatum often seems understated and soft-spoken. But that's just him, isn't it?
That's true, B.A. Tatum has a quiet confidence about him. He doesn't feel the need to be loud or act out. He lets his work on the court do all the talking for him.
And you don't see that every day. Usually he'll convert when he gets that close to the rim.
White on the wing, hounded by Ball. Kick out to Brown. Off target with the 3. Bulls leading by 5. And here's Giddey. He's got 14 out to the right wing. Knocked loose. Smith passes to White. Holiday with the ball. Now guarded by White. Pass to White. Holiday up top. He's guarded by White. Takes the 3. And Drew Holiday hits from deep. And now just a 2-point Chicago lead.
Always reading the angles. Holiday's able to find his shot.
Offensive rebound. Here's Buzelis. From the arc. And the three-pointer goes. Buzelis has got 6 points.
The way he can elevate over a defender from deep, very tough to contain outside the arc.
And Joe Mazzulla calls timeout here. I think right now he must be looking at some adjustments. Some changes for Boston. Horford, he's checked in for Kristaps Porzingis. Craig comes in for Jaylen Brown. And Pritchard is subbed in for White. Williams is checked in for Chicago. Herder comes in for Giddey. Here's Pritchard. Pass to Craig. And he makes it on the layup. Craig's got his first bucket in this one.
That's been the story of their offense so far, getting a number of looks from point-blank range.
Herder against Holiday, and here's White. Herder from long range. Horford pulls it in. 1 second separating the shot clock and the game clock. Tatum against White. Tatum can't hit. Here's Williams. Pass to Buzelis. Here's the pick. Here's Herder. And he didn't get quite enough under that one. And so it's Josh Giddey making highlights for Chicago. He made a big impact, scoring 12 points in the quarter. And don't go far. We'll be right back.
31. And please direct your attention to center court. And get ready for the fan half-court shot.
We've got second half action for you, and if the next couple of quarters are similar to the first, this one could go down to the last possession. One guy who's been getting it done is Josh Giddey.
They've leaned on him to provide a lot of offense, and that's how he likes it.
He always wants to be a go-to guy for them. I'm sure he'll be calling for the ball even more in this half.
Second half underway. Here's who Billy Donovan's got on the floor. We've got Buzelis, Kobe White out there with Lonzo Ball. Then there's Kevin Herder, and it's Williams in at the 4. White against Holiday. White, the pass to Herder. Here's Buzelis. The kick out to Ball. There's a screen. Down to 5 on the shot clock. It's good. And he drew contact on the shot, so he will go to the line. A 3-point play opportunity. Chicago shooting their third free throw attempt of the game. That one misses for Ball.
And Ball is such an effective two-way player. Takes smart shots on offense and really hustles on defense.
Here's Pritchard, hounded by Ball. Pritchard, no good.
You got to move past that one. I mean, they'd want him to take that again.
Yeah, it's a great look for him. One they'll try and manufacture again. Those are the shots you want him to take.
Herder gets the bucket.
Nice ball movement there. Delivered the pass right on time.
Here's Pritchard. Herder defending. Pass to Holiday. Back to Craig. Fires the 3. And the shot is good on the assist by Holiday. Craig's got 5.
That's how you up the ante. Come right back at him.
Yeah, I love the competitive fire right there. You drain a triple on us, and I'm coming for my revenge.
And just shredding apart the defense with his passing. He's helping to pace this offense so well.
He's locked in with his teammates right now, setting guys up in perfect position.
Now here's Holiday. 6 points for him, and it's in there.
Nice to have a big man you can count on to hit that shot. makes the offense much more diverse.
Here's Buzelis. He's covered by Holiday. Herder gets the bucket.
A quality pass, setting up a quality shot. It's just textbook basketball.
And Richard, in a league where shooting has never been more valuable, it's great to have a player like Kevin Herder.
And he doesn't need the ball in his hands to be effective. Matter of fact, he's probably best when he's moving off the ball and causing confusion. He puts a lot of pressure on the defense.
Woo! Defensively, you can't afford to let him get to the rim that easily.
Well, that might be why their deficit is what it is right now.
Yeah, it's going to take better rim protection than that if they're going to climb out of this hole.
Chicago making a switch here. Collins checked in. Pass to Craig. There's the triple. It's hauled in by Herder. Bulls leading by 7. Here's Collins. The rebound, Celtics. And Pritchard, here we go. And a nice finish on the layup. And so here is Chicago. Here's Williams. And it's out of bounds. Still Chicago's ball. We've got 1:55 left in the third. Collins with a screen on Holiday. White for 3. Horford pulls it in.
And the defense dodged one right there. Not the guy you want to leave open.
And Joe Mazzulla has called timeout. We might see him looking to make some tweaks to the strategy here. And Boston with... changes. Kristaps Porzingis, he's checked in for Horford. Jason Tatum comes in for Jaylen Brown. And Derek White subbed in for Drew Holiday. Buzelis is checked in for Chicago. Josh Giddey comes in for White. White can't hit.
Oh, man, he can't get anything to fall. You can feel his frustration.
Yeah, right now, he's just in his own head. Not much you can do to try and push through it.
The kick out to White. Outside Tatum. Tatum just so strong inside.
The efficiency from Tatum on the offensive end is terrific, not letting any scoring chances pass him by.
So it'll be 2 free throws. He was fouled in the act of shooting. That one on White.
No debate there. He got hammered.
And he'll take his 3rd and 4th free throws of the night. Chicago making a switch here. He does not get the second one. Among the best in the NBA for a few years now. Jason Tatum. RJ, he's still quite young. How can he get even better?
Oh, he can just get wiser and wiser, and that's what happens with young players. They get to a physical level where they can dominate, but where they get better is mentally. They get mentally stronger as they get into these experiences more.
Porzingis, big strides, and a slam dunk by Porzingis.
Boom! I mean, Porzingis laying down the hammer. Oh, mercy, mercy.
And Ball with a basket. The assist from Giddey. Giddey's got 3 assists in the game.
Great recognition of the mismatch, abusing the smaller defender. Porter out.
Porzingis for 3. And count it. Now 5 for 7.
So smooth off the catch. Porzingis is excellent at judging when to take quick shots.
Williams finds Ball. Inside. Giddey against White. Herder, a screen on White. 4 on the clock. They get it back. Right side, Williams. Pass to Ball. From downtown. Oh, he beats the buzzer just in time. Wow.
Big time bucket, I'll tell you. Great clock management there.
And so it's the Chicago Bulls finishing the quarter with an 8-point lead. Getting lots of great looks, shooting it well. That's why they're up. More NBA on 2K Sports. Right after this. And let's take this opportunity to show you our State Farm assist of the game.
This is the definition of team chemistry. I love to see this kind of communication and connection between teammates leading to the perfect pass.
Serving it up on a platter, that is a beautiful dish. And two teammates on the same page, woo.
Fourth quarter action is upon us. Thanks as always for joining us. All right, let's check in with Allie LaForce.
During that last break, I heard Joe Mazzulla as he talked with the team. He told his guys to up their aggressiveness on the defensive end, saying this game is all about who can get stops right now. I need you guys to bring some more energy on defense. That's how we'll get this win. Guys?
And Allie, thank you for that. Tatum is the 4 with Porzingis at center. Drew Holiday out there with Derek White. And it's Brown in at the 3. That's who's in the game for the Celtics. The floater. And it's Giddey with a rebound. And Giddey has got the ball here for the Bulls. Leading by 5. Here's Herter. Oh, he misses the dunk. This is why you want ball movement and player movement.
And that's made it hard for the defense to key in on any one individual.
Those are the turnovers that have coaches pulling their hair out. Why do you think I'm balling?
Buzelis is checked in for Chicago. White comes in for Herter. All right, guys, what do you think so far about the offensive approach for Chicago?
You've got to be impressed with how assertive they are on offense, continuing to cut hard to the rim time and time again.
One other thing they've done very well has been scoring inside, just pounding and grinding down there.
Celtics trail by 7. White looking it over. For 3, Porzingis. Again, the miss by Boston. Chicago has gone 5 of 12 from three-point range tonight. Pass to Buzelis. We're just over a minute into this final quarter of play. It's Giddey on the wing, defended by Brown. It's tipped. And here we go, the Celtics on the run. White against ball. Holiday passes to Tatum. With the floater. Ooh, rugged finish from Tatum.
Ooh, good little touch on the floater. Tatum making it look way too easy.
Outside Giddey. The kick out to White. To the paint. Boston pulls it in. Last quarter of play, about 2 minutes in now. On the wing, Tatum. They kick it out to Porzingis. Now here's Holiday. Not a lot of room. Tatum with it. Guarded now by Ball. White for 3. Three-pointer goes up. Three-pointer goes down for White.
Intelligent play by Tatum, moving the ball to get an open shot.
White, the pass to Giddey. Here's Buzelis. White with a screen on Tatum. From 10 feet away. Smith passes to Ball. He takes it in. Count that one. He's scoring at a nice clip. He's 6 of 9 tonight.
Easy to understand why they leave Ball out here in these moments. He knows how to deliver.
And Ball throws it down.
That couldn't have gone better for them. Forget about playing it safe. They're looking to finish it off with style.
And there's the call on Lonzo Ball. That's his first foul.
Second team foul.
A minute 58 left to play in the fourth quarter of this one. White for 3. Chicago grabs the miss. Smith's got 5 rebounds tonight. Pass to Buzelis. Back to Giddey. Smith outside. Holiday grabs the miss. Celtics trail by 6. Here's Brown. The kick to Tatum. Tatum got the loose ball, but that'll be a backcourt violation. We played just over 3.5 minutes now in the fourth quarter. Three-pointer, Buzelis. Porzingis grabs the board. Porzingis has got his 4th rebound in this one. Tatum finds Holiday. It's Brown on the wing. Over Giddy. Brown, no good.
Not that time, but that's a shot that he's going to make more oftentimes than not.
Ball passes to Smith. The kick out to Ball. White with it, pounded by Tatum. Tatum against White. 6 to shoot. Hits the trifecta. And the Bulls lead by 9. 46 seconds left to play in the fourth quarter. To the wing, right side. White against Ball. Boston, no good that time either. And the call will be against Derek White. That's foul number 2 for him.
Personal foul, second team foul.
30 seconds left in the fourth quarter. Smith outside. Puts up a 3. Boston pulls it in.
And just not enough time for them to get back in this game.
Yeah, they got to be disappointed with this result.
Porzingis with a screen on Ball. White, the pass to Porzingis.
Both these teams feature some very athletic players.
Well, if we get out in transition, Kevin, there's definitely some top 10 moments that are going to come up. A bunch of high flyers on both of these rosters, and we expect to see a lot of airtime from these players tonight.
Let's take a look at our starters for Portland. Anthony Simons out there with Denny Avdia. Then there's Matisse Thybulle. Then there's Ayton. And it's Kamare in at the 4 spot. And the basket by Edwards.
And that was a confident shot. Love when Edwards just rises up and fires off the dribble.
Oh, what a jam! Simons!
Oh, he is a highlight reel unto himself, guys.
That could be a contender for the dunk of the year, I think. Thybulle on the wing. Edwards defending. And it's Avdia off the drive.
And credit the screen for giving him the space he needed to get to the rim.
For sure, GA allows him to come in with the sledgehammer.
Yeah, why settle for the layup when you can attack the rim and rise up like that?
Back in the late 80s and early 90s, Brent, the Blazers had a real chance to win some titles.
Oh, man, they ran into some great teams, too, Kevin. The bad boy Pistons and then the Bulls, obviously, with Michael Jordan. Winning a title in those days took something special, and the Blazers were right there.
Oh, here's Edwards. Not a lot of room. And there's the call on Matisse Thybulle. That is his first foul of the game. Just over a minute and a half played here in this one. The drive by Gobert.
And when Gobert is making a move to the bucket, it's best to just stay out of the way. There's a lot of momentum behind the big fella.
Avdia up top. Defended by Gobert. And Ayton throws it down.
Straight rim rocker.
It looked like a Greg for a second, like he might rip the cylinder loose. Outside Edwards. Drills it from outside. Edwards got 5 now.
And this is big for Edwards' confidence, wanting to keep hitting from downtown and stretching that defense.
He gets it in there.
Well, he is looking confident. Love how they're using him so far.
Yeah, right now I don't see any let up. I think he's going to just keep putting his foot on that gas pedal tonight.
Now here's Edwards, defended by Thybulle. Fires from the wing, and good, as it just snugs right down through the net.
Now, what a great option he gives them on every possession.
Pass to Kamare. Thybulle on the wing, defended by Alexander Walker. Simons kicks to Ayton. Avdia on the wing. Down to 5 on the shot clock. And finished off by Avdia.
Yeah, just solid work on the back end of that play.
Yep, you're right. Finished hard with 2 hands on that stuff. Gobert, the screen. Here's Edwards. Has to Gobert. And finished off by Gobert.
And all of that size rolling there after that screen. Gobert moves now with such confidence when in the pick and roll.
And that'll be 2 free throws coming up. Officials on the call with the foul.
And you know what? Very close to a 3-point play right there.
And a look now at how the offensive approach has been going here so far for the Trailblazers.
A lot of high motor play from them in this one, allowing them to kind of charge through the defense and find good looks.
Getting to the inside is really important, but it's how close you can get to the basket. It feels like these guys are all around the rim in their attack tonight.
Trailblazers have gotten 6 or 7 shots to fall in the first quarter. They're off and running. And that one's good, Ayton.
Hitting that mid-range shot, this is right now probably the extent of Ayton's range.
Outside Edwards. Gobert with a screen for Edwards. To the inside. And stolen by Thybulle. Here's Kamare. Nothing on the board. And some nice ball movement here by the Trailblazers. Fires from 14. And it's Simons missing. And here's Edwards. He'll bring it up for the Minnesota Timberwolves. Trailing by 4. And it's Alexander Walker in the corner. Gobert with a screen for Edwards. Pass to Gobert. Rebound by the Trailblazers.
We're not going to see that very often. The defense in the vicinity, but still, he's not one to blow layups.
Amaron. No good from outside. And here is McDaniel. And that does it for the first quarter. Trailblazers lead by 4. And if you're just joining us, we've played through one quarter in this one. And taking a look at the Trailblazers' performance, what do you think they're doing or not doing?
Hey, why take jump shots when you can get your points at the rim?
Yeah, that worked wonders for them in the quarter. We'll see what kind of adjustments get made.
We've got Nickeil Alexander-Walker. Julius Randle is out there with Jaden McDaniel. Then there's Anthony Edwards. And it's Gobert in at the 5 down low. So that's the Timberwolves 5. Outside, Avdia. Pass to Simons. Lets it go with the 3. Nailed from three-point land. Simons has got the lead up to 5 now for the Trailblazers. Gobert with a screen for Edwards. Lets the 3 fly. Out to the wing. Here's McDaniels. From the arc. Buries it from three-point range.
He's going to punish you if you leave him open. He's more than willing to take the open 3 when he's got it.
Pass to Kamare. Here's Simons. Oh, what a jam! Simons!
Finding a way through. Contact comes Simons' way, and he just avoids it.
And each season, GA, it seems like Anthony Simons is given more and more responsibility.
And you can understand why. He's proven to be a versatile scorer, and now we are seeing him take the next step with his playmaking.
To the middle, here's Ayton, and Ayton throws it down.
Does it feel good as a big man like Ayton to throw it down? You bet it does.
Here's Edwards. The muscle from Edwards.
Now, say what you will about the value of the three-pointer, but those close-in looks are always plan A. Every trip down, get to the paint, get deep, score.
And the foul called on Edwards. That is his first foul of the game. We're now about 2 minutes into the second quarter. Simons finds Ayton. Over to the wing. Now, here's Avdia. Ayton a screen on McDaniels. 4 on the clock.
And having Gobert gives them such a daunting presence on D. He can affect every shot in his area.
Here's Edwards. Oh, that was huge!
Incredible. Oh, my. What a huge flush by Edwards, showing off right now.
That bucket in no time at all. Simons has got 8 here in the quarter.
I love the aggressiveness. He's been on fire the entire first half and continues to strike while the iron's hot.
Here's Edwards. Pass to Gobert. Back to Edwards. Driving, it's Edwards. Second shot opportunity and contact on the shot, so he'll be shooting free throws here.
And Gobert knows his role on this team. Rebound, block shots, and look to score near the basket.
This is his first free throw of the game. And the league giving a bit more leeway, GA, to defenders. As a hard-nosed defender yourself, I'm sure you like that change.
Oh, I do. I mean, we all love the intensity of playoff basketball. So why not bring a certain level of physicality to the regular season?
A nice shot by Simons.
This is how confident Simons is playing right now. He knows how lethal he is off the catch.
Edwards against Ayton. Edwards passes to Alexander Walker. Gobert with a screen for Randle. And he sinks that one, hitting the back of the rim on the way in. Randall's got his first bucket in this one. Simons surveying the D. The shot comes out. Timberwolves trail by 4. Alexander Walker on the wing. Puts up a 3. Avdia with the rebound. Portland has gotten it going from downtown in the second quarter. They're 3 of 3 on three-pointers. Out left of the wing. And Ayton the bucket on the assist by Simon. Ayton's got the lead up to 6 now for the Trailblazers. For 3, Edwards. Rebounded by DeAndre Ayton.
Yeah, we're chipping some orange paint off the rim here, guys. He must be more patient on offense and trying to find ways to penetrate inside and get closer to the rim.
Drills it from outside.
That's a shot he's going to bury, especially when left open.
Outside Edwards. The Timberwolves again can't hit.
And that was almost a block. Still did enough to alter the shot.
Yeah, altering the shot just as long as there's a miss, that kind of energy not wasted.
Oh, inflicting some punishment with the two-hand flush.
They're going for the throat. 3 seconds separate the shot clock and game clock. Avdia against Edwards. Here's Gobert. And that one is good with the extra effort on the glass. Gobert's got 4 points now in the quarter. Outside, Simon. And no luck with that time on the buzzer beater. And so it's Portland ahead by 9 as the quarter comes to a close. They're shooting the ball so well in this one. A great performance from the field. We'll get you back to the action after this break.
Drums, please. They're measuring up the shot.
And happy you could join us. We've got 2 quarters left to go in regulation. One of the stories here, Anthony Simons getting it done today.
There's something that isn't his strength, but he's done a great job of finding the open man.
Well, if we were grading playmaking today, it's an A+ from him.
On the court for the Trailblazers, Grant steps in at 4 with Ayton, the big man, in the middle. Avdia out there with Anthony Simons. And it's Thibault in at the 3 slot.
And DiVincenzo, I think, is starting to take a lot of pride in the fact that he could do a lot of little things for the basketball team that add up. He scores, he can get some rebounds and get some assists. He's a weapon.
Klingon the screen for Simons. Pass to Avdia. Here's Klingon. The layup off target. Timberwolves trail by 8. DiVincenzo kicks to Randall. Back to DiVincenzo. The Trailblazers pull it in. They've led by as many as 11 points. Klingon the screen for Simons. Releases. Klingon's shot is off. The Timberwolves shooting at 46%, making some buckets. Unable to get that one. Portland leading by 8. Hey, Greg, what about Jeremy Grant? He's had about every role you can imagine on any team he's played on.
And Kevin, he started out as a second-round pick, hoping to just make a team. He's been a bench spark plug, a starter, even a #1 option in Detroit for a couple years. Grant's done it all.
DiVincenzo against Sharp. Here's McDaniels. Releases from the wing and drills it. McDaniels got 5 now.
That's the kind of passing you want there. Work the ball around, keep it moving, try to get an assist on every bucket.
Simons kicks to Grant. Again, the miss by the Trailblazers. Timberwolves trail by 6. Alexander Walker passes to Randall. Reed with a screen on Sharp. Alexander Walker. The rebound by Sharp. Portland's gone 4 of 8 tonight from three-point land, shooting 50% on the 3 ball here. Klingon the screen for Grant. And he can't stop this drought. Another miss. The Timberwolves have gotten just one of their first 4 shots to fall since coming out of the locker room with the break. That one's in there. The Trailblazer lead is cut down now to just 4 in the basket from DiVincenzo. And so Chauncey Billups calls for the timeout. He wants to check in with his team and regroup. A different look now for Portland. Reith is checked in. And Henderson subbed in for Anfernee Simons. Pass to Reith. And he's good on the 3 ball. Reith has got himself going there. His first points of the game on the deep ball. DiVincenzo kicks to McDaniel. And they wasted no time getting those 3 points back.
Both teams running perimeter-oriented plays that are working.
Well, both of them looking towards the 3-point line. And I like to see that, especially when the results are made buckets.
And there is no better way to add to the lead.
Isn't that true, GA, especially when the slam is coming from the point guard?
Oh, yeah, his teammates love that one. I'm sure he's going to hear about it when he gets to the huddle. That's just a lapse right there. No matter what, somebody has to be there and get a hand up in the shooter's face.
Third quarter action, and just under 3.5 minutes have gone. Trailblazers leading by 3. Sharp with it. He has yet to score. Over to the left wing. Portland needs to get off a shot. And the shot by Reith, no good. Minnesota's gone 2 of 3 when they ventured outside the arc in the third quarter. Here's Reed. It's hauled in by the Trailblazers.
So weird. Sometimes when you get that much time, it can throw you off just as much as having no time.
And giving up some inches inside, but makes up for it with an aggressive style.
Yeah, the big man not going to slow him down from getting that deuce.
And so Chris Finch calls for the timeout. And coach has decided they need a moment to talk things over. Minnesota making some changes. Gobert comes in for Randall. And Anthony Edwards sub in for McDaniels. And so Chris Finch calls for the timeout. He's ready to talk things through with the team. There's 53 seconds left here in the third quarter. Gobert with a screen for Edwards. Driving in. And he gets the whistle. 2 free throws coming up.
Oh, impressive drive there by Edwards. Mixing it.
And folks, the coach's challenge has been initiated for a personal foul. Close game like this, and he thought it wasn't a good call.
The original personal foul. Getting a different angle can sometimes make it a lot easier to determine.
Indeed, and the one thing with replay review is that when you see the slow motion replay, you really get a new appreciation for just the immense speed at which these players are moving and how fast the action really is and how hard it can be sometimes, you know, Greg, to make the right call. And so the word is in. They've decided that the call stands as it was made on the floor.
And, you know, even if a coach still feels this wasn't the right call, you got to acknowledge the effort being put in to reviewing it. The double checking, and the game continues on.
And that's good as he hits both of his shots.
And what an advantage. You really feel like you can always trust him when he's at the line.
Ayton a screen on Edwards. But drive by Henderson. And then Henderson with the dunk.
Explosive in every way. The quick first step, and then you see the hop.
Edwards looking it over. Six to shoot. And finished off by Edwards.
It's simple, guys. Keep getting Edwards the ball and just let Ant.
Up top, Henderson. Edwards defending.
And there is no better way to add to the lead.
Isn't that true, GA, especially when the slam is coming from the point guard?
Oh, yeah, his teammates love that one. I'm sure he's going to hear about it when he gets to the huddle.
Kevin, he is tough to stop when he gets to the rim.
Yeah, Greg, he can get up a few notches higher. And as we finish the third quarter, it's still close. Both teams. Now let's take a look at our assist of the game presented by State Farm.
And he sliced the D wide open with his feed. They had no chance to prevent that basket.
That's what great passing will do for you right there, dissecting the defense with that play.
And it's been a very competitive game so far as we get rolling here in quarter number 4. Naz Reid out there with Gobert. Then there's Dante DiVincenzo. Then it's Nickeil Alexander-Walker. And it's Edwards in at the 1 spot. So that's the lineup for Minnesota. Pass to DiVincenzo. Hits it from three-point range. DiVincenzo's got 9 points here in the second half.
Well, you want to chase him off the three-point line. DiVincenzo able to settle in that time.
Out of this world. Sharp is so quick into the air, and then he just hangs forever. Able to do things most others can't.
Here's Edwards. Rebounded by DeAndre Ayton.
Well, he finds some space in that in-between gap there. Too bad he can't release that one on target.
And a chance to catch up on some numbers here. The scoring breakdown for the Trailblazers.
They're still slashing and attacking the rim, and the defense yet to make the adjustment and keep the ball in front.
You want to talk about ball distribution. They've been dominating that aspect of the game. I think there's a bunch of bankers out there. They're dropping dime after dime.
Here's what Minnesota's going with right now. Randall comes in for Naz Reid. And it's McDaniels in for Dante DiVincenzo.
Well, you bump me, and I'm going to bump you back as Ayton not afraid to get physical with the defender.
Gobert, the screen. Here's Edwards. Here's to Gobert. And it's Ayton with the rebound. Ayton's got his 7th rebound of the game with that last one. Edwards against Simons. Ayton a screen on Edwards. Here's Simons. And it's McDaniels with the rebound. Timberwolves trail by 7. And here's Edwards from the arc. He can't get that one to fall. The Trailblazers have gone 3 of 4 in field goal attempts since getting things started here in the 4th. And there's the call on Nickeil Alexander-Walker. That's his first foul. And so Chris Finch calls for the timeout. He's clearly intent on wanting to lock in and make sure everyone's on the same page. It's time now to hear from our Hall of Fame reporter, David Aldridge. What's the latest, David?
Hey, guys, here's what Chris Finch went over with his guys during the break. Coach wants them to do a better job defending the perimeter. He said we're late on our rotations, and they're getting great looks because of it. We got to fight through it. We got to take away the 3. We're good, guys.
Okay, David, thanks. And it's Ayton missing. Timberwolves have gone 1 of 4 since the end of the 3rd quarter. And foul on the shot, so he'll get a chance at the line. That one on Ayton.
And this is Edwards' game. When he's aggressive in trying to score, it really puts a lot of pressure on the defense. And no matter what, one of the big positives they can take away from this game is how well they've performed at the line.
Portland leading by 6. Ayton a screen on Edwards. Ayton in the high post. And a big bounce off the rim, but it sinks right in. Ayton's got 4 this quarter.
DeAndre Ayton happy to shoot at that range. Nice stroke.
Gobert with a screen for Edwards. Inside. Outside for Randall. Pass to Edwards. Oh, Edwards!
Flying high. Anthony Edwards, ladies and gents, cleared for takeoff.
Avdia against McDaniel. Now, here's Avdia. D right on him. Randall with some nice D. And so they foul intentionally.
Really no idea why you're fouling in a situation like that. You know, maybe there's some bad blood between those two.
And stolen by Thibault.
Great job preventing that ball from coming into the post. Might have been an easy two if the defense wasn't there.
One-on-one fast break. Here's Edwards. And Edwards slams it in.
Such a gutsy player. Edwards wants to be the guy taking big shots.
Pass to Kamare. We've got 1:18 left here in the fourth quarter. 5 to shoot. 18 feet out. And good. Got the friendly bounce off the right side of the rim. Simons has got 19 points.
And Simons saying, bring it on. I got this and more.
Outside Edwards. Down low. Gobert. Count it.
And wow, what a shot. Gobert showing he has what it takes in the clutch.
Aiton a screen on Edwards. Three-pointer, Simons. He makes his 9th shot of the game. He has only missed 4.
They're in total command of this game with time starting to run out.
Yeah, looking for a miracle worker out there is the opposing coaching staff. I don't know that they have one. This game seems to be well in hand.
Edwards against Simons. Pass to Kamare. 24 seconds left in the fourth quarter. Now Thibault. Here's Simons. And he can't bank that one in. Now here's Edwards. Defended by Thibault. For the three, it's off. So the Trailblazers win it. They seem to relish their role as the bad guy here tonight.